Pandemic World, online, Morale's Breakout, MMO combat game throws you into a wild online arena where massive, large-scale battles explode non-stop. Kisaragi Toya is the one playing this game right now, battling low-level players who are screaming at the top of their lungs that they have to stop the monster standing in front of them. No excuses. Turns out Kisaragi Toya is the deadliest berserker the game has ever seen. He's fought in countless battles, and his level is a brutal 702nd. The player character has light green eyes and metal armor. Turns out, in this game's world, Kisaragi hails from Henrietta's kingdom right before the land of Luneta, and the moment players come for the berserker, he twists out of their strikes like he's reading every move. Sifonsi is also wrapped up in the war, sending ruthless mercenary warriors to carve their power above other kingdoms, while every single night the three kingdoms clash, fighting tooth and nail for control of the same lands in an endless blood-soaked war. Suddenly, the smoke around Kisaragi vanishes, and the other players snap to the truth. Every brutal hit they threw has been swallowed by his blade, still gripped in his hand, but that one clean deflection, it's nothing completely worthless against the berserker. When Kisaragi swats their attack away with the Buster Sword and takes 0 damage, the other players freeze in shock because they're all level 400, and they still can't wrap their heads around how good he just handled it. Turns out the game cap's at level 999, and only 0-1 of players ever even clawed their way up to level 500. Kisaragi's one of the lucky players, sitting at level 700 every day. He gets stronger, his name spreads like wildfire, and he dives into even more battles. So many players call it unfair that he's this overpowered, and they scramble to get him out of the game fast, but no matter what they do, their plans crash, because his level is untouchable. Kisaragi shrugs off every strike, shatters their attacks, and then charges beside his comrades, smashing through the line so they can push even farther ahead. When the dust settles, Kisaragi's kingdom wins the day, and the whole place erupts with joy. Everyone's raving about how incredible that fight was. The warriors rush back to Henrietta, then dive straight into the tavern to smash open drinks and celebrate their victory. At the tavern, the warriors leaned in over their latest mission, and then decided, we earned this, and started downing every drink in sight because their enemy had looked terrifyingly unbeatable today, but Kisaragi had them pulling off the win. Toya steps in berserker with the Buster Sword blazing and tries to speak, but the praise has him blushing and stumbling over his own words. He insists they're wrong, because their victory only happened through the strength of everyone working together. The players burst into laughter at Kisaragi and demand what happened to his merciless berserker streak, while the warriors remember how terrifyingly dangerous he was the last time they went up against him. While Kisaragi keeps drinking and stumbling over his own embarrassment, one of the guys blurts out, I can't believe we've got a level 700 player on our side, this is insane. Turns out Kisaragi clawed his way up through countless sleepless nights, grinding hard for every ounce of that level, so Toya's totally into it, loving how his comrades keep praising him, while the kid has nothing to fear. Suddenly, the players start arguing over which monster to hunt next, and one of them blurts out, let's hit Lalaric's cave. Kisaragi hears him out and shrugs, saying he's fine with heading into the cave, he just wants to tie up his loose ends first. Turns out today's prize is the robe of the magician, cool name, but it's totally useless for a berserker. Kisaragi snaps at the other players to hold up. He's rushing to re-log in, so he bails out of the game and dives right back in, hitting exit, then smashing join to return. But Kisaragi slides back into the game. No berserker this time, now he's a blonde bombshell in a fur cape and black fit, looking straight up gorgeous. He snaps his cloak shut with a bold clasp. One of the warriors asks if Toya got him a mage account, and Kisaragi grins and says he made a fresh one because he's piled up tons of materials to help power up and level a character from that race. He tells you the reason since he can't stash those materials in his berserker account, he makes a whole new one just to hold them. And he's clear about it, that account is only for storage, nothing more. The moment the new character, Kisaragi, shows up, another player blurts that he's nothing but a wasteful kid. Then the boy fires back that even with that reputation, he still poured real effort into crafting the mage's whole look. One player yells that they should go hunting, but Kisaragi snaps back that he can't. He's a mage on this level, one account. He tells the others to hold up while he switches it over to a berserker. Out of nowhere, The mage Kisaragi gets wrapped in blinding white light, and magic circles flare to life beneath his feet, while the other players scramble to block the glare, squinting hard as Kisaragi blurts out in shock, stunned because he has no idea what's going on. Players start spamming the chat with frantic, messed-up messages, and Kisaragi can't make heads or tails of it either. He's sure something's broken in the game, like a bug or a full-on system failure. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts right in front of Toya's eyes, like glass shattering inches from his face, and the next second a stunning, slender blonde girl materializes before him, but he's still left staring, completely unable to figure out who she is. Suddenly, Kisaragi is thrown into a castle packed with strangers. There's a girl standing by a priest wearing a monk's robe, and the whole place is bursting with cheers because everyone nailed it on the very first try. Kisaragi can't even figure out where he is. He's totally baffled, so he blurts out an apology to the girl he spots and asks her what's going on. The guy's voice crackles with real confusion. He blurts at everyone to wait, then demands to know where the monitor he was sitting at went. And Toya glances around and realizes the dude has no clue where he even is. The girl lights up with real joy, then bolts forward and hugs the young man, calling him a hero and telling him everyone's been dying to see him, while Toya freezes, utterly mortified and has no idea what to do with himself. She backs away from him, takes a few quick steps and blurts out an apology for not introducing herself first, then proudly announces she's Sharon von Henrietta, the first princess of the Henrietta Kingdom, and says she can't wait to meet Kisaragi. Her face screams pure panic as she apologizes to the hero for the second time, then blurts out that she'd been so excited she snapped and hugged him without thinking at all. Kisaragi spins away, mortified, and begs him not to worry about it. Right in the middle of everything, the girl's tone snaps into something deadly serious, and while Kisaragi is still reeling, she begs him, voice shaking, to lend his power to the kingdom. Meanwhile, Tuya is left completely lost, not even sure what power he's supposed to hand over. Her face crumples with real grief as she chokes out the truth. Their kingdom is at war with Luneta, and this battle has stripped them of countless lives and entire lands. Suddenly, the princess's expression hardens. She snaps that the Moon Kingdom slaughtered even innocent women and children. Sharon leans in and tells Kisaragi they've made up their minds using their national treasure, the summoning pearl, to call a hero to their land who'll save the kingdom. Kisaragi freezes at those words, thinking, I'm not even in that novel's game, so no one can summon me. Then he steels himself and tells the princess one more crucial truth about himself. Kisaragi steps up to Sharon and blurts out that he's just a regular worker 35 years old. Then she stares at him, totally baffled, because to her he looks way too young. Toya tries to argue with the princess, and when he asks why she thinks he looks so young, he blurts out his look starting with that platinum hair, only to freeze when he realizes he's never actually had platinum hair at all. The hero's totally lost, like he can't even place what just happened. Then he stretches his outfit and realizes his body is ripped, lean, and insanely athletic. The knights standing guard for the princess don't recognize the gesture at all. They start shouting at Kisaragi, grilling him for what he's doing. But the girl cuts in fast, stopping the servants and insisting it's totally normal that he's confused. The princess grabs Toya and orders him to check his status because she needs proof that this kid is the real hero, the one summoned to protect the kingdom. Out of nowhere, a translucent screen slams into view right in front of his face. Kisaragi freezes, eyes wide, and blurts out a shocked reaction, but before he can even reach for it, the moment's gone, and a flood of words starts blasting across the pop-up window. First, the screen blasts his name, race, gender, age, profession, title, level, abilities, magic, and special skills. And the guy is totally stunned, because it's basically the exact same list he saw in the game. Kisaragi squints at the list, then freezes hero isn't written anywhere. The princess goes pale at that bombshell and blurts out, so what title does he have then? Kisaragi whips around to Sharon and declares his title is the one who was summoned. And right on cue, the whole castle erupts in confused gasps, while everyone stares at him like they can't believe what they just heard. The princess digs her heels in and declares that summons never go to rookies. She turns to Kisaragi and boldly insists his level has to be over 100. Toya tells Sharon, yeah, my level is just 1 and that's the part that kills me. I'm still nowhere near the 100th. The crowd around the hero starts to riot and nobody can believe it. How could the protector they summoned look so helpless? Like a newborn, Kisaragi figures it out fast. These people are seething with rage. The guy starts scrambling for excuses, glancing around as he insists the people in the castle summoned the wrong person, and Toya immediately demands they send him back to his world. One of the knights snaps with rage, hurls insults at the guy, and blasts him for even thinking about his own home. During a moment like this, then Sharon swoops in, stops him again, and insists everything's fine. The girl reveals the summoning pearl has a flip side, the reverse summoning pearl, so the people in the castle can fire it off and send Kisaragi right back to his world. Sharon says she can bring him home, but first she has to run the summoning ceremony again. Kisaragi and everyone else in the castle are stunned by what she just said. The girl, the priest, and the boy step onto one of the castle's many balconies, and the princess snaps that the ceremony only happens once every few years when the full moon finally rises. Staring up at the moon, Sharon whispers that with the magic she has right now, she can only cast one single spell. Kisaragi asks if they can resummon her the very next day. If it's okay with the princess, then the girl lowers her eyes to the horizon, tells him thank you with a heavy heart, and you can tell she's still crushed by everything that just happened. The priest and another church official hover beside the princess as she glances at Kisaragi with icy indifference, turns her back, and warns that if this round fails, they'll have no choice but to fire up the summoning pearl again. One of the knights shoves him out of the magic circle and barks for him to bolt. Right as the priest drops the pearl of summoning into the exact center of it, another attendant thrusts a potion into the princess's hands to bring her magical power back, and she drinks it like a promise, saying the ceremony starts again soon. Sharon swallows the potion while the priest watches her, nodding slow and steady. The princess chugs the potion, hands the empty bottle back to the priest, and right on cue, bright, wild light starts flickering around her once more. Sharon's expression twists the moment her fingers brush the summoning pearl, and she looks up as dazzling light keeps flaring and sparkling around her. Everyone in the castle squints and slaps their hands over their eyes, convinced the light is blazing harder than it did when they summoned Kisaragi, and Toya watches it all, stunned. Out of nowhere, the summoning pearl snaps clean in half, and the symbol on it splits into two perfect mirrored pieces. The castle erupts in blinding white light, and everyone freezes in total shock. Kisaragi spots a brand new figure inside the circle and stares straight at the stranger in the middle of the hall. Then the guy who just appeared in the castle shoots him a confused question while he tugs his arm in his armor, trying to sense what's going on around him. Turns out this man is actually a young blonde kid with light-colored eyes and metal armor. He swears he battled a monster, and then boom, he wakes up in a castle. An excited princess comes sprinting up to him, nearly pitching him over, and demands his title right now, while the poor stranger shakes with nerves. Everyone leans in, eyes glued to the info window as he finally opens it to check his status. And the moment he sees it, pure confusion flashes across his face. Still, he reads anyway. Then it hits this young man isn't just anyone. He's a sacred knight and a hero. The crowd is roaring like a storm, while the princess, glowing with pure ecstasy, lunges forward ready to hug the guy, and the whole hall screams that from this moment on, their kingdom is finally saved. Even with everything happening, she throws her arms around him anyway. Her cheeks flare red, and his face matches the heat. Then she whispers, "I've been waiting for a hero like you for so long," and grabs tighter like she'll never let go. The princess's eyes lock onto one servant. He blurts that she has to rush to the king right now because the king is already waiting for the hero, and a crushed Kisaragi can only watch it all unfold. A top-ranking official in the castle barks an order to get everything ready for the hero to stay, and right away someone demands that the hero's summons be reported to Congress. Kisaragi tries to grab attention, but it's totally ignored. From Toya's POV, his stats and skills feel straight-up legendary, and his special ability looks like it could explode with untapped potential. The only problem, he's still trying to impress someone, but right now everyone's wrapped up in the chaos of the brand new hero who just arrived. Kisaragi storms off from the princess and the hero, seething with heartbreak because everyone just blanked him and his return. As Toya drifts away from the hall, a sharp female voice snaps through the air. He whips around, and you can see his cheeks are stained with sadness and despair. Turns out the voice that called him belongs to a maid in the castle, and she tells Kisaragi straight up that he has to get real rest before the resummoning ceremony because it burns through energy like crazy. Kisaragi agrees because yeah, she's right. The girl hustles Toya into a room, guiding him through the castle's endless halls and winding stairs, and right away he clocks the place pure luxury inside, no expense spared. Then the maid takes over and leads him back down the steps. Suddenly, the maid hustles him down into the underground room, slams the door shut, and locks him in right in there. A window door with a metal grate, and Kisaragi is furious. The maid rises and stares as Kisaragi stays trapped in the castle basement. Then he erupts in rage, snarling that the cell he was locked in was never meant for guests in the first place. Kisaragi, trapped behind a barred door, just stays calm and tells her she left dinner for the man in the next room. Then she creeps up to the table where a plate sits under a metal bowl. Under the metal bowl on the tray, there's a plate of grimy-looking soup, so gross, Kisaragi can barely swallow the thought of eating it, plus a small chunk of white bread and a spoon ready to dig in. His face twists with rage and shock, and he can't make sense of what he's seeing. He refuses to accept that after being dragged into another world, he's been thrown into a dungeon and left to rot. The boy stops bickering with the maid. He realizes it's pointless, and then he spots a mirror bolted to the wall of his cell. So Toya marches over and stares at her new reflection. Finally, Toya whips his gaze to the mirror, and there, staring back, is a 16-year-old boy. He can't even process it. Then Kisaragi reaches out and taps his face, stunned and confused. Still frozen, Kisaragi keeps staring at the mirror, then finally decides the face staring back must be the magician the boy conjured back in his real world. After a few minutes, Toya finally tears himself away from the mirror, stumbles a couple of meters to the bed, and collapses onto it. Utterly drained, his mind screaming, "How the hell did I get here?" Toya kicks off his boots and drops onto the bed, then his stomach growls like thunder, and he realizes he's so starving he can't even fall asleep. The hero rips off his robe, brooding over how great it would be to have even a little tasty food in a moment like this. Then his face twists with raw disappointment. He rockets out of bed, throws his left hand forward, and commits to cracking that vault, eyes blazing with determination and hope that it's finally going to work. Right from the first second, Kisaragi flops at it, and the frustration hits hard. But instead of letting it crush him, he digs deep, laughs at his own failure, and lets out a heavy exhale. Out of nowhere, a massive list slams into view above the boy's reaching hand, curling into a ring that snaps around Kisaragi, packed with countless items and materials. The guy reads off each name, and right then Toya's eyes widen. He realizes he had dumped stuff into the storage on the mage account that he never touched while he was a berserker. He flicks his hand across the list, scrolling through every material he managed to save on the new account. Kisaragi snaps his head around when a voice cuts in from behind him. Then he slams the storage flap shut and whirls back, eyes wide with worry at the person who showed up. It turns out this man is the very priest who stood in the castle hall during the summoning ceremony right beside Princess Sharon, where he addresses the hero like he's a guest ripped from another world, and Toya can't even figure out why he's here. Suddenly, 2 more knights burst in behind the priest, and he locks eyes with Toya, declaring it's time to start the reverse summoning ceremony, so Kisaragi better move fast. As they stride toward the castle hall, the priest leans in and says the princess is tied up right now, and then drops the bombshell that this time he'll be the one to perform the resummoning ceremony himself. Kisaragi strides through the castle hallways, peering at the rooms and the view from the balcony, and the priest reassures him, "Don't stress, you're the court magician." While Kisaragi is staring at the view, she suddenly spots Princess Sharon and the hero who got summoned a second time standing on the balcony, chatting like nothing in the world can touch them. Kisaragi grumbles at what he's seeing, but the thought that he can finally head home lights a spark in him. Then Toya abruptly whips his gaze away from the city and stares straight ahead. Kisaragi throws one last look back at the city he's been stuck in, and the moment he realizes that tomorrow, when he's back in his real-world work, is going to pile up like crazy. Toya bursts into the hall where the ceremony's about to kick off and plants himself inside a chalk-drawn magic circle right beside him. A man sets down a pearl of reverse summoning, and the court magician barks that the ceremony is ready to start. The court magician starts chanting, and once he hits the exact words, he snaps his left-hand wand up, aiming the tip at the ceiling where a glass ball waits to glow. The wizards crank up their spell's power, and a blinding white light erupts around Kisaragi while Toya practically beams, Finally knowing he can get back to his everyday life and routine, Kisaragi's health tanks. His cheeks flush red, then his consciousness slips, and yet he still grins like, "Give it a little time, I'll look back and swear this was just an ordinary dream." Toya only catches the priest's last words, but even those don't make full sense. Then the minister announces that whoever ended up in these lands must be moved somewhere else, and right after that, Kisaragi vanishes. At last, the boy forces himself upright, only to realize he's standing in the middle of a bare, almost tree-less stretch. He glares at the sun, begging it to be some cruel joke, because he won't accept what just happened to him. For a while, he just sits on the steps, stuck in place, unable to accept that he hasn't gone back to his world, because Kisaragi has no clue what to do in this brutal, tangled mess. Kisaragi stays quiet for a beat, then blurts the same question again. Can he really crawl back to his world? And deep down, the answer feels painfully no. He still can't get used to his new look. Tuya grips his platinum hair, checks the robe draped over his shoulders, then guides him a few steps to the big stones nearby so he can sit down. He drops onto the rock, squeezes in a quick breather from all the shocks then, out of nowhere, a brand new game-changing question hits him in the middle of his rest. Kisaragi perches on a rock and stares at the sun. And right now, one tiny question burns louder than everything else: how in the world is he supposed to live? The hero can still see it back in the last world. That guy got up, went to work, and survived day by day. And when it was all over, he had no family left, so Toya was completely alone. Sure, the young man's relieved he has nobody to stress over until a loud rumble cuts through his deep thoughts, because even in the worst moments, he can't stop being hungry. Suddenly, Kisaragi snaps back to the spatial storage packed with everything he needs to level up, then throws it open, darts through the list, and lands on the exact item he's after. After flipping through countless items and even ransacking most of his own stash, Toya finally spots it, his bread stash of 99 copies, and the second he finds it, pure joy hits him hard. Kisaragi plops on a rock, tears into fresh mined bread, and decides right there that everything fate throws at him isn't as bad as it sounds. Toya even spots something wild when he pulls bread out of his inventory. The number beside the item drops like it's counting down in real time, so he finally jumps up and decides to make a move. Kisaragi still can't crack the answer to how he's supposed to live now, because this world is nothing like the one he was born into, and he's never truly learned how to live in it. The hero refuses to fold no matter what, and decides the real answer is simple: recheck the storage, but this time go way deeper. Then the guy snaps a wave of his hand, and the list swirls back around Toya like it's been waiting. After Kisaragi checks his inventory, his stomach drops. His storage is packed with weapons and game items he used to rely on, and stuffed in there too are junk treasures from the old world, like a helmet and shield that cost a fortune back then. The longer the hero digs through his vault, the more it hits him. He's missing the world he used to call home. But Kisaragi also knows there's nothing he can do right now. Suddenly, the boy lays eyes on the very first Buster sword, straight from his old game life, and he grabs it like it's destiny, choosing it as his weapon for now. Toya wastes no time, starting his survival by chopping down trees. The hero's blow lands with nothing but silence. His disappointment sparks, but he refuses to quit, rolls his shoulders, and swings again. Kisaragi tightens his grip on the Buster sword with both hands and commits he's swinging at the tree one last time, and Tuya's stubborn as hell, refusing to back down anytime soon. An hour later, the hero still can't bring that tree down, so he snaps to a new idea and swears he can use a weapon. It was never meant for magicians like him. After messing with the wood for a while, Toya suddenly clicks his hits are getting sharper, and he can't stop smiling, because now he gets to swing the Buster sword like a mage. The hero climbs out of the tree and realizes no way around it. He's got to reach a village or a city first. Then once he's there, he'll lay out his next move and plans. To reach a more populated area, Kisaragi decides to dig through the storage and grab whatever he can use to help him cross that distance. While Kisaragi was digging through his inventory, he suddenly spots a horse sitting there, like it's been waiting for him. He remembers using that exact mount in the game until he hit level 100, and once he upgraded to a better vehicle, he stashed the horse in storage. Suddenly, a blazing light starts to flicker right over his head. His shock hits instantly as he blurts it out, and Toya stumbles back a few steps from where it's coming from. Right out of nowhere, A monster-sized horse stomps into view in front of him, so huge it's multiple times larger than Kisaragi, with a long black mane flowing like a shadow, and he can't even process what he's seeing. Right then, the horse snaps its head toward Kisaragi and lets out a brutal, loud neigh, so loud it rattles the boy and spikes his fear. Tuya freezes, not knowing what to do, and just waits to see what the horse is about to do next. Suddenly, the horse trots right up to Kisaragi and starts licking his face, like it's lost in affection, and Kisaragi hates every second. Snapping at it to stop, Toya just stares and mutters that he definitely doesn't look like any kind of snack. Kisaragi wipes his face with his robe, still catching that horse drool on the fabric. Then he leans in and tells the animal he needs to reach a busy place, begging it to carry him to the closest village. The horse turns out to be a total sweetheart right after Kisaragi blurts out his request. It drops to the ground instantly, letting the boy climb on and ride. The young man hoists himself onto the horse's back and lets out a shaky breath of relief. He finally knows he's about to start living in this wild, unknown world. Then the horse surges forward and the hero's scream erupts with terror and surprise. The boy climbs onto its back to wrestle control, but the horse barrels on anyway, so he erupts in panic, pleading for it to slow down before the whole ride goes terribly wrong then. Amid the wild rush, he spots a cart parked nearby. Toya scans around the cart and suddenly realizes this wagon was packed with travelers who've just been ambushed by a brutal horde of goblins. And the monsters aren't done yet. They're coming for the boys, and the travelers are terrified, but they're gripping their courage and ready to fight. While Kisaragi rides hard on his horse, he tries to crack whether the battle in front of him is just some predictable pattern, and the hero is completely stuck, torn between jumping in to help or bailing and leaving. As the goblins start closing in on the travelers, Tuya freezes still, unsure whether he should step in to help the boys, because with him being only a first-level mage, he can't shake the fear that this choice could go terribly wrong. Kisaragi sits astride the horse, leans in and pleads with the animal to hear him. Then the hero's voice turns full of hope as he begs the horse to carry Toya so he can crush the goblins attacking the travelers. The horse screams a fierce neigh as it charges straight at the goblin horde, and before the monsters can even spot the new threat, they're still too intent on slaughtering the travelers because that terrifying doom is hanging right over their heads. Kisaragi can barely even process it while he's still on his horse, and the goblins don't get a single beat of warning either, because the animal strikes so fast and so ruthlessly that no one gets spared. Turns out this sudden burst of danger shocked not just the goblins and Toya, but even the travelers who thought outside help was never coming. As the boys freeze in pure shock, unsure whether to charge or run, the horse keeps smashing its enemies with zero mercy, while Kisaragi, up on its back, is rattled too, just like the travelers. As Toya desperately clings to the back of his horse, battling monsters in mid-chaos, one of their limbs whips past him in a blur. He stares in pure shock, then snaps his head away before he can even think about watching. The goblins start panicking the second they witness the animal tearing their relatives apart with terrifying strength. Then they completely lose sight of the travelers and bolt for the quickest escape they can find. The horse jerks again with that sudden, brutal twist, and a few sizzling drops of goblin blood splatter Kisaragi's face while he freezes, totally clueless, and just keeps riding on. Finally, the horse comes to a stop and stares at the travelers in eerie silence, while Kisaragi whips his head around in panic, counting the piles of dead monsters his four-legged companion just slaughtered. The horse starts hammering the ground with loud nails, then jerks its head around while it fidgets. It accidentally stomps on one of the monster's torn-off arms, and Kisaragi, seeing it happen, gets hit with an awful jolt and clamps his hand over his mouth. Finally, Toya snaps back to his senses, still perched on his horse, and spots one traveler who decides to creep up right toward the animal and its owner. Kisaragi orders his horse to a stop, then freezes because those three travelers he just watched get chewed up in a goblin attack aren't scared of the owner at all. They're terrified of the horse. Realizing the travelers are still terrified of the stranger and his animal, Kisaragi snaps into action. He leaps off his horse and blurts that he didn't mean to scare them. And the horse just wouldn't listen to him. The travelers finally let out a breath. The dread that clung to the travelers after those goblin raids starts to fade. And then one of them finally steps up toward Kisaragi to talk to the boy. The boy slides his sword back into its sheath as he closes in on Toya, and tells him the hero doesn't have to apologize because saving them means everything. Toya's face lights up with real gratitude. but you can still see the disbelief flickering underneath. The moment Kisaragi's guy speaks up, he gapes and admits he's stunned by how perfectly Tuya can stay mounted on a warhorse. Then when the hero hears him shout warhorse, he's blown away for real, but he just accepts it. The horse goes right back to licking Kisaragi's face, showering the hero with thanks, and Toya says, "It did everything for me on its own." But Kisaragi shoots back, "Yeah, even if that's true, it still loves its real master more than anything." Toya can't believe it. The horse is actually clinging to him now. He wipes the drool off his face with his robe again, then jumps right back into the conversation. Turns out the guys the heroes saved weren't just random strangers, they were guarding a merchant's cart at the Adventurers Guild's request. And now the travelers are tearing down camp, packing up their gear and heading out to keep building. Kisaragi snaps to it. This whole mess feels exactly like the isekai tale from his light novel, and right then, a second guy, a merchant, climbs out of the carriage and blurts out his gratitude to the hero for saving him. One of the travelers Kisaragi saved steps up and offers the boy a ride to the city, saying this chance is basically their way of saying thanks for the help. Kisaragi hears the merchant's offer, and joy hits him like lightning. He can't believe someone would really reach out like that, so he starts thanking everyone on the spot, urging them to help him reach the city. One of the travelers blurts out that the city they're heading to has a guild, and the moment the guy hears the hero's name, he pushes him to grab a conquest certificate because he's sure it'll be insanely useful for Toya. The hero's stunned because he has no clue what the traveler is even talking about. So he blurts out, "What's a certificate of conquest and why do we need it?" The traveler's left speechless, like, "You're seriously asking me that?" The traveler breaks it down fast. "This certificate of conquest is proof you crushed a monster, and if you hand it to the guild, they pay you for every beast you've slain." Kisaragi just crushed them, and he explains for creatures like these, you don't gather magic stones, you rip out the right ear, because these low-class monsters don't even have one. Toya nods like he gets it, then watches as the traveler hacks off the goblin's right ear. The boy who was spared, thanks to Kisaragi, finally chimes in, begging to be allowed to finish the job, anything to repay the hero for saving his life. The travelers truly appreciate Kisaragi, and they keep snatching trophies from the goblins while chatting like they're on the best day ever. Tuyas throws them heartfelt thanks with all sincerity. To keep his real look from getting exposed, Kisaragi tricks the travelers and claims he's lost his memory because there's no way he can explain how he wound up in that forest. By the crackling campfire, one of the travelers asks Tuya why he won't sign up with the Adventurers Guild, because once he earns that title, life would get way easier for him. The hero stares down that offer from the traveler, weighing it with a fierce seriousness, because if he wants to keep breathing in this world, he has to take it seriously. And honestly, earning the title of adventurer doesn't sound like a bad trade at all. Another traveler chimes in, and the moment he says there's a contract like that, Tuya could join the guild, then he'd be able to forge a subordination contract with the horse he summoned, and Kisaragi's jaw drops in shock. Turns out, in the new world, the folks whip up magical tools to bind a master and a servant with a contract. But there's one brutal catch: whoever crafts that deal has to be recognized as a monster. Tuya realizes just how rare warhorses are in this new world. Most even the top adventurers can't get their hands on one, and now it's Kisaragi's turn to stand guard over the camp. The travelers set up, as the hero keeps watch over the camp, his horse planted beside him. He can't stop thinking about the travelers' chilling words, "Make a submission contract," and "bind yourself." The boy whips around to study the horse up close, and Kisaragi leans over to ask if it sees the hero as its master, while Toya's worry practically radiates off him. At last, the travelers and the hero with them push through to the nearest city, and the Adventurers Guild demands the goods from them right on the spot. Turns out the place they've landed in is called Fendi. As Kisaragi pushes through the packed streets, he realizes this city is massive, wild and buzzing like it never sleeps. He decides to stroll down the busy shopping streets, weaving past stall after tightly packed stall, and Toya realizes that even right next to those booths, the crowd is ridiculously huge. Suddenly, the hero drops his gaze to the street and watches the people go by. Then his eyes lock onto a girl, and when he takes a closer look, it hits him. Beastmen actually live in the city of Fendi, and the shock almost knocks him off his feet. When the hero stumbles onto a girl from the beast race, it hits him. This isn't his world anymore. and the shock finally makes everything click into place. Kisaragi can't contain his excitement. Right as the city-bound travelers step up to Kisaragi, they tell him they can't take the brave hero with them anymore, so they're saying goodbye to Toya. Hearing that, the boy turns and thanks the adventurers one more time. Right before they head out, the travelers clink glasses with Kisaragi after his business is done, and once the boy hears they're treating him, he beams and happily accepts the merchants' and adventurers' drink. Toya tilts his head to the sky, drags in a deep breath, and releases it with calm strength, then strides right up to his horse and boldly announces that from this day on, he's becoming an adventurer. Once he hears the truth, if you want to be a real adventurer, you've got to register. He turns straight for the guild building, and the guild of the city of Fendi welcomes him with a simple coat of arms, a crossed axe and sword. To get into the guild building, Kisaragi has to drop off his horse at the stable first, so he hauls his buddy over, but the horse absolutely refuses to let go of him. That horse bucks and tries to bolt from the stable where Toya left him, but the hero snaps it straight. He's not abandoning his pet, so he tells the horse to just wait outside. Kisaragi's plan actually lands, and he hands the horse over to the stable like a pro. Then he tells his young pet to freeze right there, stay put, and not wander off for a second. Everyone nearby stares in shock at this horse like it's impossible. Right before he leaves, Toyo keeps turning back to check on his pet one more time, and the way the hero's face tightens shows he's truly praying everything will be okay. Finally, Kisaragi barges into the guild building, and the moment he steps inside, the fancy decorations and over-the-top luxury hit him so hard he can't help but let out a stunned sigh. Turns out, inside the guild building, besides Toya, tons of people are rushing around with their own missions. Life here is booming, and every single one of them showed up for a job they need to finish. The more Kisaragi scans the people packed inside the guild building, the heavier dread settles on his chest. He knows everyone here is just trying to run their own business, but that still doesn't calm a single nerve. Inside the building, everyone's talking over each other about their boring daily grind. Some even loitering by the assignment board. Kisaragi slips past two boys who sip from wooden cups, praying that things will somehow turn out okay for him. Finally, the guy shoves his way to the information desk, and a young girl behind it asks what she can do, so Kisaragi starts talking, then fumbles his words in total embarrassment. Still, the hero steadies his focus, locks onto his purpose, and blurts it out with laser clarity he wants to sign up with the guild as an adventurer. After waiting a few seconds, Toya adds that he'd love to strike a subordination contract with the horse he owns, and right then, the girl realizes the guy standing in front of her is fresh meat in the guild. Suddenly, the girl snaps back that horses don't need any subordination contract. Then Kisaragi fires back that he doesn't ride some ordinary horse, he's got a combat one. The moment Toya speaks, the girl behind the counter's face flips instantly. She snaps that this warhorse is a B-rank monster, and tells the hero to register right away. The girl fidgets like she can't believe it, stares at Kisaragi, and makes him fill out the form on the paper she hands over. Then she secretly wonders how badly she wants to see a real warhorse. As Kisaragi sits down to fill out the form the girl at the info desk hands him, panic hits. He realizes he has zero clue what language this world is speaking, so he stares at the paper's strange markings, reading them like his life depends on it. Suddenly, the hero clocks it. He can read the letters of this new world's language, and Kisaragi realizes something even crazier when he writes. His words instantly shift into the new world script. At last, the moment has arrived to register a guild card for the hero, and for Kisaragi, this isn't just paperwork, it's everything. Turns out, to register a guild card, you've got to add a drop of the person's blood, so Kisaragi gets pricked with a tiny needle, and the hero presses his wounded finger onto the glowing magic orb, and just like that, his guild registration goes through. A few minutes later, the girl at the front desk hustles back to Toya and opens her hands on a napkin, sits the Kisaragi guild card, and since it's also an ID, there's no way it can just disappear. The girl tells her that if whoever's holding the card presses it to their body, it drinks their magical power and instantly pulls up their registration, so Kisaragi can't resist trying it herself. The hero clutches the card to his chest for a couple of heartbeats, then snaps it up to his eyes while the guy stares. He finally realizes the card truly has his registration info on it, and she leans in and tells the hero he can take quests one level above his guild rank. Plus, in Tuya's case, those quests are E-rank buildings. When Kisaragi signed up for the guild, he didn't just get the info card, he also got amulets to forge a subjugation contract with the warhorse. Then he marched through the building, and pure joy exploded as he celebrated becoming an adventurer. To seal a subordination contract, the master has to snap on the bracelet from the amulet set. Then only with the monster's permission, place the matching necklace on it. Once that's done, the contract is officially closed. And the girl doesn't stop there. She hands Kisaragi a certificate proving he's the servant, and everyone else reads it like the real contract. The girl asks Toya if he's got any more questions, and without even blinking, Kisaragi fires back, asking the girl if she knows a place where he can drop off his warhorse. The girl behind the info desk tells herself no way can this guy stress about that horse. Then her mind races, mapping out every spot where Toya could have stashed his warhorse. The girl spots a bunch of options, but she shoots one down right away. This place is way too expensive to rent. Kisaragi notices she's genuinely trying to help him, and he thanks her from the heart, saying she's helping him more than she even realizes. Suddenly, she clocks one huge mistake. She never even introduced herself to Kisaragi, so she shoots him an apology. Then says her name is Melia, and beams, "I'm really happy to meet you, Toya." After the girl introduces herself, Kisaragi's face lights up with excitement, and the guy blurts out that he's just as thrilled to meet her. Melia suddenly leans in close to Toya and blurts out that she's got something important to tell him about his warhorse, and Toya can't believe she tracked down the answer so fast, but he doesn't shut her down. He's ready to hear every word. The girl's words get cut off mid-sentence. Wham! A deafening crash erupts from behind the guild building door, and Kisaragi snaps around instantly, desperate to figure out what just shattered the silence. Out of nowhere, the guild door blasts open, and a man ropes crudely binding him crashes through the doorway onto the floor, shaking with raw terror, while everyone nearby freezes, shocked and scared. From somewhere in the Guildhall crowd, a scream erupts, say the huge horse in the stable just went berserk. Kisaragi snaps to attention and realizes it's her horse. With a sinking heart, he realizes the horse he rode to the guild is completely unhinged, right as the street erupts in panic and the merchants behind their counters scramble, terrified and clueless about what to do next. That runaway horse just won't settle, so finally, the owner himself comes sprinting in to tame his panicking pet. And shockingly, he's almost got it under control. Later, Toya realizes some of these men are guild thugs, so they order him to get rid of the horse ASAP. But of course, the hero refuses to listen. The young man snaps at the horse to calm down again, louder this time, and with a chilling threat he warns, "If you don't obey me right now, I'm riding on without you." Hearing that, the horse snaps calm right away, his glare fades, and that rage in his eyes crumbles into deep, heartbreaking sadness. Toya isn't really mad at him at all. The hero was about to rip into the horse again. But before he could, one of the men behind the counters shouted his name. Then the old man spun around and snapped that this wasn't the horse's fault at all. It was the people's. The man says that a horse this jet black is insanely rare, and the old man adds that the guild guys strapped a rope on it and tried to haul it off. Then the poor thing snapped and went wild. The guy behind the counter tells Kisaragi the horse is just so friendly. But the truth hits harder. The animal didn't want to be pulled away from its owner. And those words leave Kisaragi stumbling, confused and mortified. The old man keeps talking, saying the adventurer's everyday life looks just like the day that all went wrong, and he's got zero sympathy because those guys brought it on themselves. Then he leans in and tells Toya to snap out of it, cheer up, and dig into some special meat from the city of Fendi. Turns out, in the guild, there've been a bunch of midday hearings getting snatched out of nowhere. No proof, no answers, and Kisaragi realizes just how horrifying that really sounds. Kisaragi and his horse drop down on the ground side by side, and the boy takes his time, chewing the meat while he spoils his horse with bites too. Then the hero watches the horse devour it with pure joy, stunned that it won't even touch grass. Suddenly, the hero snaps to it, while Toya was stuck playing on another account back in the past world. The horse had been rotting all by itself in storage the whole time Kisaragi keeps talking. He spins toward the horse and declares it his first real friend in this strange new world, and says Toya would absolutely lose it if anything happened to him. Kisaragi yanks a necklace from his pocket that can seal a contract with the horse, and the hero blurts, "Can you put it on him as proof like, As proof he's the servant, the horse dips its head in total agreement, letting Kisaragi hook the necklace around its neck like it's sealing the deal and bowing to its new master. The hero snaps a necklace onto the horse's neck and a bracelet onto his arm, sealing that subordination contract for real. Then it hits him. He has to name the beast. No hesitation, he blurts out, "Kokuyo," meaning black as obsidian. Once Toya finishes the deal and seals the subordination contract, the horse rears up, snorts, and lets out a triumphant neigh, like it just got exactly what it wanted. Kisaragi whips around to Kokuyo and tells him, "From now on, you take care of your master." With pure love pouring out of him, Kokuyo leans in again and starts licking Kisaragi's face. And even though Kisaragi hates it, he grits his teeth and endures it. Turns out there's a mystery watcher standing on the bridge by the river, watching Kisaragi and Kokuyo like a hawk while Toya screams for his pet to stop licking him. And this stranger stares the whole time, fully locked in. Then they realize a short, dark-haired girl is watching them up close. She spots beside Toya isn't some normal horse at all, but a war horse, and while she stares, she calmly chews her bread like she already knows how this is going to end. Turns out she's one of the unpainted people. Those sharp, pointed ears give it away, and after watching the chaos for a while, she realizes the warhorse is crazy about Kisaragi. Then she's hit with real shock at what she's seeing. While he's in Fendi, the hero chooses to crash at an inn. The guild swore by Foxtail Rest Stop, because it looks unbelievably cozy and welcoming. Turns out this inn is run by beastmen parents and their kids, and everyone comes for one thing, their legendary orch stew. On yet another day of Kisaragi's stay, a girl shows up and tells him she's cooked a special meal just for him. Suddenly, the girl who came to visit Toya spots him still fast asleep. Shocked, he zoned out through everything, and she figures the hero must be completely wiped out. The hero barely catches a word, he's still half asleep, so when the girl asks her question, Kisaragi just mumbles something you can't make out and stays sprawled there, eyes shut. Kisaragi finally jolts awake fully, springs out of bed, and gears up to handle what matters, grinning like crazy, because after so long, he actually got a real night's sleep. While the hero heads over to check on his horse, he can't believe it somehow he's still able to sleep shamelessly through the worst situations. At last, Kisaragi arrives at the stall, steps up to the right enclosure, and greets Kokurio. When the question hits, the horse starts licking his face again, and Kisaragi instantly reads it as a clear yes. As the hero wipes the animal's drool off his face with his robe for the second time, one thought hits him hard. He's got to learn everything about this world he's trapped in. Kisaragi remembers the moment he realized he could buy anything in this world using in-game currency, like when he checked into a hotel and paid a tiny fee to rent a room for 10 whole days. On top of that, Toya finally clocks that he has zero idea what the money in his hands is even worth. So he storms into the idea that he's got to study the city's economy for real. The hero tells the girl who rode with him to the stable that he's got to disappear for a while. Then he pivots to go right as the girl shouts his name to stop him. The girl shoots Kisaragi a grateful smile for his help, then starts pouring water into a basin for Kokuyo and tells the hero to head back to the inn early. She says it's all about dinner. This inn is serving orc stew tonight, and Kisaragi has to try it. Yet he hesitates hard, and that awkward vibe hangs around him. Once they step outside, Toya wastes no time. He's got to crack the truth behind money in this new world, so he starts digging into Fenty City's economy by hitting the local market on foot. After roaming the market stalls, Kisaragi finally realizes he doesn't need to stress about money at all. Then, while he's strolling around, a woman offers to buy him apples, and he happily agrees to take them. He strides down the street, then bites into an apple like it's the best thing in the world. Still strolling through the streets of Fendy City, the hero suddenly trips over a gun shop Kisaragi can't resist and steps inside to see what they've got. And the shop guy practically beams because he landed a customer in the city. Kisaragi doesn't waste a second, he storms straight into the weapon shop, fueled by one simple truth in fantasy worlds: you can't go anywhere without a sword. So he grabs one off the counter and lifts it into his hands. After eyeing every blade and bow in the weapon shop, Tuya snaps to a brutal truth: the gear he's got just isn't high rank enough, so he storms over to another rack full of different weapons only to find nothing worth taking. Right then, while a blacksmith inside the weapon shop hammered out yet another blade, he strode up to Kisaragi and asked Toya straight out if he was a magician. When Toya said yes, the blacksmith told Kisaragi to head to the magic gear shop right away. Kisaragi can't believe what he's hearing. Pure joy explodes in his chest, and he blurts out, "Wait, is there really a shop in Fendi City that sells magic books?" The blacksmith nods and confirms, yeah. Toya realizes he's never touched magic in the game yet. But he figures he should still swing by the magic tool shop, because those tools could be a total lifesaver. The hero steps outside and decides to hunt down the magic tool shop Twilight Pavilion, because he can't forget what the strange shopkeeper told him, like it was burned into his mind. The hero bursts into the store, and before he can even blink, Kisaragi swings open the doors of the Twilight Pavilion and greets the shopkeeper like he owns the place. He spots a tiny girl sitting in the shopkeeper's place, and for a second he can't even register her as real. She looks like a lifeless doll on that chair. Then Kisaragi stares harder, and it clicks, she's an elf. Suddenly, the girl snaps her eyes open, and Toya's stomach drops, because he's been totally wrong. She isn't a doll. Before he can even breathe, she blurts out that she remembers Toya better than anyone. She yawns like she's barely awake, and Kisaragi can't wrap his head around how she even remembers him. He doesn't even get a word out before the elf barrels in and demands whether he's searching for something. The hero can't help but stare. This store owner is supposed to be tough, yet it's only a little girl, and you can practically see the shock blazing across his face. That elf totally reads the hero's thoughts, and then her fury snaps out as she growls that she's way older than a guy like him, reminding him that even if she looks small, she's still a full-grown adult girl. Kisaragi just laughs off the girl's violent reaction, clearly sensing the guy's awkward embarrassment, so he asks her straight up if his own face gave him a lay. Neither the elf nor Kisaragi keeps the fight going. Toya snaps in right away, saying he's hunting magic books, and insisting that even as a newbie adventurer, he's still got the magic down. It's crystal clear she knows her stuff. She tells you beginner mages pay 10 silver coins for books, intermediates get them for 50, and high-level tomes cost a full 2 gold. The elf slams a stack of books onto the table in front of Kisaragi, and the girl leans in to tell him if he's just starting out. Grab the beginner's book because it's packed with spells for everyday life. While Kisaragi wanders the city, he swears he's finally cracked what his money is worth. Then he discovers it's this 1 copper coin, 100 yen, 1 silver coin, 10,000 yen, and 1 gold coin, a whopping 1 million yen. Kisaragi sinks into deep thought for ages, stuck between 2 terrifying choices: buy all 3 books at once and pray he can afford it, or risk missing out because it might be too pricey. At last, after making up his mind, the hero tells the elf in the shop, "I'll take all 3 of the books you suggested," and the girl is left gaping at Kisaragi's choice. After the elf hears Kisaragi's choice, she gasps that this hero is wildly special, despite being so young, and then she turns to him and asks for his name. He answers, Tuya. The hero finally gets it, he has to pay. So before his brain can even protest, he thrusts his hand out and yells for the item storage to open. And like a dream, it slides open while Kisaragi pulls out a bag of money. The elf spots that the hero can tap into the storage, and she's honestly shocked. Kisaragi steps in and confirms it. Yes, he can use the skill. Suddenly, it hits him something huge. Tuya turns to the elf and demands, "So you really went careless when you used the storage summoning skill out there in public?" The girl calmly tells him he doesn't have to be so cautious, then says the hero's rare skill could be copied if Toya used it. The elf would too, right as a mysterious vial drops from nowhere and lands in her hand. Kisaragi lets out a huge sigh of relief, because the elf can use a storage skill just like him. Then the girl grins and tells him hers is even better than his. The elf grins and proudly claims her storage skill. She calls it Natalia's. The Twilight Sage storage skill is capable of stuffing away up to 5,000 kilograms of inventory. The hero realizes that those 5,000 kilograms he can stash in the inventory storage are always a lifesaver, and Kisaragi thinks that ability is straight up brilliant. After mulling it over, he decides the elf's storage doesn't even come close. His own stash is so far beyond the limit that it's basically in a league of its own. The elf beams because she finally gets to flex her skills in front of someone, and the hero backs her up, praising just how powerful she is, while quietly deciding to keep his real strength locked away so her abilities can never stack up to his. Kisaragi's voice brightened with hope. "Do you need anything else from the magic tool shop?" But the boy cut it off, telling her it was high time he headed home. The elf says she totally gets it, he has to go back. Then the girl chimes in, telling him that if he needs to grab anything else, Toya can swing by the magic tool shop any time. Suddenly, the elf locks eyes with Kisaragi and declares he's got serious magic potential, then promises she'll teach him step by step. But she makes one thing crystal clear. It won't be free, she wants a price. Toya snaps his head toward the girl, stunned by what she just said, unsure how to even respond. Then Kisaragi goes silent for a beat and walks right out of the store. Right back at the end, Kisaragi wastes zero time. He drops into a seat and starts studying the books he grabbed from the magic tool shop that same day. He didn't even hesitate. He struck a candle on the table, dropped into a chair, shoved a book in front of him, and cracked it open, because the hero knew he had to master restoration magic at his current level. Right now, the hero hasn't even had time to read a couple of words before something weird hits ink in the book, starts flashing in front of his eyes, like it's trying to warn him. Kisaragi stops and lets his feelings sink in. Then he realizes every single spell scribbled in that book is already branded into his mind, all by itself. Those wild feelings crash away, and Kisaragi, still frozen in shock, stares at the pile of books on the table in front of him because he cannot wrap his head around what just happened to him. Toya stared at his hand in shock, then realized some of those high-level spells he'd imprinted in his mind the moment he opened the book were already under his control. Kisaragi can't wait to unleash the spells he just learned. He snaps his left hand into position and hurls the spell straight into the air. First, the hero takes a deep breath and dares to try the healing skill that he spits out the exact words, taps into his magic, and a blinding white glow starts flickering in Kisaragi's room. Next morning in the tavern, the innkeepers and the beastmen are jawing over drinks, and the girl leans over to her father standing right behind the counter and asks if he saw something glowing during the night. He's caught off guard, then flashes a cheerful smile. The girl's father shoots back, shocked out of his mind. His health has skyrocketed since last night, and he can feel it clear as day. His body feels absolutely incredible. Kisaragi steps out of his room and heads down to the tavern. Then a girl greets him, already besties with the hero from his days at the inn. She blurts, shaking with worry, that Toya didn't show up for dinner, and now she's terrified. Then he shrugs, saying he'd been wiped out after heading into the city, so the second he got back, he crashed into bed. Kisaragi drops into his seat at the table as the girl springs into motion, heading to the kitchen to cook him a hearty, mouth-watering breakfast. After a while, the girl slides over a steaming homemade soup and 2 warm buns for Kisaragi. Then tells Toya to dig in because he's been starving since yesterday, hungry almost the whole day, and the guy just keeps thanking her, over and over, like he can't believe how kind she is. Right when he starts digging in, he realizes he's still wiped out, so he raises a wooden spoon of soup inch by inch, then finally leans in to taste the meal the girl brought him. Kisaragi takes a bite and freezes. This dish is cooked to perfection, tasting incredible. Then the girl grins and says, the soup only hits so hard because it's packed with lots of orc meat. After he finished his meal, Kisaragi snapped into the same old habit from his past life, palms pressed together, fingers sliding up to his face, and he told the girl, straight from the heart, that he couldn't thank her enough for such a delicious treat. The girl clocks what he just did and blurs out, "That's weird, Toya." Then she tilts her head and wonders if his gesture is some kind of silent thank you for the food he's got back from his hometown. Kisaragi's voice turns soft with that ache for the old world, and she answers that he's right, while deep inside, the boy reels at being called strange, realizing this is a stubborn habit he can't just shake off. After breakfast, the hero trudges back to his room, collapses on the bed by the window, and lets out a heavy, exhausted breath. Toya pulls his registration card from his pocket, stares at it like it's a doorway, and can't stop wondering, can he ever go back to his old world? Or will the new one swallow him for the rest of his life? Kisaragi snaps back to the kingdom of Henrietta, where he'd been dropped the moment Princess Sharon summoned him, and the truth hits hard. This whole place is secretly a country inside the game. Then Toya finally realizes the city of Fendi where he's trapped is actually ruled by the kingdom of Sarondi. And the game never even bothered to mention it. Toya can't forget the exact spot he stumbled into right after the reverse summoning ceremony. And the worst part is this, he has no clue whether this world he woke up in even matches the one from the game. Kisaragi can only trust one thing. His storage room is still usable, stuffed with valuable gear, and that's when he decides to look inside again and swings the door open. Toya yanks a beginner's ring from the storage, and it's the most ridiculous thing ever. It blasts your experience points by 100 times, meant to level the playing field for every player. Without so much as a second thought, Kisaragi slips the ring onto his finger and commits no hesitation to becoming stronger, no matter what it costs. To put his brand new ring through its paces, Kisaragi heads straight for the forest and smashes up to the entrance south of Fendi City. The hero drags his warhorse along for a quick mission, and once they hit the spot, Kisaragi orders Kokuyo to stay put, promising he'll be back as soon as he checks something deadly important. Kisaragi won't let the horse go thirsty or empty, so the hero taps into everyday magic and pours him water. Kisaragi watches the horse start gulping water, and a wave of relief crashes in, and he thinks, "See, we're good. This horse is smart." Then he remembers what the inn folks told him: no scary strong monsters prowl that forest. The hero yanks out the buster sword, ready to swing it the moment danger hits, then pushes deeper into the forest, eyes sharp, every step cautious, and Kisaragi realizes he's got to be just as careful. As the hero pushes deeper into the forest, Kisaragi's mind races over how many monsters lurk in the dark. Then he spots goblins huddled in a circle, munching on an animal they just tore down. The hero stays huddled in the bushes, and before he even realizes it, he's already clocked several monsters nearby. Kisaragi doesn't rush in. He shuts down for a second to map out his next move, slips into the bushes, and stares into the dark as memories of his old life as a regular office worker hit him hard, making him doubt he can actually beat the goblins. Tuya hesitates big time about taking down those two-legged goblins, and as he stares at one of them, doubt hits him hard. Suddenly, Kisaragi's courage gets yanked back into reality. Those goblins are still his enemies, and he can't afford to question his choice now. The hero sucks in a deep breath, then tiptoes up on a goblin who doesn't even know what's coming, until Kisaragi whips around and rips into his back with a buster sword, landing a fatal strike. That sudden strike snaps the remaining goblins to attention. Then they surge forward, pounding toward Toya in a blur, shouting something at him. But the words come out like nonsense, even to the hero. Kisaragi keeps mowing down every monster that lunges at him, slashing them out one by one with ruthless precision, darting so fast and smooth that none of them ever get a second to react. After he cuts down a few more monsters, Kisaragi stares at his trembling hand and realizes this isn't how the game felt, because in real life, every fight is a gamble with his own life. After Toya wipes out every last monster in the territory he finds, he finally decides the job is done. He's killed enough. Then he throws himself a quick breather and catches his breath. Right after that, the guy yanks open his registration card to see what that monster-packed battle did to him, and when he reads the result, it hits him with a sweet, pleasant surprise. Kisaragi couldn't believe it. He just jumped up 6 whole levels in one shot, and right after, Tuya noticed the ring he'd thrown on at the end was finally kicking in. Once he finally figures out how the leveling system works in this new world, his next move clicks instantly. He knows exactly what he has to do. Without a second thought, Kisaragi charges straight for the orc pack, and before long, he spots them. He dashes off to hunt the higher-level monsters, and when he's done, the hero wipes them all out without mercy. He scavenges the loot from the monsters he's already wiped out, way too many to count. And the moment he's done, the hero decides it's time to ride back to Kokuyo. With zero hesitation, he whips around and stares the monsters down one last time. Kisaragi hovers his hand over them, then decides the orcs he just killed belong in his storage. Toya's inventory is set now. The boy can finally head out and meet his horse in peace. Getting out of the forest costs him everything. Then he spots Kokuyo, only to see the horse's coat is grimy. He barrels forward at full speed, desperate to reach him. Kisaragi bolts into a run and sprints straight to his faithful friend. Then his world drops when he sees the horse is drenched in blood, and panic hits him hard. Right after Toya storms onto the road where the hero ditched his horse, he snaps his head back and realizes the red splatter soaking the ground isn't his at all. It's the goblins he slaughtered. Kisaragi beams and praises his friend, saying he wouldn't expect anything less from Kokuyo. His brave warhorse, and you can practically see the joy light up in him the moment those warm words hit his ears. Kisaragi scans the road with sharp eyes right there on the spot, checking how many goblins his horse has slaughtered, more than 30 monster corpses. And honestly, the hero just can't wrap his head around what he's even supposed to do with all those dead things. Kisaragi clocks that Kokuyo's fur is tacky with the blood from the goblins he just killed, and Tuya grins, saying that once they're back at the inn, he'll use magic to give the horse a proper wash. Before heading back to the inn, Toya rushes to the Adventurers Guild, ready to hand over the monster loot he just brought in. Standing behind the counter, the girl stared at the mountain of materials Kisaragi dumped in front of her and blurted, wide-eyed, how many monsters he'd actually managed to kill in a single day, while Toya only laughed it off, sheepish and admitting he'd just gotten carried away. Then the hero grins and adds, "Good news. I've still got stuff tucked away in my storage like a bunch of orcs." Kisaragi is about to fire back with more, but the girl behind the counter cuts him off. She hears him say storage, and immediately orders Kisaragi to wait for a moment. The hero's caught off guard, but he still nods and agrees. The girl leans in and tells Toya she'll guide him straight to a storage room tucked behind the building, pointing him to exactly where to go. Then the moment storage hits the air, everyone inside the guild building snaps their heads toward Kisaragi. The girl tells the hero, "Keep the vault secret. You've got to hold on to that truth." Then it hits the vault isn't just a place. It's a skill so rare that tons of people are clawing for it. The girl warns that once the other teams learn Kisaragi has a vault, they'll come hunting to recruit him, and Tuya immediately clicks he doesn't want that fate for him. Finally, Melia and Kisaragi burst into the storage room, and a young guy on shift spots them at once, demanding to know if the girl brought any materials. Dalak steps a little closer to Melia and Toya, then leans in and demands, "Did the hero get you?" You can feel it right from the start, the workers acting weird around Kisaragi. Then it clicks. His name's Dalak, and he runs the whole workshop. The hero steps forward, introduces himself, "I'm Tuya," and Dalak stares like he's never seen him in the guild before, so he fires back, asking if Kisaragi is new, then demands to know where the materials are. Toya keeps clamming up about where he really stashes the materials he's grabbed. Then, after a long pause, he finally admits they're all sitting in his storage. Dalak's eyes light up. This guy actually knows how to use the storage. He snaps, "Kisaragi, get everything onto the table," but the hero hesitates, warning, "There's a ton of stuff, I'm not sure it's smart to lay it all out." Darlot laughs off his worries, swearing that every single person in this shop is a full-on professional, so he has nothing to fear, and the newbie doesn't have a thing to be embarrassed about. Kisaragi shoots back that if Dalak demands it, he'll spill every single item. He's got no hesitation. The hero flicks his hand, and the storage pops open, laying out exactly what he needs. Dalak and Melio just stare, completely silent. Toya yanks 200 goblin ears from the vault, then grabs 10 dead orcs and stacks 30 wolf carcasses right as the hero keeps pulling out the wolves he just killed. A Dalek slams him to a halt, and the workshop worker, still reeling from what he just saw, snaps Kisaragi to stop hauling out seemingly endless supplies from storage. And then it hits. The whole workshop is packed, wall to wall, with dead monster corpses. Dalek throws in the towel, admits he misjudged the hero, and tells the truth, he was wrong. Then the man snaps at the boy to stop yanking materials out of the vault because the dead monsters in there don't rot. The worker warns that if Kisaragi keeps hauling back a mountain of bodies from his hunts like clockwork, it's going to end badly, and Toya steps in, telling Dalek he's not planning to hunt again anytime soon. Dalek fires a question at Kisaragi. "Are you a high-ranking warrior?" And Melia snaps back, "Nope, Tuya's just an E rank." Kisaragi explains that he only hit E rank because the travelers he rescued pitched in helping him farm goblin ears, and that grind shot his level up. Dalaka shoots back, "Yeah, I get it all." After waiting in silence, he strides up to Toya and blurts that he just figured out there's an insane new recruit in the guild, and he's blown away. Right as Tuya is about to bolt out of the guild, Melia stops him to say the materials he grabbed will be judged tomorrow, and she's so sure that the hero will shoot up a rank. Milius claims Kisaragi being an E rank makes the material haul feel way too weird, and the guy just grins like, "Yeah, I get it all." With a shaky voice, the girl asks Toya if he's truly just an ordinary magician because the tricks he's pulling don't look like normal at all. Melia says she'd rather call Kisaragi a berserker than a mage because the guy's just insanely strong. Toya hears about a berserker job and his excitement explodes. He's desperate to switch classes, but the girl is so terrified she can barely breathe. Turns out, Kisaragi isn't just looking to fight, he's craving the berserker life, the kind where you tear through every enemy you meet and leave nothing standing. And reaching that level is brutally, insanely hard. Milia's voice cracks as she admits the berserker in her world is nothing but a legend, and she can't even remember a single person who ever cleared the 100th level. As Kisaragi rushes back to the end with Kokuyo, he can't shake how bizarre it is that nobody even talks about the fact you can switch jobs after level 100. Toya remembers there was a job change option in the game, and some players were using it non-stop. Kisaragi realizes that if he boosts the whole thing with the ring, he'll smash through his goal way faster than he ever could. So yeah, this is seriously great news. Toya snaps open her info card again. He checks his stats and realizes that after just one hunt, he already shot up to level 35, so he's convinced that if he keeps grinding, level 100 is absolutely within reach. Kisaragi gets it swapping his job to warrior won't give him what he truly needs, so he spills every bit of that to Kokuyo, who's right there beside him as they walk. Out of nowhere, Tuya whips around to his horse, slams the brakes and grins as he vows confident to his bones that he's going to become a berserker in this new world. He challenges Kokuyo to a fight, and the horse, totally smitten, starts licking his face again like it's the ultimate love letter, while the guy absolutely hates it. Toya drops a serious truth and declares he has to get stronger. The hero blurts out that he can't wait to start cultivating, so he and Kokuyo sprint straight toward the inn, pushing their speed to the max. Suddenly, the hero snaps to attention something terrible just hit near the hotel, and the frantic screams all around are proof. Kisaragi and Kokuyo sprint toward the temporary residence, and the second they arrive, worried faces of the owners hit them like a punch. The girl and her father whip their heads toward Kisaragi. She's trembling with worry, but her father just stands there, stone calm, staring like nothing can rattle him. He swings around to Toya and tells him the hero has to get out of the hotel the very next morning, and it hits the hero like an awful surprise. Shaken by the brutal news that the heroes are getting kicked out of the inn, he hurries back to the guild, and Milia, hearing Toya's claim, just can't swallow it. She presses him again, demanding to know if it's really true. The girl whips around to Kisaragi and demands, "Are you a criminal, or is this just your look?" He snaps back that it's all the result of a brutal misunderstanding. He spills to Milia the real reason the inn owners booted Kisaragi out. Kokuyo's been terrorizing the horses in the stable, and Milia just can't wrap her head around the truth. Kisaragi blurts out that the inn's chaos started because some guests bolted, scared out of their minds, by the horses freaked out by Kokuyo, while the hero just stares like, "No way, that sounds way too ridiculous." Kisaragi shuts up mid-story, his face hardens, and he demands that Milia finds him a new hotel only for her to shrug and say, the exact same disaster can strike anywhere. Milia points at Kisaragi's head and tells her don't rent just any room, rent a mansion. Toya hears this wild proposal and practically freezes renting a mansion that cheap. Milia just smiles and says, "Hey, the city's got low-priced real estate too." Melia tells him there's one wild special condition he'll have to meet if he wants to rent the mansion she's offering. Plus, the mansion's owner is downright strange. Then Kisaragi and the girl finally make it to the shop. Tuya had already visited. Melia bounds into the building, spots the owner, and with a bright grin calls out, "Natalia," like they haven't seen each other in forever. Turns out the building's owner is that same elf girl who sold those magic books to Kisaragi just days ago. Now she blinks awake and stares up at the sudden visitors, looking half asleep and stunned. Natalia yawned and stretched in lazy, slow motion, and when she saw Melia, she said only a guild lady came to call. Then Melia smiled and told her she and her companion wanted to talk about the mansion. Natalia looks crushed and asks if anyone's shown up to test their luck and try renting that mansion again. Then she fires off, "People never learn, do they?" and demands, "So who exactly came to see me?" Kisaragi shows up at the door, and Natalia instantly knows him while Melia watches, stunned that they're this close. Toya then gives the elf a wave. Kisaragi leans in and tells the guild girl that years ago, he used to trek to Natalia just to grab a couple of magic books from the magic tool shop. Natalia swears she got every single detail perfectly. Then the girl says the hero's name again and leans in, asking if she remembered him right. Kokuyo chills outside, waiting on his master, and the elf whispers, "Let's hit the mansion." So all three bail from the magic tool shop and disappear into the night. Natalia, Toya, and Melia stride toward the mansion with Kokuyo, weaving past the stunned folks of Fendi City as they line the streets like they've never seen anything this wild in daylight. As Kisaragi strides down the street, the crowd erupts, yelling about his warhorse, and everyone stares when they see how huge it is. Kokuyo's intimidating look makes a ton of people flinch. After they trudge through the streets for a while, the heroes spill into another part of the city, one that feels painfully familiar. Like an elite district, Kisaragi's eyes widen as he realizes where they've landed, and he can't believe the elf's mansion is hiding in a place like this. As the three of them stride past a massive, ridiculously luxurious building, Natalia snaps around and jabs her finger at it, declaring with full confidence that this mansion is hers. Kisaragi doesn't react right away. When the hero finally gets a good look at the mansion Natalia told him about, delight crashes into pure horror, and it hits him hard. When Toya came here to rent a place, he never expected to find something this luxurious. As they stride up to the mansion's front door to enter, Kisaragi blurts, stunned, "Will this place be way too fancy for me?" Natalia shoots back that if he's the one renting the mansion, he has nothing to worry about. The elf tosses in a sharp, sarcastic jab and says it's all up to Toya whether he can even survive living in a mansion like that, because the rental deal reeks of a hidden catch. The mansion door swings open, and Natalia strides in, then slams to a stop and blurts out Ferris's name like she's hunting her. But the hero can't make sense of it, because the mansion is empty, and there's nobody to answer. Toya decides to check anyway, so he slips a few steps behind Natalia and spots white smoke swelling near the stairs, and when Kisaragi realizes what it might be, panic hits him hard. The elf stared at the swirling smoke, grin locked in place, and declared that only the one the girl from that white mist recognizes can survive in this mansion, and Kisaragi couldn't believe what he was seeing. When the smoke finally fades, our hero spots a sweet young girl with light hair and light eyes, and it turns out her name is Ferris. She's not just a visitor, she's the spirit of the very mansion they came to. Natalia takes a couple steps toward Ferris, and boom, Ferris pops up out of nowhere, grinning like they haven't seen each other in forever, while Kisaragi just freezes on the spot, completely baffled, wondering how the girl even appeared. As the hero freezes in place and stares at Ferris, he's stunned by how gorgeous she is, but her face just sits there, blank as a doll's, and Kisaragi can't help but see the same lifeless look. Toya decides to dig deeper into the girl, whips around to Natalia, and asks if the mansion's spirit is just a ghost haunting the place, only for the elf to stare at him, crushed, and snap back. "And you really don't know that?" Melia barges into the talk and says it plain the mansion's spirit lives right in the building. This guardian watches over the house and brings good luck to everyone inside. Toya wrings his brain, trying to remember what this feels like. Then the hero clocks it. The mansion's spirit is just like the Zashiki Warasi from his old world, and that realization hits him hard, spiking his nerves. Turns out the house spirit picks who gets to live there. So Kisaragi has to face the brutal truth. Even if he owns the place, he still can't move in unless Ferris recognizes him. Kisaragi leans in, nervous, and asks Ferris what he's supposed to do to get her to confess. Then Natalia flashes a grin and tells him, "You don't have to do a thing. A confession is ridiculously easy." The elf turns to the mansion's spirit, then swings back to the girl and demands what she thinks of Kisaragi. Ferris stares hard at Toya, and the hero can't help but feel like he's staring back, caught in those bright, light-struck eyes. Kisaragi just sits there in silence for a beat. No words, no hesitation. Then she gives Natalia a quiet nod and, with that simple move, tells everyone at the mansion she's officially granting Kisaragi permission to stay. Ferris looks stunned, frozen for a moment like he can't find the right words. Then the girl bursts into laughter and tells him she finally gets it all, so the elf walks away thinking, Kisaragi's a good person. Natalia spins to the guy with a bright grin and tells him, "Good news, you get to live in this mansion from now on." Melia beams at Kisaragi and tells him she can't believe it, the mansion's spirit recognized the hero, and that blows him away. Toya's stunned and can't figure out how it happened, but he's still thrilled to hear the news. While Kisaragi shares his joy with Melia, Natalia can't stop thinking about it. He didn't just get recognized by the warhorse, the mansion's spirit knew him too, and that freaks her out. The heroes rush back to the magic tool shop, and Natalia tells Kisaragi his mansion rent is a whopping 150,000 gil a month. No discounts ever, because usually is as close as she gets to mercy. The hero figures he'll be shelling out almost 2 million gil every year just to rent the mansion, and he shrugs like it's nothing, because he can totally afford it. Without even pausing, Kisaragi slams his approval into the deal and tells Natalia everything. Then she grins and says, "While we were stuck in that mansion, I got hungry, so I'm starving, I want to eat." Suddenly, Kisaragi snaps his hand up and declares they've got to celebrate the deal, and right in front of the heroes. Plates slam onto the table as cake pieces materialize. Natalia stares, utterly stunned by what she's seeing. Tuya leans toward the elf and asks, "Is this your first time seeing a cake?" Kisaragi grins and explains that what's sitting on the plate is a sweet called cake. Natalia, completely baffled, scoops a bite of cake with her spoon like she's not sure what she's even holding then. Without hesitating, she stuffs the piece right into her mouth. The ELF's face flips in an instant, from shock to pure contented joy, like happiness just clicked into place. Milia trails right after her and takes a bite too. Then Natalia lights up and asks what the hero gave her to taste. The girl beams and says the cake's sweetness has her smiling, because it's the first time in her whole life she's ever tasted something like this. When the hero sees this, he realizes just how dangerous sweetness can be, and he blurts out that he's relieved Natalia actually liked the treat. Turns out the girl demolishes the cake in record time, then asks Kisaragi for a few more slices while the guy stares in shock at just how fast Natalia devoured it. The hero snaps, dead serious, that there's not a single scrap of cake left, and he's sure he can't just yank stuff from storage. Natalia would catch on immediately. Without a second thought, Natalia snaps to Toya and proposes a brand new deal. She promises Kisaragi the mansion if he'll just hand over a few more pieces of cake. The hero is hit with pure shock. He rockets off the sofa like it's on fire. Milia spins toward Natalia, wide-eyed, and blurts, "What is that elf even saying?" Natalia lays out her offer, and the girl fires back that she can't live in this mansion anyway, so she'll just hand it over. She turns to Toya and demands, "Is this a good deal, and are you in?" Before Kisaragi can even answer, Natalia bursts out again, grinning like crazy, and tells the hero she'd love to go for more cake. Then she practically flashes the empty plate at him, fully hoping Toya will still take care of her. Kisaragi stared at Natalia, completely lost about what was going on in her head. And then he realized the deal she'd just offered was actually insanely good. Kisaragi blurts out that he'll take the elf's deal, and the elf lights up. She can't believe the hero actually said it's true, but he tells her, "Forget the cake if you don't mind. I'll bring Natalia something new to try, and it's just as delicious." Kisaragi yanks out another dessert from storage, and Natalia blurts, furious, that she doesn't see a cake on the table, so Toya leans in and tells her the sweet is a chocolate parfait, every bit as delicious as a cake. Even though Natalia's still fuming, she decides to take the parfait the hero offers, and the second she bites in, her anger melts because she instantly realizes how insanely good it is. Melia spots that Natalia's loving the treat and nudges her, asking if she can have a bite too. Then the elf snaps her attention over and flat out says no. After the girl hears it, Melia's voice softens and her face sinks a little. But she insists she never thought Natalia would give a different answer. The guild lady snaps her gaze to Toya and tells him that once the purchase and sale agreement comes through, he'll have to bring the girl back to the trading guild. All three heroes storm out of the mansion and head straight for the guild, and Natalia beams like a kid who just hit the jackpot. She's thrilled with the deal, and if Kisaragi has even one more sweet stashed away, she's ready to demolish every last one. Kisaragi sits there, looking perfectly calm, like nothing could shake him. While the thought hits him, stunned and smiling, he never in a million years imagined he'd trade sweets and somehow end up with a mansion. While the heroes are still trudging across the mansion grounds on their way to the guild, Toya spots Kokuru off in the grass, happily frolicking like he owns the place, and Kisaragi realizes it isn't just Kokuru who's enjoying this mansion. Even his own horse looks genuinely glad to be here. At last, the heroes reach the trade guild building and seal the purchase and sale deal for real, and the guild's woman tells them the paperwork's done. The purchase is officially complete. Kisaragi thanks the woman for everything she did to seal the deal, tells her it's time he heads out, but she begs him to stay a little longer. Right then, A merchant gold worker snaps that Toya's about to get hit with property taxes now that he's bought the mansion. Kisaragi fires off another confused question. What tax is he stuck paying this time? The worker shrugs and says, dead serious, it's the property tax and it's 2 million gil this year. Kisaragi hears that huge number and the horror hits him like a truck. There's no way he can believe what he's just been told. The worker says the mansion the hero bought costs a fortune, and Toya blurts, all flustered, that he figured Natalia had already footed the bill. Natalia stays calm, saying the debt ballooned because nobody has ever lived in that house. And then she adds, wide-eyed, that she never thought someone would show up that Ferris would instantly recognize. The elf snaps that she won't sell the mansion with the spirit to anyone the spirit doesn't recognize, and when she says it, the worker shoots back, then you're the exception. Natalia leans in and tells Kisaragi to ignore it, then orders the hero to keep Ferris safe while he's stuck living in that mansion. When Toya finally steps back into his brand new mansion, he freezes. Something feels wildly off, and he can't shake it, because he never once imagined he'd land a luxurious home in another world. Kisaragi and Kokuyo press closer to the mansion, and the hero's mind starts racing about his next move, only he's in zero hurry. Suddenly, the hero whips around to the horse and tells it he thinks Kokuyo needs to head back to the vault for a while. Then he flicks his hand, poof, the horse vanishes. Kisaragi can't believe it. He actually managed to slip the horse back into the vault. He swings the vault open, and there it is. The horse actually back where it belongs. Tuya blurts out that he stumbled into it by accident, convinced this world could never cram living beings into storage. Then he lands on the only reason it worked. Kokuyo started out as an object in the first place. Shock hits the hero if Kokuyo can just be shoved into storage. Then Kisaragi doesn't need that massive mansion at all. She can stay at the hotel and relax. Eventually, the hero finally admits he can't stash that horse in storage forever, so he snaps it back into the real world, raises his hand again, and the horse suddenly materializes. It starts tugging at Kisaragi's hair, biting his head lightly. Then you can tell Kokuyo's fury is blazing from his every move, and the hero finally gets wire. Finally, Toya barges into the mansion, rips open that massive door, and turns to Ferris, "I'm home." The second the hinges creak, the girl pops into the hallway again, forming from a swirl of white smoke. Kisaragi watches it all click into place and realizes Varus totally gets what he's saying, so he's about to talk to that girl. The hero tells Ferris, "From today on, you've got me," then adds, "I know my visit to this house is a shock, so take me around the mansion, please." Ferris wore Kisaragi's face like it was staring him back. Toya couldn't believe his eyes when the girl smiled at him. Then he convinced himself it was all in his head, because he swore Ferris's expression never really changed. Natalia warned him, the spirit of the house never lets its face change, and the house spirits can't talk at all. The hero also learned the terrifying truth before anyone else even catches wind. Spirits move into the house and watch it like it's sacred, guarding it with their lives, and that's why a home with a spirit won't collapse or fall apart. It stays locked in its current state, no matter what. Turns out, for decades and decades, countless people tried to buy the mansion from the hero, but the house's spirit picked the master all on its own. And in all those years, Ferris never once recognized a single soul. As Ferris shows Kisaragi around, they slip into a gigantic, opulent bathroom, decked out with towering lion head statues, and the huge, stunning bathtub sitting right in the room steals the show. The hero blurts out, stunned, "Wait, can you really use a bathroom that big any time?" And Ferris just nods, saying nothing, while Kisaragi spots the answer and fires back, "That's so cool." After a bit, Toya heads back into the bathroom and slides into the tub, sure that folks in the new world would be just like the Japanese, and of course use bathtubs. Kisaragi finally realizes Ferris has been running this mansion like a pro, and that snaps the hero into action time to revamp his own lifestyle, level up, and dig through his stuff for answers. The hero yanks himself up and steps out of the bathroom, already realizing he's got a mile-long list of things to do. When Kisaragi rises to his full height in the bathroom, Ferris pops into the room at the exact worst moment and catches the hero completely naked. While the girl's face twists with Nella's shock, Ferris just stands there, stares at Kisaragi in total silence, and suddenly embarrassment crashes over him, face burning as he starts to blush. He's so clueless about what to do next that he can't find a single word and stays quiet. A few seconds later, Toya leans in and tells Ferris to get out of the bathroom for a bit, and the moment she hears it, she vanishes like lightning. Kisaragi's stomach drops. He remembers they promised the house spirit would look after him, but now he realizes he doesn't need a guardian in the bathroom. Right then, Kisaragi's eyes snap over and she spots a fresh set of clothes sitting exactly where Ferris stood when she first vanished from the bathroom. Before Toya even gets dressed, the hero clocks that a girl brought everything, and Toya wastes no time deciding he has to properly thank Ferris for the clothes. Kisaragi blurts that it's been ages since Ferris ever helped him bathe like this. Then he realizes Ferris will handle every bit of housework too, and he's stunned that house perfume really is a miracle. The hero sinks into a chair, replaying the moment the girl recognized him, and Toya clocks just how much that question matters, so he decides to confront her about it straight up soon. While the hero wonders what'll happen if he talks to Ferris, his eyelids start to droop. Then he drifts off to sleep. Right at that moment, the girl herself barges into the room and tucks a blanket over the hero, who's still asleep in the chair. After Ferris tucks Kisaragi under the blanket, she drops into a squat beside him and gazes straight into the hero's face, her expression sweet and tender, like it's only for him. The very next morning, the hero grabs Ferris's attention and tells her it's time he's got to go. He also says he's about to fire off a bunch of guild requests and grind his level up a little, so he's staying in the forest for 3 solid days. Ferris hears that and panics instantly, and then Kisaragi tells the girl, "Watch over the mansion while I'm gone." Toya spots the fear in Ferris's eyes, so why is she looking this worried? He can't figure it out, so he tells her, "Don't stress, everything's gonna be okay." Even with that tough-looking face, he insists he's still a beast of a warrior, and he tells Ferris, "I'll be back home soon." Right as Kisaragi says goodbye, he reaches out and rests his hand on her shoulder, but it slips straight through her. He blurts out an instant apology, because the second his hand brushes her shoulder, it flares and burns, and he's terrified of what happens when people touch the house spirit. Kisaragi finally storms out of the mansion, tells Ferris it's time to go, and leaves the girl inside, hand on his shoulder, eyes locked on him. Kisaragi charges into the heart of the western forest, takes a D-rank job to wipe out the orcs, and hunts them for the right ears. Then, with pure skill and zero hesitation, he slaughters every monster one by one. After the fight, Toya drops down, exhausted, right onto the body of an orc he just took out, while Kokuyo lingers nearby, and Toya figures out the truth fast. Kokuyo's here in the new world to earn money and finally pay for the house. The hero realizes the reward has to match the request, but he refuses to settle. He decides he's going to squeeze out a little extra money for himself. The hero stares at the ring he snatched from the vault, then declares, "With this thing's power, my level shoots up way faster than before." Kisaragi remembers Ferris swore he'd be back in 3 days, but even so, the hero digs in and stays in the forest a little longer. He can't shake the worry, what if everything goes sideways while Ferris stays behind to run the house? While the hero is out in the forest, grinding levels, Ferris is already waiting inside the mansion, holding down the fort until he comes back. The girl's stomach drops. She's terrified he won't come home. While Kisaragi was gone from the mansion, he tore through every monster that crossed his path and shoved every last one he killed straight into his vault. Turns out the hero's storage doesn't get heavier despite stuffing in a ton of items without the weight budging an inch. Out in the forest, our hero fights, scavenges, and learns like how monster blood can turn even sharp weapons dull in an instant. But if you shove a dull weapon back into its storage and pull it out again, it comes out clean and sharp like nothing ever happened. Same deal with torn, dirty clothes. After hours of hunting and recycling every scrap he can find, the hero finally snaps and opens his status to check, while Hisaragi is already on edge, worried to his core. When Toya finally sees the result, he whips around and thanks the ring that boosts his experience by a crazy 100 times, then laughs and calls it cheating. Turns out, while he tore through the forest and slaughtered wave after wave of monsters, the hero finally unlocked something wild. He reached the cellular level, and man, he's grinning, absolutely thrilled with what he pulled off. Kisaragi whips around to Kokurio, grinning like he just found gold, and shouts that his path to becoming the berserker he's been craving is finally moving. So much joy hits the hero that he's shaking with pure electric anticipation. Out of nowhere, the hero gets hit with a pop-up, asking if he wants to switch jobs. Kisaragi grins and slams, yes, thrilled, he can finally become a warrior. But the moment he clicks, his smile dies and his face darkens. Turns out Toya's fuming, because the only jobs he can pick are High Mage and High Priest, and he's furious that both paths are tied straight to magic. With despair crushing him and disappointment burning, Kisaragi drops to his knees and pleads with the info window. Tell him it doesn't mean the other job is tied to magic too, because he can't bring himself to accept it. Toya tells everyone he cracked open a magic book and mastered every restoration spell. Then he leans in and asks, "If I climb all the way to becoming a high mage, will I keep pushing my studies or will everything change?" Kisaragi snaps Kokuyo out of his gloomy spiral by biting his head, and Toya tells the horse, "I know he's in a terrible state right now. Once he finally shakes off his gloom, he snaps that he has to keep hunting, no matter how brutal the news has been. He wipes the drool off his head one more time, then shrugs like, "I've got a sword, so what does my job even matter?" And just like that, Toya's profession flips to a Tier 1 high Yuageya job on Kisaragi's side today. Turns out Kisaragi's next target is to crank a high mage up to level 100, and then he can't wait to see what profession that young man will switch into next. After a long grind in the forest, the worn-out hero finally drags himself home because all that struggle was just to unlock his berserker form. Kisaragi steps into the mansion, and the second he's inside, he rushes to Ferris and blurts out an apology for keeping her waiting. She doesn't pop up for the hero right away, then suddenly he finally sees her clearly, and there she is, crying. Ferris blurts to Kisaragi that he's late, and she's been freaking out the whole time he was gone. A flustered Toya darts up to the girl, blurts out another apology, and admits he was so locked in on leveling up that he completely lost track. Then, right as he's about to say more, his eyes snap to something crucial. Kisaragi turns to the girl and tells Ferris it's wild she can talk, while Toya struggles to keep the shock off his face. Then the girl stops crying cold and stares at him, stunned. Kisaragi grins and says he'd love to talk to the girl. Then he turns around and thanks her for watching the mansion while he was gone. Right now, the Adventurers Guild is buzzing with a heated conversation, and one man can't hide his shock. He thought a newcomer he believed in would never buy a house in this city. Milia, chiming in as one of the speakers, says that if someone as legendary as Tuya decided to move into the city, the guild would be getting a massive boost. A man by the window stares out and tells everyone he's heard nothing but praise for Kisaragi from Dalek's whole team. Turns out the man isn't just some random, he's a middle-aged sub-guildmaster named Ebrant, and he can't wait to finally meet Tuya. After a bit of waiting, Kisaragi bursts back into the guild, only to hear his rank has skyrocketed straight to C. He's stunned and insists he only just upgraded it. And Milia backs him up, then drops the one catch. A man suddenly pops up behind Kisaragi and tells her the request came straight from him, while Toya stands there, totally thrown, not sure who the heck this guy is. The man closes in on the hero, grins, and says he's thrilled to finally meet Toya. Turns out he's a sub-guildmaster named Ebrand. The moment that name hits the air, people across the guild whip their heads around to stare at him, surprise and all, and while the shock hangs in the room, Ebron strolls on like it's nothing and tells everyone in the guild, "Good morning." After a quick pause, the man suddenly throws his hands up, trying to spark the search or the adventure. Then he yells that the traveler must push through the tasks and rake in a fortune, and the crowd breaks out cheering right alongside Ebrand. Kisaragi stares at the picture, baffled out of his mind about what's wrong with Ebrant, and when he asks Milia, she won't explain a thing, just laughs awkwardly. At last, after Ebrand finished hyping up the travelers, he spun around and shot Tuya a question. Can he steal a little of the hero's time? Kisaragi had no idea what to say. Turns out this guy marched up to Kisaragi, demanding answers about the materials he'd gathered, and the workshop sure. The sub-guild master and the hero head are there too, but Toya has no clue what's going on. Right as the heroes close in on the workshop, one worker whips around in pure horror, yells for Dalek the manager, and blurts that Kisaragi has returned, leaving Dalek reeling in disgust at the news. Soon, the workers swarm around the bodies, the hero dragged in furious shouts erupt that Kisaragi must be banned from the workshop, and one of them, choking back tears, begs Toya not to joke about hauling even more materials. The heroes grin nervously, then choose to keep quiet and let the workshop workers think everything's gone because he's still got tons of materials stashed in storage. Ebran decides to strike up a conversation. And he tells Kisaragi that since he hit C rank, he's gone full-fledged adventurer, and he's sure the materials the hero hauled in are more than enough for the guild for now. Tuya practically beams when she hears that he's already been recognized as a full-fledged adventurer. And just then, Ebran blurts out that he'd been waiting for Kisaragi because he had a job he needed the hero to take on. Ebrand wants Toya to escort merchants, and Hisaragi snaps back right away. He refuses the job before he even thinks it through. Ebrand grabs one of the dead monster bodies the hero left behind and pressures Toya to rethink his call, telling him straight up that changing his mind would mean a lot. Kisaragi smirked to himself, sure his answer was crystal clear, because the job the sub-guild master handed him already reeked of trouble. And just like that, the hero got blocked again because he refused to leave Ferris alone at home after remembering how terrified she was when he went hunting. Then I spin toward Ebrand and lay out my choice. He snaps that there's something he's dying to dig into, so the young man agrees to take on long-term gigs, escorting whatever needs to be delivered. Right when Kisaragi and Ebrand are locked in their talk, Melia suddenly bursts into the workshop, shouting for the sub-guildmaster. She's clearly holding something tightly in her hands. Turns out the girl's got Toya's card in her hands. And Ebrand, already fuming, demands answers, and Melia snaps back that she finished updating it. Then spotted something downright weird on there. Now the sub-guildmaster leans in and studies it like his life depends on it. Ebrand steps in and fires a question at him. So you're really a level 57 mage? And Kisaragi just can't wrap his head around it. After the boy finishes staring at his card, it hits him when he swapped his old profession for a high mage. The card didn't update at all. Turns out, if you want to change what's written on a card, you need a special tool, because no human alive can alter a name or a profession, since these cards are artifacts with a mysterious principle that nobody's cracked yet. Kisaragi is practically bursting with joy that nobody will sniff out his job change, and Ebrand, wide-eyed and stunned, can't believe the card in front of him. The man claims he heard Kisaragi's level jumping fast, and that kind of shift is insanely abnormal. Then adds that in Fendi City, the top rank for adventurers is a rank. Ebrand brings up this dude who took 20 years to crawl to just level 42, then straight up compares him to Kisaragi. Suddenly, the sub-guildmaster drops the bombshell based on the hero's level. He should have been ranked S ages ago, and Kisaragi's jaw hits the floor as he struggles to make sense of how that's even possible. He can't believe it wherever he lands. Leveling up takes forever. Then Tuya clicks, realizing that in this new world, nobody's got a ring that boosts experience, so there's no way anyone else can figure out they can switch jobs after hitting level 100. Ibreen tells him that if people ever hear about Kisaragi's talent, the kid is going straight into the royal palace, and they'll keep him there no matter what it takes. And he says it while he's hacking the carcass of another monster into pieces. Meanwhile, the sub-guildmaster shrugs and claims working for the royal family might not be the worst move after all. Melia warns him that once he starts working for the royal family, his adventurer life is over, and when Toya hears royal family, he instantly flashes back to every awful moment from his time in their castle. Kisaragi's face hardens instantly. He snaps, voice blazing with anger, and tells Melia that her request to serve the royal family has to be a joke. Ebrand hacked through yet another monster Kisaragi had felled, then stared at the hero's shifting expression. Toya's reaction made it clear to him that the guy didn't want a damn thing to do with working for the government. As the man yanks that precious stone from the wolf's corpse, he whips around to the hero and urges him to leave everything fast, just the way it is right now. Then he leans in and begs Melia not to spill a single word about what she just heard, and she grins, swearing she won't tell anyone a thing. Kisaragi watches as the sub-guild master slips a gem to one of the workshop workers, and just as the boy mentions this man, Ibran blurts out, asking what Tuya was really after. The moment he hears the hero's request, the man grins and says, "If that's really the truth, then maybe I can be a huge help to you." The three heroes stride into one of the guild's many rooms, and they're shocked to find the one the guild brags about most, the materials room, packed with all kinds of incredible stuff. The heroes grinning ear to ear because they've offered him this service, and the guy leans in, saying this room can stash everything from the country's history to neighboring nations, and more so Kisaragi might finally dig up exactly what he's hunting for. The guy snaps his head to Ebrand and asks, "Are you sure it's really okay if I use the materials room stuff?" But Ebrand's expression flickers with confusion, and the guy goes, "There's just one small." He tells the hero that every single thing in this room is priceless, so if the boy wants to use any of it, he'll have to cough up a fair price first. And Tuya can't help blinking at that word. Right out of nowhere, the sub-guildmaster leans in with a deal. If the hero agrees to take the task from him, he'll make an exception, and Kisaragi can use everything in that room for free. Toya tells himself he was still talking about that escort mission, and the moment he really thinks it through, he realizes the whole deal sounds ridiculously good, too good to pass up. After a few tense seconds, the hero fires back with a confident yes, fully agreeing to Ebrand's offer, and the other man can't hide his shock as he lets out a relieved laugh. The sub-guildmaster blurts out that Kisaragi can grab and use anything in that room however he wants, but the hero isn't allowed to carry a single thing out. Ebrand also tells them, "Me and the crew are rolling out for an escort mission in just 10 days. Then the guy leans in and orders Toya, "Don't you dare be late." Kisaragi claims he gets it all, then lets out a heavy sigh. Right after that, Melia turns to the hero and declares it's time to go, telling him she has paperwork to sort out. As she walks out, the girl tells him that Ebrand claimed the materials room would cost a fortune, but he'd been stretching the truth for the hero. Turns out the fee to use the items in there is only about 1 copper coin. When the hero hears this, fury spikes through him. He figures the items in the material room would cost him about 100 yen once he converts the coins back into the currency from his old world. Turns out almost nobody ever slips into the material room. Those precious books inside aren't rare masterpieces at all, just the most plain, ordinary manuscripts. Suddenly, Melia whips around to the hero and grins that she's still insanely happy. Then she pleads with Toya not to talk like he wants to quit being an adventurer, but the hero just stays silent. As he returns home, he snaps to the truth he's been played. Meanwhile, Kisaragi leans in and realizes the sub-guildmaster isn't a fraud at all. They're damn good. Then right as the night settles, our hero spots a familiar face lurking by the gate of his new home. After taking a closer look, the hero realizes Natalia's right outside his house, stationed by the gates like she's desperate to get into the mansion. Then footsteps hit behind her. She whips around and jabs her finger at Toya, declaring she's done waiting. The hero blurts out, shocked, "Do you need anything, Natalia?" And she answers sweetly but mysteriously, she just needs yesterday's things, like she's talking about something only time can deliver. Natalia says she can't forget the sweet Kisaragi fed her the day before, and then admits she's already finished every last bite. The girl pleads with trembling voice, "Are you really going to walk away like this, leaving me with nothing?" Then she presses, "Kisaragi, do you even hear me at all?" Toya decides to wait before answering Natalia and promises her he'll listen while he's already thinking, "I've got to ask her about Ferris." Right then, maybe she heard the hero calling near the house. Ferris pops up beside him and Natalia, and the girl breaks into a bright smile as she tells him she's thrilled to meet the mansion's owner. Kisaragi steps into the mansion and tells Ferris he's home. Then Ferris shoots back, asking what went down while he was gone. Kisaragi grins and says everything stayed calm. Nothing happened at all. The girl quietly presses Toya for answers. "Why did you come back so early?" And you can tell she rarely speaks at all. The hero dodges the question and insists he gets it all, while Ferris is left totally lost and Natalia reels in pure shock. Turns out the girl can't even process it. Ferris is actually talking. She's stunned, like, how is this possible? And yeah, Natalia's spooked too, because she's never once seen a haunted house spirit speak before. Kisaragi blurts out, stunned, "Wait, did you really not know Ferris could talk?" Natalia stares back and snaps, "I've never heard of any mansion spirit that can speak." The shock on her face says it all. Natalia insists that even after living in this mansion for ages, she's still finding things she never knew or even dreamed she'd suspect. The hero barely even listens to her, shrugs off her words, and swears he'll see her again someday. Then Natalia grabs the guy and begs him to wait just a couple minutes. Natalia insists she doesn't want free books. She offers up one special class magic book she brought, and she'll trade it for a search magic book, but only if you sweeten the deal with a small pile of treats. The moment he hears the girl's proposal, the hero's mind snaps to a special class book, one packed with huge battlefield-shaking magic, the exact kind he'd already seen in the game from his last world. Kisaragi clocks Natalia's deal as legit and ridiculously profitable, and before doubt can even creep in, he snaps his answer. He's all in to trade the magic books for sweets. Toya doesn't hesitate. He invites the girl to dinner with him and Ferris since she's already in the mansion, and the girl practically bursts with joy. The hero realizes this is exactly the kind of deal Natalia would pitch, swap 2 books for sweets, and after a while, he and Ferris set the table while the elf plops down on one side. At dinner, the hero whips up a grilled platter for Natalia, and suddenly the hunger bars snap back to normal. Plus, the meal looks so mouth-watering you can practically smell it. Natalia spots the dinner in front of her different kinds of meat stacked together, and Kisaragi tells her to stop staring, just take a bite of what he's offering. Right as the girl is about to take her very first bite, the hero blurts out that the dish is scorching, warning her to slow down until Natalia finally tastes the food and stares at Toya in total confusion, asking what kind of meat he served her. After she takes another bite of that meat for dinner, the girl blurts that she's never tasted anything this tender before, and the elf can't hide how thrilled he is with every single second of it. Once she tastes how insanely good Kisaragi's food is this time, the girl starts devouring everything on her plate faster and faster, like she can't get enough. The hero doesn't even flinch. Then, right on cue, Ferris barges into the room, and the hero whips around to stare at the girl. He clocks it instantly. Ferris, like always, hasn't eaten a single bite. And then the truth hits: house spirits drink in the earth's magical power and live off its life energy. Felice tells him the magic power is keeping her going, so skipping meals isn't a problem. Kisaragi nods like he gets it, but inside he's still praying that one day he'll finally sit at the same table as her. Ferris swears that when Tuya steps into the mansion, the earth's magic starts tasting insanely good. Then she eases closer to Kisaragi, and the poor boy instantly turns bright red with embarrassment. Then I'm honestly thrown off by this magic power has a taste. And on top of that, he's completely stunned by the girl suddenly closing in on him. Natalia watches it all unfold and realizes, oh no, there's way more she never knew than she ever expected. Since the hero showed up, the elf has been dissecting every single thing she's seen over the past few days, strange new dishes, and even a talking house spirit that won't stop surprising her. Natalia decides the man who snapped up her mansion is hiding a bunch of secrets. Then she keeps chewing through dinner while Kisaragi talks to Ferris. Turns out the heroes never truly settled the mystery of Ferris, and later Natalia lit up over the chocolate cake Toya showed her. After finishing her meal, Natalia beams and tells everyone the dinner was absolutely delicious. Then she adds that her evening couldn't get any better. Finally, the elf straightens up and declares it's time to head back home. Right as Natalia nearly crosses the mansion threshold, she snaps back and tells the hero she won't mind if Toya brings her souvenirs now and then before he turns the tables and tells her it's time to go. Kisaragi can't believe it. Natalia really showed up at the mansion just to snack on candy, and while Tuya's stuck processing that wild reason, he grips one of the books he traded for the sweets like it might explain everything. He storms back into his office, slams 2 books on the table, and stares at them. One's a special class magic book, and the other is packed with search magic. The second the hero cracks open one of those books, the knowledge hits him like a surge boom, absorbed instantly, and he blurts, "Everything's crystal clear." That's when it clicks, space to space. Transference magic is totally possible, at least in theory. Tuya figures out it wasn't luck at all. Those wizards' magic from the Henrietta Kingdom yanked him through teleportation straight into the exact spot where he landed. Kisaragi admits that even with everything spelled out on the pages, it's still a tough job to grasp it all that fast. Then he lights up, saying the book Natalia handed him is incredible, and he can't help but get hooked on the author. He flips the page right by the spine, and there, clear as day, Natalia's name shows up as the author. The hero seethes and can't believe the author is his friend. He jabs his hand at the book and swings like he's about to hurl it to the floor. But the guy grabs the moment before he can throw it and tells him, "Yeah, I wrote it, but trust me, this book is insanely interesting." Toyo stares out the window at the star-filled night, lost in thought, and wonders could Natalia really be that incredible. Before the escort mission's departure day even hits, the hero decides he has to slip into the materials room and dig into his research, grabbing every scrap of info he can about this world. Kisaragi remembers the moment he cracked open the map on that parchment. He froze in total disbelief. Tuya's jaw dropped when he realized the kingdom of Henrietta, the Lunetta Empire, and the Safanzi Empire cities he only knew from the game actually existed in the world he'd landed in. And right when it hits him, Kisaragi realizes the countries he met in the game aren't just memories, they're real, standing in the world he's trapped in. The hero glances around the new world and realizes there are tons of countries he's never even heard of. And right now, he's in the kingdom of Serendi, one of the unknowns he can't believe is real. While the hero stares at his map, trying to figure out where the city of Fendi is from where he stands, a mysterious girl suddenly slips up behind him. Turns out the girl behind him hears him mutter that he's searching for the city of Fendi on the map. So she slides up to Kisaragi, taps the exact spot, and tells him to look closer. The girl leans in, curious about whether the hero's studying the escort route. Her eyes glued to the map, then Toya doesn't even answer right away, because he can't stop staring at how she looks. Right after that, Kisaragi snaps backward in pure fear, and the girl, seeing it happen, rushes to apologize for scaring him. Turns out she already knows the hero's name. Then she steps forward, introduces herself as Lumina, and declares she's the leader of this escort mission that Toya is in. Kisaragi suddenly remembers two other groups of adventurers are heading out on the mission with him, so he shoots the girl a smile and quickly shakes her hand. Lumina tells Ebrand called them early this morning, and she's still wrecked hungover from yesterday. Lumina steps out of the materials room, flashes Kisaragi a warm goodbye, and says she really enjoyed meeting him. Then slaps the hero label on him with a grin, calling him a rookie while insisting she's got huge hopes for him. Kisaragi stares as Lumina eases out of the room, stunned and baffled. He has no clue what he's supposed to say, so he shuts his mouth and lets the silence win. As Lumina cuts through the air, Kisaragi snaps his gaze back to the map, because if the lines are right, Henrietta's kingdom isn't far at all from where he stands. Toya can't help wondering if he could finally claw his way back to his world if he returns to Henrietta's kingdom, so he decides that if anyone's got the answer, it's there. Still, he can't shake the fear that he won't be able to escape this world anytime soon, because somehow, against all odds, he's already started to feel at home in it. At last, the hero's mission day explodes into reality at dawn. He's already on the mansion grounds, and he calls Ferris. Right on cue, the girl materializes before Kisaragi, who beckons her with a call while he stands beside his horse, grinning like he can't believe he's finally seeing the house spirit he's been longing for. Turns out Ferris hasn't shown up since Kisaragi told her he'd be gone for a while, promising he'd be back at home in 8 to 10 days, and then straight up asking Ferris to keep an eye on the house while he's away. Ferris's eyes brimming with tears, she snaps at Toya, begging him to hurry back ASAP, and you can tell she really doesn't want her hero to leave her side. Seeing how devastated the girl is that the hero is leaving the mansion, he wavers hard about even joining the mission. Then, in the end, he swallows his doubts and bids farewell to the spirit of the house. When the hero finally reaches the gathering spot, Lumina is already there. She tells him their mission is simple but deadly. Escort the merchants all the way to Dumbler, keep the cargo safe, and make sure the merchants get there and back without a scratch. One of the teams is called Grassland Fangs, and it's packed with young guys. Even Lumina insists everyone was warned about high-ranking monsters roaming the way, so they'd better be ready to smash in and attack. As Kisaragi scans the busy gathering place, a merchant steps up and tells him, "I heard about you from my friend." Then he explains that his friend raved about how Kisaragi saved the group out in the forest, and Toya's instantly like, "Yeah, I remember that." The merchant stares at the hero and blurts that he's way too young to be at a C rank, but insists the boy is a born adventurer. Then he turns to Kisaragi and orders her to look after them. Every traveler on this mission looks deadly serious, and Luminous just declared, "All right, time to move." The heroes mount their horses and launch into the road ahead. Kisaragi rides Kokuyo with pure determination burning in his eyes. Toya snaps his gaze to the horse and urges him to speed up. Finish the mission fast so they can race back home as soon as they can. One of the hero's traveling buddies blurts out that he looks ridiculous because the way he struts around, smug as can be, is honestly hilarious. Dahl, young, bold, and breathing confidence, steps up to him and swears Tuya only got that C rank because he was carried by a powerhouse team, insisting a mage like him can't possibly fell even a single goblin alone. Dahl tells Kisaragi to stop trying to look tough just because he's got a higher rank, and reminds him that only their crew can actually fight the right way. Kisaragi's spirits sag, and he just knows it. Of course, the boy won't buy that Tuya handled everything all by himself. Kisaragi just agreed to escort traders all the way to a western town called Dumbler, and right now he's in the middle of the job. As they trudge along, one of the warriors with them, young Dahl, lets out a bored sigh and goes, "Please let at least one goblin show up on our way." The girl in his cart swivels toward him and snaps that he shouldn't say words like that, because she's convinced the ride is safest when everyone's careful. Dahl leans in and tells her he can't help it. He's about to unleash his real power on Kisaragi, the one who acts so smug. Dahl stares at the hero and tells him to stop acting so wildly inappropriate, but the hero has no clue what to say or how to react. Right then, Lumina snaps her gaze to Toya and warns him don't trust Dahl, and don't listen to the rumors she tells him it's real out during all these adventures. The folks here constantly look down on mages. Kisaragi asks why this is even happening, and the hero fires back that healers matter, they're crucial to the team and the games, so calling them useless just doesn't make sense. Lumina snaps back that most people underestimate healers because they're usually stuck in the rear, and she adds, if the vanguard gets wiped out, the healer who can't fight monsters has to run because there'll be no way she can stay and survive. Lumina says nobody wants to watch their buddy ditch them, and honestly, that hits even harder on teams where everyone's practically family. Lumina tells me that if Tilia is battling with someone, then he needs to see that too. Yet she also insists that choosing to be a healer isn't a bad move at all. Kisaragi keeps moving, telling himself that joining the team might have been the right call then. Just as the hero is lost in thought, his horse suddenly calls out to him. Toya slips away from the merchant's carts and plunges deeper into the forest, leaving everyone behind. After leaping off Kokuyo and landing in a tiny clearing, he hits the ground and loudly says the spot he chose feels like it was made just for him. The hero slams his arms down, fires off his search skill, and suddenly glowing magic circles flare up all around him. Turns out the search spell theory wasn't just something Tuya guessed. He stole that idea from a magic research book Natalia wrote, then took that raw concept and forged the actual spell himself. Tuya unleashes a skill that quietly feeds magical power into his own body, stitching together a sensing thread that picks up every shift in the enemies around him basically, a living magical web. With his brand new skill kicking in, the hero quickly realizes there are 3 forest boars lurking within 200 meters of where he stands. Once Tuya snags the enemy's location, he fires off a single attack spell he learned after switching jobs into a high mage. This spell, Airblades, lets the hero slice through the trees that keep blocking his view, and the second they crash down, Toya spots the hidden boars instantly. They rush in, but he wipes them out on the spot. Once the enemies are wiped out, he brushes off his hands like it's nothing and decides he's done for the day, completely satisfied with the job. Up on Kokuyo, Lumina spots Kisaragi hauling himself to catch up, and she hits him with, "So, you finished your business." Tuya blurts out an apology, and instead of letting the moment die, Lumina starts chatting, then asks if he's ever eaten earth-harvested orc meat. The hero dodges every real answer, so the girl figures he's just messing around. Then Lumina chimes in, saying if they keep this pace, they'll be at their destination in no time. Kisaragi can't wait to sprint back home and get a look at Faris's sweet face because he's got 0 time to waste on pathetic enemies. Night crashes in, and the travelers drop a small camp in the steppe. Some dig into food, while others cook. But Dahl and his companion chew on dried meat, and Dahl can't hide his disappointment. There's nothing else to eat. Suddenly, Dahl spots Kisaragi pacing the camp, scanning everywhere like he's hunting for something, and right at that moment, the kid has a hunk of dried meat stuck in his mouth. The kid tells the hero it's totally fine to lug the food along, then shoots the magician a smug look and asks, "So you really want to munch on the other team's food too?" After those nasty words hit Kisaragi, his expression briefly turns grim, but the next second, he's right back in a good mood. The hero swings his hand open and cracks the storage container, insisting this is exactly the right spot. Doll's teammates are totally stunned by what she can see right this second. From the storage room, the guy yanks out a dining table, a chair, a couple of plates with a mug, and a massive pot of stew. Then you can practically see the hero grin at how ready he is for the mission. Doll can't believe what he's seeing. He stares at Toya, shocked, as he cheerfully chows down dinner, and the hero blurts that the food's still hot because the second it came off the stove, the guy shoved it straight into his storage. Kisaragi digs into his meal, instantly realizing the food is scalding hot, and he scrambles to eat without burning himself while his totally stunned companions just stare, wide-eyed, watching every bite. Right behind Toya, Lumina suddenly appears and whispers that the hero's food looks insanely tempting while she's stuck chewing dried meat, and she practically dares him to share with her. And just like that, a few guys from the Pasture Fangs team rush up to Kisaragi too. Plus, one girl from their group leans in and gushes that she absolutely loves how the hero's stew looks. As Kokuyo gulps the water his master hands him so kindly, the kid grins and says, "I've still got more food if you guys want. Come eat with me." Lumina gushes that the hero's food is insanely tasty and admits she never in a million years expected she'd get to bite something this delicious, especially in the middle of a step. After a couple more spoonfuls, Lumina blurts out that she'd really love to have some alcohol with her. Then the Pastor Fang's girl tells her to hang tight until they finally reach the city. While the travelers dug into dinner, one of them leaned toward Dahl and urged him to eat with his companions. Dahl snapped back fast that he didn't need it. The young man yells from far away that the hero must have charmed some powerful crew to get picked for this mission. Meanwhile, Toya isn't mad at all. He's just got Dahl's back and feels bad for him. The girl on the team declares that Toya has the storage skill, and she's ready to bow to him because reaching rank C at his age is straight up unreal. After hanging back for a bit, she finally shoots Kisaragi an apology, because of course Dahl had to be that stubborn on a mission this important. At last, the heroes stumble into Dumbler safe and sound, and one of them bursts out, saying he's so relieved they made it safely. But when they look around, Dumbler's city doesn't seem all that big. Lumina steps up to one of the merchants and grins, telling them they got insanely lucky this time. No monsters jumped them on the road. Then she leans in and warns that on the way back, they can't drop their guard for even a second. After chatting with the merchant, the girl spins around, and there's Kisaragi, brushing his horse's mane like he's about to ride into fate. She's got that heavy, disappointed feeling, like she might never get the chance to witness just how wild Toya's real power is. Their crew scores big on the road to Dumbler, then piles into a local tavern and orders several mugs of beer, clinks them together, and goes wild screaming, "Hooray!" Some of them are thrilled tomorrow is their day off, while Lumina grins and tells her comrades to drink until they black out. And Kisaragi snaps back, "We're already doing that." Lumina grips a glass in her hand, steps right up to the hero, and tells him to toast drink with the whole team. Kisaragi raises the mug to his lips and tells himself he isn't some rabid liquor hater. Yet somehow, in this world, there are still parts of this drink he just can't stand. He's crushed to realize the ale in this new world is way too warm, so warm that the hero can't even bring himself to drink it. Kisaragi suddenly decides to use magic to cool his drink instantly. Lumina spots Toya secretly using magic on his drink, then barrels in fast, snatching the cold liquor out of his hands and demanding the hero explain exactly what Kisaragi just changed. Kisaragi fumbles and tells Lumina it was just magic to boost his drink. And then Toya grins at the girl like, "Want to taste what he cooked up?" The girl takes a couple of sips, and boom, she suddenly realizes she's absolutely hooked on the flavor that hit her. She jabs her finger at her own glass and tells Kisaragi to cool the drink for her too, and Kisaragi instantly nods, ready to do it. After Lumina hears about the taste shift, she hurries to tell the other travelers. Then Toya starts chilling the drinks for the whole crew, and one guy blurts out that he never dreamed the flavor could swing this hard just from putting the liquid on ice. Lumina strides up to the flustered Dalu and tells her he has to try that cold liqueur, no excuses yet. Dalu starts by shutting her down. Lumina presses for a sip of her icy ale even harder, and Dahl caves. He snatches the mug from her hands and knocks back a few sips. So, he shrugs, honestly clueless about how just chilling a drink could change anything. Suddenly, Dahl realizes the bite he just tasted is insanely delicious. The man asks what it is, and a beaming Kisaragi grins, saying, "If you like it, I'll brew you a couple more mugs." The hero chuckles that the mage is exactly the kind of teammate the squad needs, and you can tell Toya's practically glowing with pure joy at how perfect the evening ends. Dahl swallows his pride, admits he was wrong, then sheepishly nods and looks off to the side, nervously twisting his wooden mug in his hands. Suddenly, Lumina marches up to Toya and tells him she needs a serious talk with the hero he's caught completely off guard, and embarrassment hits him like a wave the moment he hears it. Lumina closes the distance with a few quick steps, then blurts out that he has to stay with her forever. Kisaragi freezes, stunned, and demands, "What do you mean?" The girl gleefully hops onto the table and demands he keep her ale chilled for the rest of his life. Then Dal and Toya just stare at the totally wasted Lumina, caught between confusion and disbelief. The next morning, Kisaragi snaps awake before anyone else, slips out of the place they crashed, and figures the other travelers should still be knocked out hard if they drank that much, because today is his day off. He clings to Milia's words. If you're part of the guild, you won't struggle to find work in another city, so he doesn't hesitate and heads straight to the guild. Dumbware Town doesn't really brag about any standout specialties, but as a market town, it hums with life. Every street is packed with stalls, and the locals sprint in like they can't wait to get their hands on everything. At last, Hera finally spots the guild building in Dumbler, and just as he's about to step inside, someone yanks him by the cloak so he spins around fast. As the hero snaps around, he spots a tiny boy right in front of him, and the kid wastes no time, asking straight up if Kisaragi can use healing magic. Toya leans in and asks the kid if he truly wants him to heal his wound, and the boy shoots back that he isn't begging for help for himself. The boy pulls out 3 copper coins and blurts that they're all his savings, then offers them to Kisaragi right then and there for help curing the girl, Saya's terrible illness. Kisaragi jolts at the request, studies the kid up close, and weighs his next move. Then the child admits he begged everyone he met for help, only to get the same answer: 3 coins won't be enough. Suddenly, someone yanks the boy beside the hero off guard, slaps him with a cruel nickname, and snarls, "What are you still doing, loitering around the guild for?" 3 swaggering adult men close in on the boy, and one of them snaps that a stray kid from the slums has no business being anywhere near the guild. Another guy sneers that not a real adventurer would waste a breath on a request like that for such a tiny fee. Then the next man snaps back and demands, "So why won't that child learn a single thing from life?" Kisaragi listened to those men trash the kids from the orphanage, and you could tell he hated every word they said. One of them steps right up to the child and reaches for his hand, claiming that even if the hero saves the boy, he'll never earn a real thing from him in return. Then, bam! The hero shoots forward and grabs the man's hand instead. Toya explodes, shouting that he never asked some stranger for their opinion. Then he jacks the guy's arm hard, making the man scream. And right away his 2 companions lose their minds, yelling at Toya like a storm just hit. Right when the hero is about to swing again and clash with the last 2 men, the guild doors burst open and a girl storms out, yelling at the fighters as she barrels forward. Turns out the girl rushed in to chew everyone out because brawling anywhere near the guild building is strictly forbidden, and fighters have to step back and let each other go. One of the 3 men slides his sword back into its sheath and vows he'll never forget what just happened. Then the whole group strides off, leaving Kisaragi and the boy alone in the middle of the square. The girl steps out of the guild building and stares at the men filing away like she recognizes them. But Kisaragi doesn't even glance in their direction. With fresh confidence in his voice, the boy runs right back up and calls out to the hero again. Toya instantly answers by saying his name, and turns out the boy is Leal from UL. He's beaming with joy that he finally met the hero, and Kisaragi jumps in to greet him too. The hero crouches low to match the child's height, demands every last coin from him, and Kisaragi soothingly strokes the kid's head. He confidently snaps that he'll take Leo's assignment, and the kid lights up like a spark, so overwhelmed he's one breath away from bursting into tears right there on the spot. After sprinting through street after street, the heroes finally stumble into the slums right where Leo lives. The place is grim, the houses are falling apart, and the people are worn down and broke, like poverty has swallowed the whole block. Kisaragi can't believe it. The slums are right there, not even far from the center, and the people living in them look so drained they barely look alive. Toya realizes this trading city never runs out of new faces, and at last the heroes finally stumble upon the spot where the boy meant to take Kisaragi. He grins and proudly points his finger at a tiny house right nearby. The kid's place in the slums doesn't look as grim as the other buildings, and the second our heroes step inside, a bunch of children swarm in, cheering when they see Leal. Then they hit him with the real question: did the boy finally find someone who can help? The boy grins and says he brought someone who can use healing magic. Then one of the girls steps up to Kisaragi and asks, right to his face, if he's the healer. Suddenly, the hero whips around to another girl, and there she is, gripping a homemade stuffed rabbit toy. Tears streaming, she blushes and hides her face behind a toy, then pleads with Toya to heal her little sister confidently. He assures her that kids can trust him, nods firmly, and tries to calm the girl across from him. As they step into the room, Kisaragi fires off a quick question, "Are there any adults here?" The kids shake their heads, so their little sister Saya scrambles to play mum and dad like it's the real deal. Turns out their little sister, Sia, pushed herself for so long that her body finally broke. She got seriously ill. The girl lay on the bed, breathing hard like she'd been fighting for her life, and it was painfully obvious she felt absolutely awful. When Toya spots the girl, he figures she's around his age, and it hits him hard that she's still so young, yet somehow carries the whole burden, taking care of all those kids, so he can't help but feel genuinely bad for her. Turns out, a whole week has already slammed by since Saya fell sick. But she still won't get better, and as Kisaragi leads the way, the kids rush into the room with the poor girl writhing in illness. To figure out the girl's temperature, Toya presses his hand to her forehead, and his eyes widen when he feels just how blazing hot she is. The kids stare at the hero with trembling fear, and they fire off questions. Will their little sister really get better? Because if this keeps going, they can feel disaster creeping in. After Saya's illness leaves them wondering what's next, the kids break down at once, screaming and crying in loud, synchronized bursts. Kisaragi strides up to Leolal and tells him to breathe easy. Everything's in his hands now. Then the hero gently strokes the boy's head, soothing his nerves with every reassuring touch. Kisaragi grabs the girl's hand, panics that he's no doctor and can't diagnose her illness. Then the hero snaps to the truth. There's only one way to save her. Toya steadied himself and decided to use his healing spells the smart way, calling on them freely while the hero kept going, using healing and even higher healing, until white flashes burst one after another inside the house's windows. After the long treatment finally ends, Sia jolts awake. She feels like a brand new person, and she realizes with a sudden chill that she's completely alone in the room. She slowly pushes herself up in bed, pats her face like she's checking for a miracle, and then it hits her. Her health is way better than before. In a flash, she remembers the kids who share her space, snaps back into reality, and rushes to make sure they're okay. In the dining room, Sia spots a mouth-watering spread laid out perfectly, and when she hears the kids can pile on as much food as they want, their faces light up with pure, unstoppable joy. She spots a stranger parked at the head of the table, and at that exact moment, the other kids whirl around to stare at their sister. They just got back. The girl jolts. She definitely didn't see this coming. Then her eyes light up like she loves what she's witnessing. At last, the kids she protects rush straight to Saya, beaming and shouting that Toya used his magic and cured her, and that twist leaves the girl stunned. Then Saya snaps to it. She's wearing pajamas, way too inappropriate for a house with a guest. Heat rushes to her face, and she blurts that she'll leave right away to change. After Saya changes into her clothes, she heads back downstairs to the dining room and thanks the hero. Because he didn't just heal her with magic, he also fed the children. Once again, the kids swarm around Sia, buzzing about how they saw a pot of food just appear out of nowhere. And right as she starts to expect payment, the hero steps in telling her not to worry, because he's already accepted the order from Leo L. After that quiet pause, Kisaragi chimes in. He has no family left, and the sadness in his eyes says everything. Sia brags that he's been a huge help to them, and the girl swears she'll do anything for him until her stomach growls and cuts her off mid-sentence. Kisaragi tells the girl he'll get her lunch if she's doing well, and Saya practically beams as she agrees. Then the girls slide her a steaming bowl of soup, and the hero grins, "Bon appetit." The moment Sia takes one spoonful, her eyes light up. This soup is ridiculously good, and she blurts out that it's packed with a ton of ingredients. Kisaragi suddenly blurts out, "So you run the place alone?" And the girl instantly sets her spoon down to answer. Then Saya steps in, saying her mum used to run it, but she was taken by an illness last year. Turns out, most of the folks living here are refugees from the kingdom of Henrietta families, torn apart and homes ripped away in the invasion. And in that very house, 7 children were slaughtered. With rage in her voice, Sia snaps that she's the only one left who can protect the children, so the girl steels herself with one promise she will do it. Sia declares that Henrietta's kingdom will absolutely pay for every crime he's committed. The hero hears the girl's words and snaps back that you can't bully yourself into doing better. Saya exists, so every kid in that house gets a fair shot. Then Kisaragi points to Leo, who was so desperate he nearly chased strangers down on the street, just to beg for help for his sick little sister. The hero leans in and tells Sia that every person in that house just wanted to be helpful to her, and that it's totally normal to lean on others. Then, right on cue, her tears spill into the bowl of soup. The girl's tears spill happy and heartbreaking at once. Then she nods and says she finally gets it, and that Toya really is telling the truth. Kisaragi sees the girl start to cry, panics into an apology, but she snaps back that he completely misunderstood everything. And right then, her plush bunny pokes its face in through the window. The kids giggle and swear their baby brother and sister make the cutest sweethearts ever. Then Saya and Kisaragi hear it and start shaking off those ridiculous rumors with stiff, uneasy laughs. The boy and girl insist the other kids are wrong. And when they hear it, they point out how their sister's cheeks are blazing red. So everyone's got to admit, these two are basically a sweet couple. Then boom, one kid in the crowd turns to Kisaragi and asks if he's really leaving already. The boy says he has to leave the next day and go back to the city he lives in. So Kisaragi, right before he takes off, decides to make sure his family eats. He slips into the storage room and grabs a bowl of soup. The girl stares at the saucepan in shock because it pops out of nowhere, and she blurts out, "How did it get here?" Lael answers her sister's question with pure awe. The hero is insanely amazing. As Kisaragi slips out of the big family's house, a swarm of kids pours outside to see him off, plus their older sister right beside them. They beg him to come back again, saying their sister is dying to meet him one more time too. The guy grins and swears that if he ever rolls back into the city, he'll come by for a visit for sure. Every kid, and even their recovered sister Sia, chants that he has to come back to them again, because right now, their smiles are glowing brighter than ever. When the hero rolls back into the city, where he'd stopped to crash for the night, he gets stopped in his tracks. An old man slides up and begs him to let him treat him to some liqueur. Kisaragi shoots back, "I can't do that," and the old man waves it off, asking, "So it's really true?" Toya spins away, fretting over the kids, but he's got no idea how to keep them safe, so the old man tries baiting the boy's attention with every trick and drags him toward his tavern, only for it to all fall flat. Suddenly, a blade flashes and someone swings it at the old man, standing behind Kisaragi. Thud. He collapses to the ground. The hero whirls around just in time to hear the same people from earlier in the square grumble that the old man was in their way. The three men who tried to attack Lael in broad daylight sneered that they've finally tracked down Kisaragi. Right after the old man gets knocked down by the men's punch, one guy sneers that he's faking it, while the old man swears he's in brutal pain for real. Then Kisaragi rushes in, bends down, and starts helping him up. A man swings around to Kisaragi and snaps that he strutted around like a big shot all day. Then another guy asks if that kid's the type to fold and look pathetic in front of everyone. The man Kisaragi broke during the day cops a line and says the hero's gear is surprisingly top tier, then turns around and asks Toya like, "So you're rolling in money, huh?" And because it's the slums, they figure nobody's going to bat an eye when one adventurer ends up dead in the crowd. The old man, still fully awake, shouts at Toya to flee as fast as he can. Yet the young man tells him not to worry, and the hero immediately cracks out the healing skill for the second time that same day to help. The old man jerks upright in shock, clutching his back only to realize it doesn't hurt anymore, and then he blurts the news while Kisaragi snaps at him to get out of the battlefield before the fight even kicks off. As Toya helps the old man, one of the three men watches closely and fires off the question, "Is the hero a priest?" Then before anyone can even answer, he smirks and declares that all priests are good for is running away. Out of nowhere, a guy whose hand got busted earlier lunges in, grabs the hero by the collar and slams him against the wall while the old man bolts in pure terror. The thug then sneers that he heard a sweet girl is staying with Kisaragi, and if they're going to deal with her, they'll take care of it. The boy spits in anger, demanding that Toya explain why adventurers can't do whatever they want. Then the hero snaps, gets sick of the rant, and finally decides to start making moves. Suddenly, Kisaragi yanks a sword out of the storage room and smashes the hilt into the guy's chin. And the other men are stunned because the hero is actually swinging a buster sword. They're in shock that they actually swung at someone with a storage skill, while Toya just stands there, sure of himself, and declares that from this day on, he'll do whatever he wants. The hero finally admits he's never gone toe-to-toe with anyone. One-on-one, but then it hits him. If he walks away, Sia is going to get crushed. The two men decide Toya's bluff won't fool them, sneer at his cheap trick, and charge straight at him to strike, while the hero snaps into a fighting stance, realizing he has to remember something fast, and meanwhile Toya doesn't look scared of these guys one bit. Kisaragi snaps back to the way he fought in the game. He slips past the man's strike in a blink, then slams into him with a counterattack. He shows his opponent zero mercy, and Kisaragi whips in with one savage sword swing, blasting him airborne, while his stunned comrade can only stare. Finally, Kisaragi snaps and charges the last opponent, sneaking up from behind and catching the boy with his guard down, right as he's about to kick the hero. Suddenly, Toya whips around, and with one brutal kick, sends the last opponent's weapon flying out of his hands, then slams him straight into the wall. The man hammers through his wall and kicks a wooden door apart, groaning like it hurts, because he's clearly not happy. Then the guy the hero clocks in the chin with the sword handle snaps. Can a priest really swing a sword and fight like that? Kisaragi knows anyone can swing open the door to becoming an adventurer, even if they're rotten to the core, and to the men Toya crushed. The so-called hero doesn't look human at all. He looks like a monster. With everything on the line, the first man grabs his last chance, sprinting straight at the old man to strike, trying to break free. He swings his weapon at the helpless old man, screaming at him to run out of the way fast. Right as the man lifts his sword over his head, it gets slammed apart into two clean horizontal halves. He stares at the sword, barely catching a sliver of it, and still can't wrap his head around what just happened to him. Then the hero whips around and snaps that he needs to stop acting like trash, while the old man stands there watching. Kisaragi whips out his magic blade again, and blurts that he can't hold himself back from killing the man. He finally drags the three tied-up men who attacked him straight to the Dumbler City Guild building. The girl on duty snaps her orders, demanding those three be dragged to prison ASAP. Toya stared at his hands, and a rush hit him. Turns out fighting felt amazing, just like he'd somehow expected. The guild girl snaps that the men the hero dragged in are under their suspicion, but without any proof. They can't pin a single crime on there. She lights up and declares, "This time we've got a witness finally. The guild can hunt those criminals down and drag them to justice." The girl shoots out an apology for dragging a guy from another city into their mess, then promises that if there's anything she can do, she'll meet whatever terms they set. Kisaragi says she can help, and he tells her about Saya, a girl in the slums who runs her own shelter. At this moment, Sia is buried in paperwork, so she cracks open the window to air out the room and cranes her gaze outside. As she stares up at the star-filled sky, the guild hero steps in and orders the workers to watch over the kids at that orphanage. Toya tells everyone straight up, "You can't just let kids live in a place crawling with criminals like those guys." The girl flashes a confident smile and says she gets it all, and that the guild will handle the shelter from here. Kisaragi practically explodes with joy at the news, and she even calls the guy by name. She blurts out that she's jealous of him, because Fendi is packed with legends of adventurers, and when he hears that, his whole face lights up with pride. The old man Toya saved doesn't give up. He tries once more to lure the guy into the tavern, but the guy shuts him down, saying he's got to rise early in the morning. The hero storms back to the hotel, finally breathing easy, and he can't stop smiling, because now he doesn't have to worry about Sia or the other kids anymore. On the way to the hotel, the hero glanced up at the starry sky and decided to grab a few souvenirs for Natalia. Next morning in Fendi City, a scream rips through the Adventurers Guild. Natalia jolts in shock and blurts out whether Toya's going to be away from the city for a while. The girl sighs that she can't taste Toya's food after all, and Melia tells her the hero will be back in 2 days, while Natalia's still stuck, clueless about what she even wants to eat. Two guys at the guild keep their eyes on two girls chatting, and one leans over like, "Who's the short one?" The other snaps back the answer right away. Turns out Natalia isn't just running the magic tool shop, she's an elf, and she's out here declaring herself a sage. The girls cut their chat short, shoot the men a fierce glare, and then out of nowhere, Natalia tells Melia again that she has to disturb her. Turns out, the girl was itching to ask the guild lady something, and that question was all about the hero. Over steaming tea, two girls start grilling Kisaragi. Melia brags that she became the hero's personal secretary, and Natalia leans in like, So did you actually want to ask him something about him? Milia leans in and asks Natalia, did you think it was weird how Kisaragi got recognized at home almost the second he arrived? The elf snaps back, I don't know, and then tells him the only soul who truly knows why it happened is the spirit of the house. But some people are chosen by spirits the moment they're born, and Natalia swears she once met someone like that. The elf calmly tells her story back then. She lived in a country where she served as the mage of an immortal shrine. Milia hears this wild thing about the girl's past and freezes because somehow she used to be someone huge, and it shocks her to the core. Natalia snaps that it's rude to talk like that. The land where the elf called home didn't match the rest of the world here. The human race didn't get the upper hand, and nobody lived under oppression. Natalia's power was spotted almost immediately in this kingdom, and she stayed for years, working as a mage tied to the immortal shrine. Natalia flashes back to a chat with the kingdom's emperor. He challenges her, do you truly want to quit? And she answers that the Henrietta Kingdom's invasions have finally calmed down so she can step away from her post. She even said she was stepping down because the man she'd remembered from his early days had finally blossomed into an incredible emperor. The emperor leaned in and demanded what she'd do once she slipped out of the palace, and Natalia grinned. She said she'd finally unwind, take a trip, and then open her very own shop somewhere. On top of all that, she wanted one thing, how to become the supreme sage from an ancient elven book everyone in the village only whispered about. The emperor told Natalia he knew her well and that he was certain she could pull this off. Natalia nodded, saying yes, that was exactly true. Right before he left, the man urged her to go see Charlotte, because she loved that elf more than anything. Turns out the king didn't just rule a kingdom, he had a daughter named Charlotte, and from the very moment she was born, something extraordinary lit up inside her. The king's daughter had a wild gift. Spirits just couldn't stay away from her, so every magical creature in sight flocked to her like she was pure magnet magic. Natalia spotted Charlotte in the garden as she tried to slip out to say goodbye, and there she was again, soaking up time with the spirits. Natalia asked her, straight up, if she'd disturbed her. The girl spotted the elf and brightened instantly, calling her aunt, but Natalia snapped when she heard it, creeping in with a menacing glare and demanding the girl call her big sister. Charlotte told her that Natalia had stayed inside the castle since her dad was a kid, and Natalia shot back that she should still call her big sister anyway. Charlotte clocked it. Her mentor was slipping off somewhere, so she blurted, "Where are you headed?" And Natalia answered with a grin, "Just a spot not far from the castle." The girl leaned in, curious when the elf would finally show up, and Natalia only shook her head, no clue. And she figured the elf would come back somewhere around the time Charlotte's ready to walk down the aisle. She stared at her mentor, totally stunned, and Natalia leaned in to say, "Charlotte isn't just royalty, she's the future empress, and she's crucial to the bright future of this country." The girl even says Charlotte is loved by spirits like, one day she'll grow up and finally unleash spirit magic. Natalia's hand was just inches from the girl's head when boom, a kid's voice cut through everything, and the girl who'd been searching for Charlotte gasped that she'd finally found her. Horns sprouted on the girl's head, and she came sprinting after Charlotte. Charlotte begged her to run back to the castle fast because her music teacher was absolutely furious. Charlotte stared at the girl with worry, and the moment she called her name, Arturia panic ripped through her. Charlotte snapped in outrage, saying her music teacher never truly punished her. He only scolded when she messed up. And this time, it didn't happen at all. Natalia admits it must be brutal for Arturia to take care of Charlotte, and the girl nods along, because even at 5 years old, Charlotte still runs wild and acts incredibly careless. Suddenly, Natalia blurted out, "Is she even 5? And before anyone could answer, she snapped that growing up happens way too fast. Suddenly, Arturia snapped at Natalia. "Why does everyone in this castle call you a lowly sage, and what does it even mean?" Natalia snapped. The moment she heard it, fire flared at the tip of her finger as she demanded to know who said it, and the girl swore she'd make them pay with a lesson they'd never, ever forget. Arturia snatched Charlotte's hand and barked that it was time to go, while Natalia stared down at her burning finger like it was on fire for real. Charlotte spun back around one last time and told Natalia goodbye. Then she called her aunt again, too. The elf sounds crushed as she tells the girl, "I didn't ask you to call me your aunt, I wanted big sister." 10 years have crawled by since all that, and Natalia can't stop thinking about it. She stares out the window, praying those kids grew up right. She still remembers when she first bought that mansion. Ferris didn't even recognize her, and the whole thing spiraled into a tiny mess up with the merchant guild. Ferris made it clear Natalia wasn't moving into the mansion, but then she paused because a house with a spirit in it sounded way too wild to ignore. Mile asks what he has to do for the house's spirit to finally recognize him, and Natalia just shrugs like, "There are so many things in this world I still don't know." The elf rakes the same thought through her mind again and again. So much exists beyond her knowledge, and fury bubbles up in her chest. She thinks that if there's truly a road to becoming a sage, Toya's the one she should chase, but it honestly doesn't feel like it fits the girl at all. Kisaragi and the other travelers finally turned back toward Fendi City. They call a quick break and set up camp exactly where Lumina points. She's praying. The silence there feels as calm as the whole road's been, and the hero grins, saying he's right with her. Lumina rushes up to Kisaragi and blurts out that every adventurer dreams of a warhorse. Toya fires back that the horse just landed in his hands by pure luck. The hero finally realizes he can't bring himself to tell her the truth. Kokuyo is sitting in his storage. Lumina decides to corner Doll and ask what he thinks about the warhorse Kisaragi, and the young man snaps back that the mage didn't just want it, he only cared about standing out. Suddenly, the boy's face twists. He promises he'll never forget how Kisaragi cooled his drink, and then he even admits Toya isn't so bad. Kisaragi notices Dao isn't looking at him the same way anymore. Like the second the boy cooled off, the whole tension shifted. Then someone from Dao's team leans in and asks, "So you liked Toya's soup?" And Kisaragi just nods and admits, "Yeah, I did." Suddenly, his horse sniffs out the oncoming danger and yanks his attention away mid-conversation. So he doesn't hesitate, he charges off for reconnaissance on the spot. He fires off the search skill again, and boom, a whole pack of monsters crowds his vision. Kisaragi's gut drops because long-range magic won't cut it against that many. Toya blurts to the aluminum that a massive pack of monsters is charging straight for their camp, and the travelers' fear spikes the moment they hear that roaring herd closing in. Lumina tells him that this terrifying sound is made by orcs. The girl's eyes widen as an insane flood of them spills out of the forest. That gut-punching, spine-splitting roar hits, and Lumina instantly knows only one kind of monster could sound like that: orcs. The merchant freaks out on the spot, panicking and fussing the second he hears it. With a chilling, menacing voice, the girl snaps, "Everyone into your carts now!" And the merchants scramble like their lives depend on it, darting in every direction and practically leaping into their carts, snapping tents up at breakneck speed. Turns out an insanely huge horde of orcs is charging in, and the Pastor Fang's team just freezes stunned, like they can't even wrap their heads around how many monsters showed up. The warriors gear up to charge into battle, but the orcs keep bursting out faster and faster, and that relentless surge rattles the travelers to their core. One of the adventurers yells at the top of his lungs, demanding to know how many monsters are coming for them. Kisaragi stares down the monstrous things still crawling out of the forest, grinning with pure determination, locked in on his own strength and battle skills, so yeah, he's not scared at all. Lumina snaps back to the questioner, "There are about 30 orcs, and they're already here," and the moment she hears how many, the girl can't stop worrying, because she knows they're about to fight for their lives. Turns out orcs are ruthless monsters that don't just wreck animals, humans, and even other monsters. They hunt them down and eat them too. And with those nasty pig-like snouts, they're downright hideous. Kisaragi decides he has to cast the spell he just learned until Lumina suddenly calls his name and wrecks his whole plan on the spot. The girl tells Toya she's really hoping for help from the other side, and Kisaragi doesn't instantly get what she's decided because he's already got his own plan cooking. Even with Pastor Fangs staring down monsters, the guys are still trying to count just how many are coming. Yet some are so terrified they freeze on the spot, fear pinning them like they've been paralyzed. Suddenly, one teammate spots monsters lurking there, frozen like they can't bring themselves to strike, and the others blurts out they don't get why this is happening, while fear is plain all over his city. Lumina steps right up to the Pasture Fangs and flat out says that the monster's messed up behavior makes perfect sense to her. With a sharp jab of her hand, the girl points straight at Kisaragi's warhorse, Kokuyo, and then blares that the monsters are terrified of the hero's mount, so they won't dare come any closer. Lumina figures that while Kokuyo's on the battlefield with everyone else, the enemies won't dare to come within a step until another warrior barges in, grabs her attention and screams in panic, telling her to look at the orc pack again, but this time way more closely. The pasture girl from the Fangs team stares into the far distance, her eyes brimming with real gut-wrenching horror, and her voice shakes like it's about to snap, because in that monster-filled crowd, she somehow spots something far worse than plain old orcs. Suddenly, a bigger orc crawls out of the thick forest bushes, towering over the pack and draped in deadly decorations, fangs ripped from other monsters, until you realize it's the orc general, the highest species of them all. Kisaragi blurts out, totally lost, "What does superior species even mean?" And Lumina answers, "Sure, they might not come with any special powers, but they're smart, real smart." The girls laugh like it was always guaranteed because the gap between their power and the orcs is painfully obvious, and you can see it in their faces. Fear is already shaking them, since they can't even picture how they'll survive fighting that massive horde of monsters, especially the higher species mixed in. One of the orcs spots the travelers across from him, locks onto them with a creepy stare, then starts licking his lips like he's starving, slobbering and smearing his saliva over his face, sending the already panicked guys into full-on terror. Suddenly, Akina, the girl from the Pastro Fangs team, drops to her knees in pure panic and sobs uncontrollably, and her comrades get totally freaked out. Dahl snaps to Toya and blurts out that the hero needs to hear one life or death request. His words come out desperate and terrified, voice trembling, while he tries to steady himself by gripping the sword so tightly his hands won't let go. Dahl corners Kisaragi and says, "If the worst hits us, if we can't beat the orcs, or we fail, then you've got to save the two girls from those pasta fangs. Take my friends with you and bolt for the city as fast as you can." Turns out all four friends rolled up to the Adventurers Guild together from the same town, because that restless doll, ever since he was a kid, swore he'd become an adventurer someday and plant the flag himself. With despair and pure horror in his voice, Dahl bellows that if he dies, then nothing terrible will happen because he's determined to save every single one of his friends' lives. But right as he's yelling, his girlfriend cuts in, on the verge of tears. With tears threatening to spill, the girl fights to get the words out. She'll never leave her comrade to suffer, no matter what Dahl meets her gaze, and in his eyes you can see both heartbreak and deep gratitude. Dao's girlfriend snaps that if he quits the team and dies, she won't survive a day without him. So Dao's friend grips his shoulder, and that's when Dao finally swallows his pride and apologizes to his comrades for saying it. They swear their crew, the Fangs of the Freelands, can't possibly fall in a place like this, and you can see it in the way they stand, shaking off fear and charging straight toward battle with the orcs. The hero just stared at this heartbreaking scene, utterly baffled by what happened, while Kisaragi couldn't wrap his head around why they'd already started throwing themselves at death after running into only low-ranking orcs. Right now, Kisaragi replays the workshop conversation in his mind when Melia randomly asked Tuya, "Are you a priest?" The question hit out of nowhere. Turns out even a B-rank warrior has a hard limit when it comes to facing an orc crowd solo. So when Dalek, the workshop worker, saw how many the hero brought this time, he challenged him like, "Can you wipe them all out by yourself?" Melia snapped back at Dalek, basically saying, "You don't get it." And she instantly decided he wasn't exactly spitting the smartest stuff. Then she pointed out that Kisaragi has a warhorse. It's a B-rank monster, and it helps the hero in battle. The girl spun toward the hero, beaming and asking if her judgment was spot on, only for him to give a strangely calm nod, saying he agreed with her, even though Toya was still the one wiping out most of the monsters himself. Before charging into a pack of orcs, Toya stares them down and clocks every detail, because one thing becomes painfully clear: the general is the real problem he needs to deal with first. Even Lumina, the seasoned warrior, can't hide her worry as she watches everything unfold, and trust me, since she's only rank B, her combat skills are still legit. Kisaragi snaps to action right away. He swings his hand forward, knowing Dal and the others are relying on him, while the orcs sharpen their claws and start gearing up to strike the humans. At last, the orcs slam into the fight, every last one of them raging with pure hostility. And their leader is the worst of the worst, a one-eyed general with a blind stare that chills the bone. His body is wrapped in trophies made from other monsters' fangs, turning him into something far more terrifying than any ordinary orc. Lumina blurts out in panic as the monsters surge forward, then she's ready to charge straight at the orcs herself. Lumina roars that every traveler must dig in, fight with everything they've got, and beat the monsters no matter what. Then, right on cue, the orc general comes screaming through the sky with a furious charge straight at the guys. Out of nowhere, Kisaragi, way ahead of the monster, sprints in and hammers down with one brutal swing, cleaving the general's head clean off. And at the same time, Toya's horse lunges and bites the monster's hand right off. Watching Kisaragi rain down blow after blow on the monsters with zero mercy, Lumina's face lights up and then drops in horror because she can't believe what she's seeing. While Kisaragi slams into the rest of the monsters, he doesn't just swing his Buster sword, he unleashes spell after spell from the magic books Natalia handed him, packed with all kinds of magic. To take down one of the orcs in the pack, Kisaragi snaps into action with a flurry of left-hand swings, then fires off his fire bullet, and the orc's face erupts in flames as the rest of the monsters reel back in terror. But the hero slaughtered every last monster, no mercy, no hesitation. After the attack, his face didn't even flinch. The only thing that shifted was Toya's gaze, turning ice-cold and merciless. This time, the hero swings his Buster sword into the monsters and controls it like it's an extension of his arm, while his trusty horse charges in too, stomping them down without mercy. Kisaragi springs up again and slams into a swarm of orcs with full force, chopping down multiple monsters and scattering their heads. The men from Pasture Fangs stare at the chaos on the battlefield. Kisaragi versus the orcs, and their courage crumbles as they gasp that what he's doing just can't be real. Lumina stares at the hero in pure shock, completely baffled by what she just witnessed, her entire face frozen in disbelief as the image hits her like a punch. Suddenly, Lumina realizes Kisaragi's stare when he's slaughtering monsters feels exactly like the legend she's heard. The girl instantly clocks that Toya feels just like the berserker from the legends. Then right there, Kisaragi, smiling, bursting with joy, turns to the team and asks if they're coming to help, because he's decided to charge in and take the monsters on himself. The surprised travelers stare at him in sheer terror, frozen in place, while Lumina wipes the orc blood drops off her face. Without hesitating, Lumina barks for everyone to follow Kisaragi. Then they press deeper into the forest, and someone blurts out, "You're serious." Doll blurts out that they're still alive, and Lumina shuts down the doubt. Yep, they really are, while the travelers stand right beside the fallen orcs. Kisaragi strides up to his horse and thanks Kokuyo for every bit of hard work. And Lumina immediately fires back that the real hero, the one who wiped out all the orcs, wasn't the horse, it was someone else. She clocks it instantly. His fighting style is wildly unusual, like nothing she's ever seen, because he swings a massive sword and somehow blends in magical attacks like it's effortless. He says he always fights side by side with Kokuyo, so this time the battle somehow felt totally normal, nothing weird at all. Lumina is about to snap back at the hero. Then an admiring doll suddenly charges in and blurts out Kisaragi's name. The moment the guy hears someone calling him, he whips around and asks the doll what's going on. But the young man hesitates, not answering yet. Suddenly, he snaps his gaze up at him, Doll's eyes blazing with real gratitude as he tells Toya, "Thank you," then adds, "And because of you, no one of my comrades died." Pastor Feng's crew watches the hero with straight-up gratitude, and he quickly shrugs it off. "Don't just praise me, you all fought too, and I'm thankful for that." Another teammate blurts out that all this talk has already been said, and it's just a waste. Akima snaps back that if they keep fighting like this, they're going to pay in blood, and the heroes start worrying over what to do with the orcs' bodies. A young guy from the team snaps that the costs are way too high, then even proposes chopping the orcs' noses off as proof they won, but right then the hero steps in, tells the boys not to worry, and waves it all away with a single flick of his hand. Kisaragi grins and swears he can stash such a tiny bunch of orcs in his storage. No problem. Then the moment Tuya's hand moves, every single monster body vanishes like it never existed, and Lumina's eyes go wide with shock. The Pasteur Fang's team bursts with both delight and shock over what they just witnessed. And Dao is the most stunned of all, because he can't figure out where those monsters vanished to. Once the monster corpses vanished from under Lumina and Toya's feet, they disappeared from around the boys' team too, so the boys yanked themselves back in panic, terrified. Kisaragi blurts, "What's wrong?" then whips around in shock, only to find the merchant sitting right in the cart, humming like they're thinking, but staying completely silent. Thendi lands safely, and the doll exhales in pure relief. Toya strides into the guild hall, and Melia beams at him, thanking him for all his hard work. Then she steps forward and addresses him while clutching something in her hands. Gilblady beams at Kisaragi and tells him she's celebrating his promotion to B rank at last. Then the girl shoves Toya his information card into his hands. The hero snatched the card, scanned it in full, then burst out in shock and relief because, yep, he'd actually climbed to rank B. Turns out the guild's rules say if you want to re-rank B, you don't need anything fancy, you just have to crush the escort mission first. And Melia tells the hero this straight up. Ebron hatches a plan to boost the hero's fame as fast as humanly possible. Then he barrels down the stairs toward the common room himself. The moment the sub-guildmaster spots the hero, his face flips, he beams and waves Kisaragi like they're old friends, and the hero instantly gets it, like the answer is finally clear. But just as he's talking with Melia Toya, a guy shows up out of nowhere, and his voice comes out with a sharp, guilty edge. Turns out Dao had finally stepped up to him. Kisaragi demanded to know what happened, and Dao admitted he was sorry for the awful names he hurled at Toya and for how badly he treated him. Suddenly, another girl from the Pastor Fang's team cuts in, saying it's almost unheard of for a doll to apologize. Then the boy flushes with embarrassment and hisses at her to shut up, while Kisaragi shrugs it off like it's no big deal. Lumina creeps up behind Dalu and Kisaragi, throws her arms around them, and declares that no matter how you slice it, if they finished the mission together, they're adventurers, right? And the heroes instantly blush from embarrassment. While Ebrand and Melia keep their eyes on the travelers, Lumina lights up the idea of celebrating the mission being done with orc stew at the Foxtail Inn. Then someone else chimes in to chase it all down with chilled Toya's ale. When word of orc meat hits the crowd, one person blurts, "No way those monsters can chow down on humans." Kisaragi hears it and lets out a chuckle. The hero clutches every detail of the mission like a live memory. Every meeting, every moment, and when it's all over, he realizes he actually feels damn good. Kisaragi finally bursts back into the mansion, and, as soon as he steps inside, he shouts Ferris's name right on cue. She appears, and he rushes to apologize for keeping her waiting. But the moment she sees him, her face crumples with disappointment. Ferris's eyes instantly brim with tears. She blurts out how relieved she is that Toya's finally back, rushing to greet him and admitting she's been feeling painfully alone. Kisaragi spots Ferris crying and freezes. He has no idea how to comfort her. Then he drops to one knee and tells her, "I felt that same crushing loneliness out there on the mission too." The hero blurts out that all trip long, he just wanted to sprint back home, because he knew Ferris was waiting for him patiently in the mansion, and when the girl hears that, embarrassment hits her like a wave. Kisaragi still looms in front of Ferris when bam, the girl shoots her hand up, and Tuya snaps, asking what's wrong because her face is flushed and tears are pouring non-stop. Toya keeps hearing, "You can't touch a house's spirit," but he decides to prove them wrong, so he reaches his hand straight toward the girl's face. Out of nowhere, Ferris grabs Kisaragi's hand so the hero's cheeks flare red, and pure shock hits him hard. Out of nowhere, Toya Ferris raises a hand to his cheek, beams that sweet, tender smile at the hero, and you can tell the girl is thrilled. The touch lasts about a heartbeat. The moment Kisaragi brushes Ferris's cheek, she bursts into white smoke. Tuya stares at his hand, stunned, realizing that weird, impossible feeling wasn't normal at all. A few seconds later, Ferris pops back beside the hero out of a puff of white smoke, and she tells them that's her limit for today. With a sweet, loving smile, she looks at Kisaragi like he's the only thing that matters and whispers his name. Ferris bursts out that she's on cloud 9 because Tuya finally touched her, while Kokuyo, meanwhile, sprawls in the grass beneath the mansion windows, sound asleep. Right now, inside the Adventurers Guild, Ibrand leans in and thanks Lumina for everything she's done. Lumina stands by the door with a stiff, serious face, and then the sub-guildmaster presses her, "What was Toya like when he fought?" Lumina strides into the room, drops onto the couch, and starts answering the man, telling Ibrand that on their way back they ran into a pack of orcs, led by a brutal orc general, and Ibrand can't believe his ears. As the tea the sub-guildmaster poured for her goes cold in the mug, Luminous leans in and tells her after running into monsters like that, she'd already been bracing for death, no matter what. After Lumina takes a few sips from her tea mug, she tells everyone that they only made it back to Fendi City safe because Tuya fought for them during the battle, and that his warhorse is as tough as a demon. Lumina stared into her mug's reflection and declared, no matter how strong Kokuyo gets, he still can't hold a candle to Kisaragi. After a long silence, the girl finally speaks up. If death comes for her, she'll still choose to fight Kisaragi just to get a first-hand look at how he fights. Ebrand steps up to the window, leans in and tells Lumina, if you're describing the hero like this, it can only mean things are serious. He nods like he gets it, assures her, and asks the girl to rest. Lumina also tells Ebrand, I've got one message for you, and she swears she picked it up from the merchants right on the road to the mission. Just like that, the whole battle between the Kingdom of Gerene and the Empire of Lunith flipped on its head. Right now, two clearly terrified people are sprinting through the forest, wearing long robes that don't match, gasping for air like the woods are chasing them. On the road, one of them trips hard and slams onto the ground, and the second freezes, turns back and starts fussing over them right away. Turns out the two girls sprinting aren't random at all. One of them is Arturia, Princess Charlotte's assistant. She whips around, fretting that her friend might be hurt, even though she can already see the reassurance isn't even needed. Turns out the other girl, Charlotte, leans in and tells her friend, don't worry, then fidgets and fusses with the robe she just ran in. Arturia snaps that they can't afford to stay in a forest like this. It's way too dangerous, so the girls need to stop wasting time and get out right now. Charlotte locks eyes with the sky, voice burning, and declares, this is exactly why we have to find the sage no matter the cost. 3 months have already blasted by since that escort mission, and tonight the tavern is roaring with life. Right then, someone strolls up with a bright grin and tells Toya they'll make an exception just for him. At the tavern, Dahl leans in and demands the hero join his crew, the Grassland Fangs, and you can tell he means it. Then Kisaragi hears the whole thing and shuts it down. Cold. He refuses. No way, after everything they survived together. Why would the hero refuse to join the group? Kisaragi brushes it off and says he just wants the boy in for one thing, a cold, chilled ale. The girl snaps at them to stop bickering. Work is finally done, and everyone's wiped out then. Out of nowhere, one of the young men in their group, Pasteur Fangs, blurts that his client told him something seriously interesting. Turns out he heard the war between the Kingdom of Henrietta and the Empire of Lunith has officially kicked off, so everyone stares at the girl who spilled the news, shocked. Not the guy and the heroes still need to hear something even bigger. Turns out there's a real hero fighting on Henrietta's side, and the moment Kisaragi hears the news, that name hits his memory like a flash. He tries to crack the exact moment she mentioned the hero was she, talking about that guy who got summoned to the castle the second time, not Kisaragi. In the New World, it's like a game where wars randomly ignite right now. The Kingdom of Henrietta kicked off a fight against the Lunate Empire, but the Empire shoved them back, and that power-balanced stalemate keeps dragging on year after year. That guy brags that the hero of the kingdom is so insanely strong, he's basically a monster. And on the Lennet side, a bunch of cities have already been wiped out. The boy clutches a mug of ale and warns that if the tides of battle swing, the neutral kingdom of Sarandi will get rattled too. Then Kisaragi presses, asking if he's saying Sarandi could end up dragged into the war. Dahl tells him not to worry, because Lunit's got the best general backing him. Then a fox-eared waitress swoops up, bows, and rushes out an apology for the delay, saying one of the guy's orders is finally ready. Suddenly, Dahl yells in horror that if Henrietta's kingdom wins, every beast man in their land is doomed. Then the terrified girl's grip slips and the tray of food clatters to the floor. Dahl sees what's happened and blurts out an apology while his girlfriend snaps at him in pure fury. And the poor frightened waitress rushes in to grab everything back off the floor. Kisaragi whips around to the girl and the truth hits him hard. If the Henrietta kingdom wins this war, they'll enslave everyone except humans. Suddenly, Toya snaps back to what Sharon, the princess of the Henrietta kingdom, told them their country is stepping into this war too. Suddenly, Akima, right there beside the hero, leans in and demands, so who do you all think is stronger, Kisaragi or Henrietta, the hero of the kingdom? From behind, Toya taunts, you're stronger than you look. And the moment it lands, Kisaragi slumps and mumbles that they can't forget this isn't just any guy, it's a hero. Toya leans back in his chair, jaw tight, replaying the truth he got booted from the castle like trash in the end, all because he never had the title of a hero. The thought gnaws at him. When Kisaragi comes back to the mansion, a fussy Ferris is waiting right at the door. hands on her hips, scolding Toya straight to his face that he drinks way too much. Toya says the house's vocabulary is growing day by day, and he can't help but feel thrilled. Then Kisaragi, with Ferris watching, asks the girl to forgive him for how often he drinks, and she tells him she'll forgive him without a second thought. The girl tells Kisaragi she's already got a bath ready for him, and he shoots back a grateful thank you. As the hero rushes toward the bathroom, he fires a question to the girl: "What went down in the mansion today?" Ferris snaps back that Natalia showed up to grab some food. Toya hears it, gears up for the water procedures, and bursts into laughter right in front of the elf, while Ferris stands at his side watching. Right then, the hero snaps around and tells Ferris she can't step into the bath with him, and her face falls, though she forces a smile and swallows the hurt Kisaragi's demand leaves behind. After finishing the mission escort, the girl stuck to Kisaragi like glue, shadowing him around the mansion wherever he went, turning his life into a constant headache. Kisaragi flashes back to that one night when Ferris told him she wanted to come with him as soon as he fell asleep. And yeah, he admits he never let that happen. And here's the crazy part: Kisaragi can't get a single touch on Ferris ever since he brushed her cheek that one day. He can't figure out why either, because even she doesn't seem to know what's behind this weird anomaly. While the hero lounged in the bathtub, he let out a quiet thought that hit him like relief somehow. Getting moved right beside the city of Fendi felt unbelievably right. He's sure of it because, since he arrived, he's crossed paths with nothing but genuinely great people. Kisaragi sits in the bathtub, spiraling as he realizes that if he crawls back to his world, he'll almost definitely get fired, so he decides he doesn't want to return at all, and he wants to leave everything exactly how it is. Toya thinks he can finally slip into a quiet, steady life in Fundi, no chaos, no worries, until the moment he turns his head and spots Ferris peeking out from behind the wall, staring at him while he sits in the bathtub. The girl props her hand on the wall and stares at Kisaragi. Then he jolts upright in the bathroom, demands what happened, and the moment he asks, she whips around and cuts him off. Ferris is locked in on something, dead serious, barely says a word to the hero at all. Then, right before she vanishes, she blurts out only one thing: "I was wrong." And Toya is left completely stunned, unable to piece together what just happened. Milia shoots him a heartfelt apology for whatever she just did. The girl rushes up to Kisaragi, apologizing for dragging him to the guild out of nowhere. But Kisaragi doesn't even answer. Then Toya drops the bomb. Milia said, "Ebrand has a request waiting for the boy." The moment the hero steps into the room where Ebrand sits, he spots him carving a little orc figurine from wood, and the sub-guild master lights up and announces that Kisaragi has finally arrived. Still carving the wood with barely a glance, the man whips his head toward Toya and blurts that he needs him right now for urgent business, while the table beside the wooden figure is packed with all kinds of tools. Kisaragi just can't wrap his head around why Ebrand is carving an orc out of wood in his own office. And the sub-guild master only shrugs and says Melio will fill the hero in on every last detail. The girl cracks open the book and starts talking, and then the truth hits: there's a tiny village hidden deep in the northern forest. In this village, the locals ship their fabrics straight to the city of Fendi, yet for weeks. Not a single word has come back from the villagers. Nelia tells them the guild's C-rank squad went to check on the villagers and still didn't come back, and Kisaragi's jaw drops at the shock that they were C-rank. Ibrans warns that the monsters have gone wild lately, pushed into action by the war tearing through the north of the Lunar Empire, and Melia snaps that she wants Tuya to investigate the vanished villagers right now. Ibrand swears that once the hero mounts his horse, they can ride straight into the forest on a recon mission. Right when Kisaragi's mind snaps back to Kokio, Toya snaps that even if the guild workers believe otherwise, this trip is still headed for disaster. So Ebran steps in and lays down a condition for the guy. The sub-guild master boasts that he'll make Dala take every monster material Toya hunted, and the hero just blurts out a thrilled yes, no second thoughts, not even for a minute. Milia, once she heard the E-brand rules, immediately guessed the workshop workers would go whining to the sub-guild master, and even to the girl herself. Because the man knows that outcome all too well, Kisaragi thinks this offer couldn't have hit at a better moment, because he's dying to try something new, and Ibran tells him that if the hero clears the mission, he'll reward him with even more. The secret gift ends up being nothing but an orc figurine, and the sub-guild master, grinning with confidence, declares he'll hand it to Toya for getting the job done, only for the hero to shut him down. He doesn't need it at all. Meanwhile, in the northern forest, a real showdown erupts. Someone is locked in a brutal fight with the goblins terrorizing the area. Turns out Charlotte and Arturia get swarmed by goblins, and the first girl wipes them out. Then Charlotte turns to her friend and blurts, "Are you okay?" Charlotte looks absolutely torn up, and she rushes to Arturia to apologize for having to go all this way just to help the girl. Arturia hears her friend's words, brushes the panic aside, and insists that everything's fine because protecting Charlotte is on her shoulders. She tries to catch her breath, but it won't come easy. Arturia swears they'll crack a way out of this forest then. Right after she finishes, her strength just gives out and she drops to the ground. Charlotte doesn't even get a beat to catch her, so she snatches Arturia and hauls her on her back. With Charlotte hauling Arturia onto her back, she snaps that the Empress won't let a single setback get in her way, and the girl still staggers forward, fighting through every step. Turns out, a month ago, the kingdom of Henrietta suddenly launched an invasion, and Charlotte's empire, despite sending troops at once, hit a disaster they never saw coming. The restless king slumped on his throne, hands gripping his head, and kept whispering the same horror-struck question, how could this possibly happen to him? And with war hitting every single day, the girl finally faced the king and said their army was crushed, only for him to refuse to believe a word of it. Out of nowhere, the army's commander stormed into the throne room and demanded the king send his squad's knights to war. The moment the soldiers spotted the man who stormed into the throne room, they erupted with joy, shouting that it was Garrett. And that meant the war was safe, because they'd never lose to the kingdom of Henrietta. Arturia marched up to the army's leader, dropped father like it meant everything to her, and he answered her back by name. After years of battles kept them apart, he finally met his daughter, ruffled her hair, and admitted she'd grown up, while Arturia panicked. Afraid her father was about to march back into war, he just smiled and told her, "Don't worry, you don't have to." Charlotte told her friend to trust the unstoppable Garrett and never flinch, because nothing bad would get the final word, so the girls stayed bright-eyed and hopeful. By the end, Garrett's war-worn knights marched into battle, and everyone absolutely knew they were walking out victorious. Suddenly, grim news crashed into the castle, and Arturia's world shattered. She screamed, "No, it can't be," because she refused to accept the truth that her father had been killed in the war. Turns out, right at the very end of the battle, Arturia's own father stepped out and challenged the so-called hero to a one-on-one duel, so when the king heard it, he shot up from his throne without a second to wait. The warriors who came back from the fight snapped that the enemy was charging far too quickly, and warned that in just a few days, every road across the kingdom would be shut tight. The king caught this news and spun to Arturia, ordering her to take Charlotte with her because panic was running the court. And then he snapped at the girls to race to the neighboring kingdom of Serendie before it was too late, his face grim and heavy with dread. Charlotte screamed that she couldn't flee on her own, leaving her family behind in a kingdom that was getting crushed by a neighboring country, while tears threatened to spill as her courage wavered. The king snapped at his daughter and swore she'd never run under any circumstance. Because the kingdom needed Natalia's power, the power of a true sage, the king ordered his closest people to hunt her down. And Arturia and Charlotte are terrified. At last, the two girls climbed into the royal carriages and rode out of the castle for a whole new country, while Charlotte's mom and dad stood there, beaming with pure excitement. The king admitted that once Garrett got crushed, he couldn't stop wondering if the whole battle would flip when Natalia finally showed up, while his wife clung to him in trembling fear, and he swore he'd pray Natalia would step in and look after the children who came hunting for her. Turns out the only two who busted out of the kingdom were Charlotte and Arturia. But their pursuers were blazing fast, and the escort knights had to throw their lives on the line to get those girls away. While Arturia's out cold, Charlotte slips her drinks to snap her back to reality. And it actually works. Arturia jolts back to consciousness and realizes she's sitting beside a tree. Then Charlotte grins and blurts that she's so relieved her friend finally woke up. Arturia spots the empty flask by her feet and instantly apologizes to Charlotte for running out of water. Then, after a beat of crushing silence, she bows again and apologizes for being such a pain as a royal knight, while Charlotte just stays quiet. The girl presses Charlotte, asking if they can really meet Natalia, and wonders where that elf could be hiding. Charlotte shrugs it off, telling her friend they're no strangers to all sorts of things. The girl remembers that after they started joking with Natalia, They somehow got used to ducking out of her sight non-stop, and both girls look back on those moments with real warmth. With a smile tugging at her lips, she recalls how Natalia would sometimes snap at the girl back then. Though the girl knows its ancient history, those memories of her mentor still glow the warmest in her mind. Charlotte grips her friend's hand and tells her straight up that she has to believe. Charlotte clasped Aria's hands and cheered that the goddess Terraria would definitely save them all, while Arturia stared at her, totally captivated. Suddenly, Charlotte breaks into tears, and Arturia clocks it right away. Her friend swears that, for everyone who died, Charlotte will fight to the very end. Arturia tells the girl, "What you're saying is true," and then adds, "Like any royal knight, I'll never quit." Arturia clutches Charlotte and, in one rush of memory, thinks of her father, then realizes she'd gladly trade her own life to keep Charlotte safe, because Charlotte would absolutely say yes. Suddenly, both girls spot smoke billowing up from the heart of the forest, and one of them yells that they have to rush to find where it's coming from. After a while, the friends finally burst out of the trees and hit the forest's edge, packed with wooden houses like a real town, and Arturia leans in, grinning as she says, "I knew it, it's a village," then turns to Charlotte and shouts, "We're saved." Arturia beams at Charlotte and suggests they just ask the locals for food and water. Charlotte whirls around and blurts that there's not a soul in sight. Then Arturia snaps her finger at a spot nearby and insists someone's there. The girl freezes mid-step, staring in shock, terror hitting her all at once. Turns out there's a chunk of human flesh sitting right under the girl's feet, so when they spot it, panic hits and they start screaming at the top of their lungs. Out of nowhere, Charlotte darts to a hut in the village and spots a figure sitting inside, something that doesn't look human at all. Then the truth hits her fast. She knows exactly who it is. 3 orcs lurk in the dark, gnawing on a human corpse, and just as hope starts to rise, they spot the girls, right in front of the friends, ruining everything. When the girls come into view, the orcs surge toward them at full speed. Charlotte's voice cracks as she screams that this village has turned into an orc stronghold, because right then, an entire horde of monsters is already lined up and ready to smash the girls. Suddenly, 2 of them break into a sprint straight for the girls to attack, so Arturia slams herself in front of Charlotte, ready to shield her. Charlotte crumples to the ground, shrieking in pure terror as Arturia yanks her sword free to charge those monsters, and Charlotte's face twists with panic, tears spilling as she begs God to save them, because she refuses to let the girls be slaughtered that day. One of the orcs charging in was already winding up to smash Arturia with his club, and Charlotte just stood there begging in silence for one person, anyone to help them. The girl gulped in a sharp breath, then screamed for help like her life depended on it, pure panic pouring from her voice when, out of nowhere, someone hit the enhancement skill on the Buster sword. Turns out the savior who raced to the girl's side was Kisaragi, and as he charged the orcs, he split them in a single strike, mowing down 2 monsters with one swing of his sword. The hero loses his footing, can't brake in time, and even though he swings his sword to stop himself, he spirals out of control after mowing down 2 orcs straight into the wall of a wooden hut. Kisaragi barrels through the hut's door, and it shatters with a brutal crunch under his body, making the girls freeze, hear it, and feel a little bad for the hero. Even so, Toya doesn't back down. He grins and tells them he always knew survivors were still in that village. He says he felt something alive, something not like the monsters, and that's why he bolted straight toward any victims he could reach. Suddenly, the hero snaps up and whips his head around inside the hut he's landed in. He spots a pile of human corpses and realizes they're the guild group that came to the village earlier. Kisaragi gasps in horror when she realizes the orcs didn't just attack, they devoured every last local, one by one, and now Arturia demands, "Who is Tuya?" The hero promises he'll spill the whole story to the girls later, but right now he orders them to hide. An orc pack is seconds from swarming Kisaragi, but he flashes a fearless grin and vows he'll handle the rest, while the hero grips his Buster sword in one powerful hand. Toya yanked off his glove and, using his search spell, clocked 10 orcs in the pack. Then he decided to make a move, because there wasn't a single other human in the village to help. As Arturia rushes Charlotte to safety, Charlotte can't stop wondering what kind of man Kisaragi really is. Meanwhile, Kisaragi is already lining up some deadly spell. Turns out the hero channels wind magic into his left hand and fire magic into his right. Dead set on winning with a look that screams confidence, Then Kisaragi snaps his hands together, braids the two magics into a brand new combo, and rockets straight at his opponents. Because when you mix someone else's magic, it's called combination magic. Charlotte watches everything unfold, then whips her head to Arturia and blurts that she's never, ever seen magic this powerful in her life. The hero cranks up the volume on those mixed powers, then, boom, a firestorm erupts, terrifying and gorgeous at once. And right after that, he charges straight for the orcs. Charlotte snaps her hand over her face as she stares at the wild magic Kisaragi unleashes, and she blurts out what kind of spells these are, but Arturia has no clue either. Meanwhile, Toya blasts the monsters out one by one with fireballs. At last, the clash finally dies down. Tuia's sword jams hard into the dirt. Charlotte and Arturia stare in pure amazement and giddy delight, while Kisaragi stays locked in, laser-focused. He grins like he just pulled off the impossible. This is the first time he's ever fused fire and wind magic, and yeah, he totally expected it to flop. But instead, it's incredible. The girls Kisaragi saved scramble to catch the guy's eye, standing back at first, then daring to inch closer, step by step. Toya whips around with a grin, apologizes, and asks if the girls are okay. Then a massive monster suddenly barrels in on him, and the girls scream in terror, shouting that something's behind the hero. Charlotte and Arturia are shaking with fear. A towering orc, draped in fang-flecked trophies from other monsters, lunges at the hero from behind and swings his brutal club to smash him down and finish the job. Kisaragi spins around in shock, and the monster is just as stunned that a higher species of orcs dares to live in a place like this, yet the hero doesn't bolt, because his faithful comrade rushes in to back him up, and then the thunder of hooves hits from behind. Toya strides a few steps ahead, declares he's handing this monster over to his partner, then Kokuyo, Kasaragi's horse, springs up and bites the orc's head clean off. The girls stared in disbelief. Arturia and Charlotte practically screamed that they'd just witnessed a warhorse with their own eyes. Once the last enemy drops, Kisaragi rushes up to the girls and demands, "Are you all right?" While Kokuyo tears into the monster's severed head, it just bit clean off. Charlotte can't help but pray the one who saved them isn't their enemy then. Without even pausing, she blurts it out, "Toya, it's you, right?" Kisaragi grabs Charlotte and asks where the villagers are, and she shoots back that she and her friend are still smack in the middle of their journey because they stumbled into the village by pure luck. Right then, one of the girls blurts out, "Oh no, we forgot to introduce ourselves." She says her name is Charlotte, but the hero can call her Char. Then she points to her friend and names her Arturia. And the second Arturia hears it, rage flashes across her face. Kisaragi spots Arturia's horns trembling, and then bam, she dips her head even lower than before, leaving Toya staring in pure shock, while Charlotte awkwardly hangs back like she doesn't know where to look. Suddenly, Charlotte snaps her head up and locks onto Kisaragi with this warm, loving look. Then she blurts out, "Does Toya have a wife?" And the girl trembles uncontrollably. The hero, totally caught off guard, blurts the question back like, "Wait, what?" And his face burns with embarrassment because the whole situation feels wildly off. Charlotte yanks her friend back right as she's about to strike Kisaragi, shouting for her to cool off. Then Arturia steps in and tells the hero that if he marries her, he can do whatever he wants with her. Kisaragi's horse glares at the girl, and just like that, her panic melts away. Then Arturia turns to the hero and blurts out a sincere apology, insisting she's so sorry she snapped for no reason at all. Charlotte leans in and tells Toya that the Arturia tribe instinctively hunts for strong partners, and Toya can't help but blink in shock at how weirdly natural it all sounds. While Arturia is still in this totally unclear haze, trying to figure out what's going on, Kisaragi clocks her as a weird girl, and then it hits him. He never introduced himself to the others. He blurts out, "My name is Tuya." Kisaragi blurts that he's an adventurer from the city of Fendi, and the moment his friends hear it, they freeze dead in their tracks. Charlotte barrels up to Tuya, grabs his shoulders and blasts out a question, "Are you really from Fendi, the city in the kingdom of Sarandi?" Tuya nods and says she's got it right, and right then, Charlotte and Arturia lock eyes, grinning like they just hit the jackpot. Charlotte whips around to Toya and blurts out her one big request, take her and Arturia to the city of Fendi. Charlotte tells them they have to reach that place because they must find Natalia, the sage, no matter what it costs. Kisaragi perks up at a familiar name and is blown away that the elf actually knows people, so he blurts out, "When you say Charlotte, do you mean the lowly sage?" And the moment the girl hears that familiar phrase, her eyes widen in shock. Charlotte and Arturia practically buzz with excitement and ask if Kisaragi knows Natalia. Then the hero smirks and says, "Yeah, she shows up here every single day, just to eat." Charlotte drops to her knees, flooded with joy, calling it a divine blessing to meet a hero, while Arturia whips Tuya around and demands they get out right away. After a quick moment of thought, Kisaragi stares at one of the huts where he'd found the guild adventurers' corpses earlier. Then he calls the girls over and asks them to help with something before they head back to Fendi City. The boys heave every corpse out of the hut and throw white sheets over them, while Charlotte scoops up the adventurer info cards and hands them straight to Kisaragi. The girl says these are guild cards she found on those people, and Toya snaps back that this'll spare him all the annoying hassle. Then he thanks her. Kisaragi stared at the lifeless bodies and swore he'd haul them to Fendi City, then shot his hand up and opened the vault only for Arteria to gasp because the so-called hero had a vault skill too, and the dead bodies vanished in an instant. Charlotte tells the dead to rest in peace, and Arturia fires back that corpses don't usually get shipped home to their families, while Tuya just stays quiet, not even thinking she needs to answer the girl. Turns out, months had slipped by since Toya became an adventurer, and then it hit him. He'd already started getting numb to other people's deaths. Once Kisaragi's done with the bodies, he snaps to the next problem he has to help the girls now. With 2 girlfriends in the mix, the head count skyrockets, and that means one horse won't be able to carry everyone to the city fast enough. Toya scoots aside with Kokuyo and tells the 2 girls to hold up for a second. Then they snap into agreement and wait right away. The hero throws the vault open once more and tears through it, hunting for what they need, while Toya recalls that he was certain he'd hidden something inside, something that could help them reach the city of Fendi-e-Hid. Suddenly, after what feels like forever, Kisaragi hits the storage jackpot, finding the thing he's been hunting for minutes, and he can't stop grinning. Turns out Kisaragi stumbles on a cart icon hidden in the storage room, and the moment he sees it, he realizes he's never used it before, so he dives in now to finally make it work. When the carriage finally rolls into view, the girls go wide-eyed. Kisaragi's transport is so amazing it instantly lights up their faces. The cart with Kokuyo harnessed to it barrels toward the girls, and they all scream in sync that it looks insanely luxurious. Kisaragi gapes at the carriage he dragged out of storage, and it's way more luxurious than he ever expected right then. The girls spot the real shocker too. It's being pulled by a warhorse. Arturia can't believe it turns out even the royal guards don't use rides this insane. Charlotte grabs the moment, trying to jolt the girl back to consciousness. Kisaragi steps closer, catches bits of their conversation, and starts wondering if Arturia really just hinted at the royal guard. Toya leans in and studies Charlotte. Then it hits him. No matter how he stares, she screams, "Born for the nobility." Suddenly, Kisaragi snaps and decides he's done chasing answers about the girls too pointless, too much trouble, and he refuses to put himself through it. Charlotte suddenly whips around to Toya and with zero shame straight up asks if he's a nobleman, like she's begging for answers and can't hide her curiosity for a second. Charlotte blurts out that even in the Empire, nobody could ever get their hands on a carriage this incredible. And Arturia shoots right back that Charlotte is acting way too inappropriate, so Kisaragi just watches, baffled, like the girls are totally strange. The hero warns that the girls should stay just a little less curious, because if they don't, he won't have to question them at all. And Arturia nods like she gets every word. Then Toya swings the carriage door open, hustling the girls inside, and climbs in himself to take the reins and drive the horse. Finally, Kisaragi yanks the horse's reins and declares it's time to go. Then Charlotte suddenly stares straight at the carriage wheels. The girl beams and tells her friend how amazing it feels to be flying in that fast carriage. Then Toya spins around and tells the girls he's thrilled they're loving every second of the ride. Suddenly, the hero realizes this world he's in has no technology like that, so of course the girl's shocked face makes total sense. Charlotte snaps to it Kisaragi is way too young, yet he stays shockingly calm, and that calm hits hard, because you can tell the girl admires it, like Tuya's done. Arturia then lights up and blurts out how steady the hero was when he tore through those orcs. Toya awkwardly blurts that he's just into martial arts, but inside, the hero smirks, thinking, "Nah, I'm only acting this calm because I'm way past 30. Arturia strikes up a chat with Charlotte and tells her she's sure Kisaragi is a superstar mage. Then Charlotte snaps back that she's never once heard of the magic that boy used before. Arturia refuses to quit. She's convinced Tuya is a warrior just because he wields the magnificent sword. But Charlotte snaps back that no warrior could ever pull off magic like that. And every single word, the girls don't even realize, is landing right in Tuya's ears. He can't stand seeing the girl's doubts linger, so he leans in and tells her straight up. He's basically a priest with one tiny catch. Arturia, fresh off learning Kisaragi's job, can't wrap her head around it. She's shocked the hero is actually a priest. Then Charlotte cuts in, like she's cracked the code, and says she finally understands everything, and she claims Toya is Natalia's student. Charlotte tells Natalia, "Yeah, you're a mage, but you're still hunting down the road to becoming a sage." And the girl adds one more thing. She heard Natalia soaked up a ton of knowledge on her road to becoming a sage. And right then, Kisaragi finally clocks the truth. Natalia didn't just happen to have all those magic books. The real reason gets revealed. Arturia says, "Now I get it, this is why Toya can pull off magic I've never even seen." And Charlotte nods like, "Yeah." And that's why Kisaragi is ridiculously strong. As the hero rides that horse, he can't help but feel relieved the girls aren't digging for his personal info. Yet his mind immediately snaps to a whole new problem. Kisaragi can't stop wondering if he's brave enough to tell Arturia and Charlotte the truth about his real job. The hero remembers being stuck in the grind, leveling up, chasing his next job change until it finally hit. He switched roles and slammed into his new life as a high mage. Kisaragi flashes back to one vicious showdown when he battled Hyork and came out on top. As usual, Tuya didn't even pause. He flicked his hand and blasted his enemy apart with a spell, merciless and lightning fast. Kisaragi can't stop replaying another moment from his expedition, 7 straight days grinding levels until his legs felt like stone. And then he finally landed the result he'd been chasing. Turns out the hero hit level 100 again, this time as a high mage, and it absolutely floored him. Then a new window blasted onto the map, asking if he wanted to switch professions, and he answered yes without even hesitating. Turns out, in the game, you can't just jump straight to the strongest class you have to swap a few side professions first. Then you can finally evolve into the all-powerful one for the berserker. That top-tier path is the warrior line. When the job window popped open, it was totally blank. No options at all. Kisaragi erupted, screaming that it couldn't be true. Not even a single magic-type job was listed, and he had no idea what to do to jump over to the warrior job line. Suddenly, Kokuyo snapped onto Kisaragi's robe hood with his teeth, and the hero shot a question at the horse. Was it really saying everything would be fine if he just kept leveling up? That's all Tuya could think about in that moment. And then he wasted no time, spilling his thoughts to his familiar. Turns out Kisaragi devoured a whole stack of books, yet not one of them could bring the berserker back, and that crushes him. The hero stares at the horse, clenches his resolve, and refuses to give up early. He tried to steady himself by telling himself he was still wiping out almost every enemy that came at him, but those words barely stirred a thing in Kisaragi's fighting spirit. Then Kokuyo stepped in to help the boy face his problem, and just when Toya thought things might calm down, the horse snapped onto its master's robe hood again with its teeth, making Toya jerk back in surprise. Suddenly, the horse, still clutching Kisaragi's robe hood in its teeth, whipped its head and hurled the boy as far away from itself as it could. Toya hit the ground hard, totally stunned by what his horse just did. Kisaragi shot Kokuya a furious glare and barked, "What's happening to me?" Toya whirled around, and a stunning scene snapped into view. Endless stretches of the country's wild landscapes, so massive they blew his mind. He whips back to Kokuyo and fires off, "Tell me, does he really think the world we live in is that well written?" The hero admits he totally spaced it out, since all he could think about was leveling up. Kisaragi clocks the odd shift 1 second, the boy's staring at the view. And the next, his anxiety just vanishes like it never existed. She whips around and asks, "So you're really not alone?" even though she already knows exactly what he'll say. Toya stared at the horse and realized he wasn't alone. Then he told the boy, "You're getting stronger, sure, but don't hesitate for a second." The hero's fire only burned brighter. Kisaragi promised he'd keep climbing his way up the ranks, and if war ever erupted, he still wouldn't stand alone. because Kokuyo would be right there with him, and then the horse snapped and bit its owner again. Kisaragi stared at his familiar, sighed in defeat, and wiped the drool off his face with his robe's edge. Once more, then he snapped his hand up like, no more waiting, and finally decided he'd act. Kisaragi swore he'd tackle every brutal hardship shoulder to shoulder with Kokuyo, and then it hit the job that unlocks after Mage and High Mage is the top-tier path in the hero's current lineup. Kisaragi switched jobs again, this time to Sage, and in the blink of an eye, his level nosedived back down to 1. Kisaragi remembers the moment he became a Sage. There was one huge catch: the magic he could use exploded in range, and right along with it came a brand new skill called Magic Combination. Suddenly, the hero clocks it. Natalia has to be just as sharp as him. Kisaragi swears that even here in this world, once people level up, everything shifts. Then the hero snaps around to make sure the two girls are okay. When he glances at them, he finds the girls fast asleep, and Toya figures they're wiped out, so he doesn't dare wake them. Kisaragi snaps to the truth. Now that he's finally reached this peak, he can unleash something massive with a single artifact. He yanks the experience multiplication ring off his finger, and the second it's gone, it hits him hard. That ring only boosts the primary profession line, so he can't use its effect anymore. Toya lifts the ring right up to his face, and the thought hits him. This feels like the ultimate cheating move, so the hero's awkwardness spikes instantly. Then boom, a couple of raindrops splash onto his head. The hero realizes the rain's already begun, so he floors it sprinting like his home's right on the other side of the storm. Meanwhile, Natalia and Faris are chatting inside Tuya's mansion, and Natalia snaps that Kisaragi is late again. Natalia lounged on the sofa, kicked her legs back and forth, and kept snapping that the hero was late home again once more. When Faris hears everyone trashing the mansion owner, she snaps back that Toya works, and then she turns on Natalia, bluntly telling her she's already an adult. So stop being so selfish. Natalia starts grumbling again about Toya being late. But Faris slams the brakes on her, sobbing. Then out of nowhere, the elf leans in and asks if it's really true that Faris has started getting comfortable with the mansion's new owner. Still no reply from the girl. Natalia presses, asking if she remembers that first time they met. Faris doesn't answer. Then Natalia blurts out that when she was hunting for a place to live in this city, a merchant's guild member pointed her straight to this mansion. Turns out, to sell that mansion, the sellers quietly hid the fact that the house was already claimed by a resident spirit. The moment Natalia saw the house's spirit for the first time, shock hit so hard that Faris couldn't even take it, and Natalia felt she couldn't stay a day in that mansion. Faris snapped, "No way," and threw Natalia off the mansion she'd just bought while the poor elf turned pale with terror. In the end, the scammer got caught inside a merchant's guild and was fired on the spot the moment they found him. Right after that, another guild worker showed up at Natalia's door, bowed and apologized, and Natalia agreed to let them rent out her current store, but only if they slashed the price hard, instead of refunding her mansion money. The elf tells them she's never seen a spirit manor like this before, calling it wildly fascinating, while Faris just slumps and listens like he can't care less. Natalia takes a bite of the donut, then whips back to Faris and holds the hole up to her face like a little window. The elf locks eyes with her for a beat and asks what Toya looks like through her own gaze. Then the girl blurts out, fast and certain, that in her mind, it's this Toya. I hear a loud noise outside the window, and both girls snap their heads toward it. Then Natalia blurts out that it's pouring rain outside and demands again where Kisaragi could be. Meanwhile, the hero keeps the carriage rolling down a rain-soaked, washed-out road, yanking control like it's life or death. Then he whips his head to Kokuyo and orders the horse to sprint at full speed. The horse instantly obeys, surging forward as Kisaragi spots something out of nowhere. Charlotte and Arturia finally jerk awake, blinking through sleep, still groggy, still not fully grasping what's happening around them. Right in the middle of the ride, Arturia jolts toward the carriage window and demands to know what happened, while Charlotte is busy smoothing her hair, until Arturia's stomach drops outside. 6 figures lurk with their faces hidden under robes, and fury ignites in her chest. One robed man declares that staking guards on the road was the right move, and the next one fires back. He says they just wanted to cross the border too. Arturia suddenly clocks it. The robed men have been waiting for them the whole time. Charlotte gasps in horror, saying there's no way they could have tracked them all the way here. At the same moment, Kisaragi is totally lost, furiously trying to figure out who these people even are. Arturia steps out of the carriage, rushes to apologize to the hero for yanking him into their mess, and then decides to lay it out exactly what kind of people they've been stuck dealing with. Turns out the carriage is boxed in by knights from Henrietta hoods off, metal helmets gleaming, and blades bared like they're ready to strike any second. One knight starts laughing at the girls like, "You really thought you'd slip past the elite royal knights," while Kisaragi lets out a shaky breath, nerves on full blast. He shoots another question. Are these knights closing in on him, truly tied to Henrietta's kingdom? Thunder crashed and lightning flashed while rain hammered the streets. Ferris, nerves on edge, stared out the window, praying Toya would come home any second. Arturia bursts out of the carriage, yanks her sword free, and snarls that those people once slaughtered her comrades, while Tuia can't stop replaying how nasty her memories are of the folk living in Henrietta's kingdom. Arturia stands there like she owns the sky, promising she'll handle the knights of the kingdom of Henrietta, and she's ready to strike right now. Before anyone can blink, one knight spits vile beastman, grips his sword with both hands, and charges straight in to cut her down. The girl snaps her guard up and parries the knight's strike like she saw it coming. And he's not ready for it. He's determined to keep the fight going. While blades clash, Arturia whips around and yells at Kisaragi to run for the city right now and not waste a second because she's staying behind. The girl presses Tyria to bring Charlotte into the city with him because Arturia refuses to let her die here. Arturia prowled through the forest no matter what the world threw at her. The knights of Henrietta's kingdom overhear the girl and roar that their resistance is pointless, then charge straight at Toya, who's still perched at the horse's controls, and swear nobody's getting out. Without a second thought, the hero leaps off the coachman's seat, then whips his hand through the air. Right after Kisaragi makes his move, a helmet packed with the severed head of a Henrietta Kingdom soldier slams onto the ground with a brutal crash. The buster sword flashes into the boy's grip, and the soldier's headless body drops hard to the ground with a brutal crash. All the other knights stare in stunned disbelief, because they never thought they'd be able to resist them yet. Here it is. The boy blurts that he has no idea why they're chasing those girls. Then the hero snaps that if the knights don't back off right now, disaster is coming fast. And while Toya says it, he keeps the sword hovering right at the knight's head. Suddenly, the guy standing near Kisaragi, ball in hand, grabs the tip and fires off a question. "So, hero, are you really confident in your skills?" Helmetless, this knight vows to his squad no matter what hits them, they will not fail the mission they've been given. Arturia snaps at Kisaragi, screaming that these guys are the Henrietta Kingdom's top-tier elite, so they better watch their step. Under Toya's sword, the man suddenly clenches his weapon's handle, shoves Arturia's blade away with his own hand, and lunges to strike while Arturia's voice blasts the truth through them. Even if a squad member falls, they will not back down. Kisaragi whips his body aside just as the Henrietta Kingdom squad leader hammers the ball his way. And you can tell this hit came out of nowhere for the hero. Toya snaps his eyes to the helmetless stranger, stunned, and then realizes the guy's sword skill is seriously on another level. Kisaragi snaps to it. These attackers don't feel anything like the ones from Dumbledore City. Toya knows that if he pulls his punches in this fight, death is coming for him, no question. The hero thinks, yeah, I get it, people die. And he's already made peace with the fact that they get cut down by steel or burned by spells. Right as Toya's lost in that grim thought, his sword gets sharpened again. Kokuil blurts out that he wants in on the fight with the hero, but Toya shuts him down cold by jamming his hand in the way. Then one helmetless squad member spots it. This kid's horse isn't normal at all. It's built for combat. He strides up to Kisaragi and declares that his squad will seize that horse for sure, then he'll deliver it straight to the kingdom of Henrietta. Kisaragi isn't rushing to strike the squad leader. He seethes as he slowly drags himself back to the memory of how the kingdom of Henrietta ripped him into this world. Toya snaps into action, no time to hesitate because he's already been preparing for the moment. He'll have to kill. Kisaragi realizes it the instant the world he's trapped in forces him to draw his blade. And now that boy's resolve is rock solid. Toya slips past the team leader's strike like lightning, then drives his blade straight into him, just as the hero realizes the day he'd end. Someone was always coming. Toya can't sugarcoat it. It's kill or be killed. Charlotte keeps watching, wide-eyed. Kisaragi's punch lands square in the guy's stomach, and he crumples instantly to his knees. The man stares in horror, realizing he totally misjudged the young one. Then his body betrays him as savage pain rips through his entire frame, folding him in half as he finally dies. The other knights stare in shock as this regular guy just wiped out their squad leader, and Kisaragi glares at the man he killed, then snaps his focus away, because now is not the moment to get lost in deep thoughts. Without wasting a second, Kisaragi explodes off the ground, hits his power-up skill, and barrels straight at the last knights from the Henrietta Kingdom squad, while the warriors brace hard. Suddenly, a white sphere snaps around the hero, and he rockets past two knights at once, mercilessly wiping them out, while the others stare in disbelief. Because this hero is moving impossibly fast. Kisaragi darts through the knights like a shadow, cutting them down one after another without mercy. Blood from the fallen knights splatters into the rain, and at last Tuya cuts down the last nearby knight sent by Henrietta's kingdom. Suddenly, the hero slams to a stop, dead soldiers surround him, corpses everywhere from the fight he just crushed, and you can tell he's all business, rage burning hot in his chest. Kisaragi is yanked to a standstill by the knight who caught Artoria, and the moment he sees his blade hover by her throat, he makes it crystal clear, one twitch, and the girl is in real danger. Arturia trembles and freezes in place, while the two last surviving knights snap their heads toward Toya with pure rage. Charlotte flung herself out of the carriage, desperate to save her friend, and the knight keeping Arturia locked up turned on Kisaragi with venom, snarling who the hell he was. He keeps talking to the hero, snapping that the knight Toya just killed isn't nearly as dumb as that fool, and then he throws Kisaragi a deal. Arturia hears the knight's words, snaps and screams that the hero must under no circumstances speak to them, to shut her up. The knight gripping his captive and his buddy drive a sword into her shoulder, and she erupts into a brutal, ear-splitting scream. Charlotte breaks down in frantic screams and tears, begging the knights to stop laughing at her friend. The knight grips Arturia by the hair and whips around to Kisaragi, barking that if the hero releases them, he'll spare the girl too. Then he snaps at Tuya to drop his sword. Without a second thought, the hero snatches his sword, flips it in his grip, and you can tell he's already scrambling for the next move. Arturia keeps getting stabbed in the shoulder by the sword, and her scream slices the air with raw pain, so the hero yanks his weapon away as fast as he can. He flicks his hand, and the sword whips behind his back like a secret weapon. Arturia spots what Toya just pulled off, blurts out his name, and her whole body shakes with fear. One of the knights gripping the girl starts cackling at Toya, claiming he'll shove him into his weapon. And Toya should just take the thanks for real, because he's the reason those soldiers didn't get dragged into pointless trouble. One knight clamps both hands onto his sword hilt and charges at Toya to strike the kid. Then snarls at the hero, warning him not to dare laugh, because with no sword, he's completely powerless. Suddenly, Kisaragi flicks his hand, and a near-invisible blade streaks through the knight. Then he just slips out of its path. Kisaragi keeps the fight going by unleashing an air blade on Henrietta Kingdom's knights, while right at the same time, another knight keeps hacking away at Artoria's shoulder. Kisaragi's strike hits, and she realizes the boy can sling offensive magic. So terror snaps through her. Toya shoots back, saying his look is a trick, because he's older than he seems. While the hero blasts both knights with attack magic, Arturia snatches the sword beside her and charges in from behind, right onto one of them. With a savage scream, she drives her sword straight through the knight's chest. Shocked by his move, she shoves harder and forces the blade as deep as she can. The knight gets skewered by unbearable pain and crumples dead right at the girl's feet, while Arturia can't even breathe, stricken with terror. The girl finally blurts that they dealt with the knights at last, half terrified, half overjoyed, and then an excited Charlotte sprints up to her, shouting her name and trying to reach her as fast as her legs will go. Charlotte spots the gash on Artoria's shoulder and gasps in pure terror, asking if she's really okay. Then Arturia shrugs it off and insists it's nothing, just a scratch. Arturia suddenly clutches her shoulder, and a searing stab of pain makes her cry out. Charlotte gasps an apology to her friend, while tears spill, swearing it all happened because of her. Then she scrambles to bandage Arturia's injured hand using scraps. While Toya digs into what happened during the night, Charlotte quickly wraps bandages around her wounded friend's shoulder. Suddenly, Toya's thoughts get wrecked when Charlotte's tears spill out. She begs for forgiveness, saying she's so sorry the guy got tangled in their mess, and it's painfully clear both girls are drowning in guilt over what went down. Kisaragi scans every knight he slaughtered for the Henrietta Kingdom, and then it hits him hard that rain that kicked off in the middle of the journey still won't quit. Toya can't stop scratching his head. Why on earth did they drag him into this world? He even compares it to how light novels usually play out. Get summoned, meet some god, who hands the heroes guidance. But with Kisaragi, that whole thing never shows up. The hero finally steels himself, steps past the lifeless bodies, and strides up to Kokurio, and the girls crouched on the ground, then turns to Artoria and asks if he can take a look at the wound the knights left on her. Artoria's shoulder screams with pain, but she fires off, ultimate healing. White light bursts to life right by the girl's hand. Suddenly, Arturia feels it, every trace of pain vanishes, and she can barely believe it. Charlotte beams because her friend is finally okay, and nothing stands in her way anymore. Kisaragi presses Arteria, asking if she can handle it by herself, and Arteria shoots back, no problem at all. The hero whips around to the girls and tells them, no way, these corpses can't be left rotting out here in the forest. Kisaragi asked Arteria and Charlotte for one last shot at help, and the girls answered in perfect sync. Don't worry, we'll help Toya, no question. Right after that, Arturia and Charlotte climb back into the carriage, and Kisaragi grabs the driver's seat. Then the hero stares up at the sky, figures the rain's about to quit any moment, and tells the girls straight away. After a while, the hero whips around to Charlotte and Arturia and spills the good news they're almost at the city now, and the girls light up like fireworks, because they'll finally get to meet Natalia. As they near the city gates, Toya suddenly remembers the hard truth. These gates slam shut at dusk, so they'd better find a place to crash nearby and hit the road bright and early. Charlotte admits she gets it, but her anger still simmers. Then Arturia cuts in, saying they have to follow Tolya's orders, no excuses. At last, Kisaragi spots the perfect spot to pitch a tiny camp. Then he hauls the girls and Kokuyo straight there. Toya can't shake the truth. He knows he can't let Arturia and Charlotte sleep out there, and the carriage is way too cramped to let them rest inside. The hero huffs out a heavy breath, eyes dimming with disappointment as he realizes that in a situation this bleak, the only reliable move left is one last shot. Kisaragi whips around to Arturia and Charlotte and demands a promise from them, before he'll even give them a place to sleep for the night. Toya blurts out that he wants the girls to keep his secret. He can use the storage skill. The girl's face tightens with seriousness, and Arturia and Charlotte swear right then and there that they'll keep everything they just heard locked away as a secret. Kisaragi smiles and says it's perfect, they'll help him, then flicks his hand like it's already settled. Right after Toya makes that tiny move, a small tent pops up in front of the girls, and the hero immediately leans in, asking what they think. Arturia's eyes widen when she realizes, yes, it's a real tent. Kisaragi steps up, tugs back part of the fabric, and urges the girls to peek inside. Diving into the tent's depths, both girls gasp in shock. What's waiting in there just doesn't make any sense. Charlotte steps deeper into the tent, and right away, she spots two sofas facing each other with a tiny coffee table in between, plus two cozy beds tucked into the corners. Her mouth drops in shock. She never in a million years thought a tent could be this huge. As Arturia studies every corner of the room, Charlotte fidgets and shoots a shaky question. Is this tent some kind of magical tool? Charlotte steps outside, closes in on Kisaragi, and asks right to his face what it feels like to live with a tent like that. Charlotte slams the brakes, blurts out an apology to Toya for bombarding her with questions even after her promise, and Toya just smiles. It'll help the girls. As Arturia and Charlotte step out of the tent, Kisaragi flicks his hand again, and boom, a roaring fire and a full table of cooking gear pop into existence like magic, and he ushers them in for dinner. To ignite the flames, Toya channels pure fire. One tiny spark snaps to life on his fingertip, and with a sharp flick, he sets the whole pile of wood ablaze. Kisaragi grins and tells Charlotte he only packed the easiest foods to whip up for the trip. And Charlotte shoots back that, as long as it's warm, that's all they need. Toya also tells them, I've got fresh clothes ready for Arturia and Charlotte. And the moment the girls hear it, they stare at their torn, dirty outfits, then break into pure, delighted happiness. After the changes, the girls and Toya crowd into the tent, dig into dinner together, and when it's over, Arturia blurts out how many days have passed since they last ate like this, because you can tell she's honestly craving those moments again. After they finish eating, Charlotte clasps her hands and thanks God for the delicious meal, and Arturia echoes her right after. Kisaragi, right now, really wants to blast a complaint about what's going on, but he understands he can't do it yet. At last, the hero storms out of the tent and gives the girls the green light to use it freely. Then Charlotte blurts, stunned, where Toya's going to sleep tonight. He snaps back that even though the tent wards off monsters, someone still has to stay on watch and guard the camp until it's safe. Turns out Kisaragi's leaving has a totally different reason. Our hero realizes he can't fall asleep in the same tent with two girls he doesn't even know. Once Tuya slips far enough from the tent, Arturia and Charlotte start talking about him. Then Charlotte takes the lead and declares that Tuya is an incredibly kind guy. Arturia hears it and practically bursts out of bed, saying the guy is insanely strong, like she's staring at proof of something she's been dying to admire. Arturia snatches a pillow and blurts that every time she recalls Kisaragi's battle, she feels unstoppable. Then Charlotte, totally flustered, quickly adds that she can't wait for the day she finally gets to meet Natalia. Charlotte then glances aside, twirls a strand of hair around her finger, and admits that even she still shudders when she remembers Toya's heroic presence. Arturia leans in and asks what her friend is talking about, and the friend just shrugs, cheeks burning, admitting she didn't mean anything at all. Charlotte was totally into Kisaragi too, and it was impossible not to notice. Right now, the hero takes a seat with Kokuyo and talks, then tells the horse, just like he figured, that he's completely wiped out. Toya wants to ask those two girls something, but he clenches his questions and decides to wait. Kisaragi snaps to the truth, better to sit outside for a bit than get robbed later. Then the hero and his horse stare in deep thought at the fire they just sparked. Kisaragi keeps his gaze locked on the blazing wood, then asks his horse if it agrees with him, but the only response is silence. The boy keeps pressing, voice trembling as he asks if he's finally crossed the line, if there's no going back to his old world anymore. Kisaragi stares at what he's still got to offer, gazes up at the sky like it's judging him, and drifts towards sleep. Then Kokuyo snaps and bites his head again, yanking the hero back before he can hit the ground. Kisaragi leaned back against Kokuyo in peaceful calm, and once Kokuyo nodded off, he slumped into sweet sleep right by the fire. Finally, after one long day of chasing that dream, the three of them burst into the city of Fendi. Kisaragi fires off a quick question, "You girls ready to see what the city has to offer?" And Charlotte shoots back, telling Toya not to worry about them. Right at the city gates, the boys roll up and a guard stops them cold, first speaking to Toya, then demanding to know where the cart came from. Kisaragi starts telling them that, on his way back to the city, he stumbled on two girls in the forest, getting jumped by bandits. Then he saw their horse get stolen, so the hero snapped into action, hitched himself up, and pulled their carriage to the city on his own horse. Kisaragi smirks to himself, remembering how he told Charlotte and Arturia to put on a show to trick the guards, because the girls had no ID cards. Then the guard scoffs and says their whole story is awful. Even with all that tragedy screaming in the air, the man still insists he needs hard proof that it's true, because checking facts is literally his job. The guard peeks through the carriage window and spots two girls shaking, sobbing, and clutching each other in a scarf. And Charlotte blurts that bandits ripped them of every last bit of their valuables right as they rode into town. So when the girl tells it, her tears spill without her permission. Suddenly, Charlotte shoots her hand up, grinning, and shouts that even after the attack, she's still alive, and that what happened to her has to be a blessing in disguise. Kisaragi remembers Charlotte telling him she's seen tons of plays, so she can nail any role, and in his mind, he thinks she's going a bit overboard with the performance. Suddenly, the guard whips his head toward Charlotte, and Toya's stomach drops like the whole deception is about to get ripped open right in front of them. Right after that, the guard wipes the rubber bands off his eyes and mutters that those girls must have suffered like crazy. Then the hero finally realizes, against all his worries, that things are actually going perfectly. Toya steps up to the guard and asks if they can head into town, and the guard nods like it's no big deal, then tells Kisaragi straight up to make sure the girls are looked after. Kisaragi heads straight for the magic tool shop, and the second he crosses the threshold, Toya snaps, asking whether Natalia is there. Turns out the elf is actually in the store right now. She's yanking books off the top shelves when she instantly clocks the guy who just walked in by his voice. Snatching a book from the shelf, Natalia snaps that she's done waiting. Toya was supposed to be back a day ago. Right after that, the girl throws out a sarcastic jab like, "So you're saying the hero's fallen for me?" And he just shrugs, telling her he only brought guests to her. Natalia shoots a glance at the front door and finds two tall figures bundled up in cozy warmth. And the elf suddenly stiffens like something's about to go down. Suddenly, two guests come rushing toward Natalia and her stomach drops. These don't feel like harmless people at all. Then the elf trips hard on the ladder right where she's standing to grab the books. Natalia doesn't have a second to stumble into defeat. Charlotte snatches her mid-fall, grinning through tears, and even blurts, "Auntie!" as a dull thud rocks the room and a few books tumble off their shelves. Charlotte clings to Natalia, then snaps, yelling at her, "Why are you calling the elf Auntie?" Arturia takes in the tender scene only for a moment, then yanks off her hood and bares her face to Natalia. Staring at the girls, the elf gasps and blurts out Arturia and Charlotte's names in pure shock. She can't believe what she's seeing. Kisaragi just watches, all calm and peaceful, while Natalia tells the girls, "You've changed so much I barely recognize you." Arturia and Charlotte wipe the tears from their eyes and grin like, it's been ages since they last saw each other. One of the girls snaps that Natalia hasn't grown even a bit since then, and the elf explodes in indignation, demanding what on earth she meant. A shy blush flickered across Natalia's face, and she quickly looked away, whispering that she was shocked. Could it really be Charlotte and Arturia? The two girls beamed at her and said they were thrilled to finally meet her. Shahar and R stood shoulder to shoulder with Natalia, and behind them loomed a bookcase, packed with books. Natalia glanced at Toya and snapped, "So what are you doing here with my grandfather's?" Shahar answered, "He's my sister's student Toya, and he saved us in the forest." Natalie was blown away by R's words. She snapped her eyes to Toya and asked if he wasn't a student. Toya stared back, cheeks blazing with embarrassment, and just couldn't get a single word out. A second later, Natalie stormed up to Toya, hands on her waist, bursting into loud laughter and bragging that because he was her student, Toya was a good boy. Toya spun away, rage flaring, and snapped that now he was finally ready to teach Natalie a lesson. Daylight blazed as Ivy swallowed the brick building. Shah and R leaned in and told Natalie to show off what she could do. Natalie crouched there, muttering that she'd heard rumors about her journey, how our father was still alive, which finally eased some of the weight off her chest. The girls stood right beside her as chaos built inside her. Our gritted teeth clenched and rage made her hands tremble. Toya stared at the girls and instantly understood what they were feeling. Shah slid her hand onto R's shoulder, and R trembled with pure rage as she thrust one clenched fist into the air. Natalie stared forward in quiet shock, then noticed a book smeared with magical symbols beside writing tools on the table. Moments later, she finally broke the silence and called out to Toya. Toya stepped up to Natalie, and when she told him he could shelter girls in his mansion, shock hit him like a punch. Meanwhile, the girls standing right there stared in disbelief too. Shah pressed a hand to her chest and admitted, all shy, that they didn't want to bother Toya with them around while outside. The first-floor window hung open, and Natalie kept going, saying they were actively hunting for the girls right now, and chances were they were about to get caught. Natalie stood nose to nose with Toya and told him those girls were nobles and needed protection. Then asked if he could really think a bit harder about offering them shelter for a while. Toya's cheeks flared red, and he tried to argue with Natalie because the second he looked at the situation, he knew it was trouble no matter which way you turned it. Natalie shut her eyes, dipped her head, and admitted she truly asked Toya to give her concessions, leaving Toya staring in shock, wondering if she'd really bowed to him just like that. The boys were still stuck in the room, and Toya shrugged, "I don't care." But then he shot a worried look like, "What's Ferris gonna say?" Natalie just waved it off. Don't stress, if the house spirit truly accepted Toya, then now he could bring anyone he wanted right in. Toya's mind flashed back to that bespectacled girl's face, and the moment Natalie showed up, it hit him like déjà vu the day he signed the contract. Toya really does know how to lure the kind of guests everyone dreams of. Shah pressed her hand to her chest, smiled, and told Toya, "You truly do have a spirit of the house, and I can't wait to see it." Natalie stood beside Shah and swore she had a crazy strong bond with the spirits, betting Ferris and Shah would hit it off as friends, while Toya stared at them with worry written all over her face. Toya scratched his head, then finally admitted he'd help shelter the girls, but only for a little while. The girls gasped in shock. then lit up because Toya had finally caved and agreed to back simple Natalie. Toya glanced at the girls, then grinned because he figured someone was hunting them, so there was no way he could turn them away. Toya strode to the door, snapped back, and said he was heading out to file a report to the guild. And Sharon R. bowed while Natalie immediately stepped in, saying she'd go with him too, because she needed to talk with them. Puffy clouds drifted above, and that bell tower shot higher than every house around it. Toya leaned in and told the girls, "When the bell rings, come to me," and they instantly nodded along. Inside a multi-story guild house, Toya, Dalek, Melia, and Ebrand crowded around a table in one of the rooms. Then Ebrand asked if Dalek could pull off a farewell event, and Dalek slid against the wall and gave him a confident yes. Eberhind grabbed the tokens off the table, dropped into a silent stare, and started studying them like every secret hid inside their glow. Then he slapped the tokens back on the table, and outside, the wide city streets filled with folk hauling heavy bags and rolling carts. Ebrand sat across from Toya and blurted that he was truly grateful for his work. Then he leaned in and asked if Toya wanted to add anything else, but Toya locked eyes with him and said he had something important to tell. Toya drops the iron helmet she snagged from battling those knights, then slams it down on the table while Shah and R are right there. Everyone in the room went wide-eyed at the helmet staring back at them. Then Toya lied through his teeth, claiming a royal squad ambushed them in the forest, and after the fight he hauled their bodies away. Ibran screamed that he had no clue what those Henrietta soldiers were doing out there in the forest. Toya stared ahead with shaking nerves, convinced he'd never be able to tell Shah and Ara the truth. In that tense room, everyone leaned in hard as Toya said he believed the soldiers were hunting down enemies who'd slipped away from the war. Dalek stood beside Melia with his arms locked tight, and Melia shot him a warning. She'd heard the Lunnet Empire's people were already on the run across that border, and you'd spark an international disaster. A soldier's helmet sat on the table, and the boys stared at it, desperate to understand why soldiers were hunting in the forest. Then Ibrin snapped his hands to his chin and swore he had it all figured out, ready to rush straight to the guild leader with every detail. Toya stared at Ebrand, and right there on the table sat the helmet they'd been eyeing, while Toya couldn't help wondering who the guild leader really was. Right by the room's door sat a tiny table, and on the wall hung a painting. Then Ebrand snapped that D-Lock should bring the trusted person to see the soldier bodies Toya had crushed, and D-Lock nodded, ready to follow Ebrand's orders. Just as the boys were about to head out, Ebron suddenly called Toya over, then held up a wooden figurine like it was evidence, saying Toya forgot it. Toya only shrugged and snapped back that he didn't need it. The boys hung around the wooden structure, and D-Lock shoved his hands into his pockets, snapping that as long as Toya was still nearby, they'd never get this work done. Toya shot a shy smile and hurriedly apologized. Melia trailed behind them, right on their heels. Toya glanced sideways and asked D-Lock about the guildmaster, and D-Lock, hands still shoved in his pockets, said the guy barely ever shows his face because he's the lord of the city's own son. The boys burst into the building and stood right in the middle of the room, tables all around them, and D-Lock kept going, saying that if he had to describe that man, he definitely wasn't some genius, while Toya just didn't buy it. Melia rushed to help D-Lock while he was getting robbed, and D-Lock snapped that it was all true. This guy always forces others to do his work and grabs whatever doesn't belong to him, and Toya just knew he was pure trouble. Melia snapped that Ebrand wasn't just some guy, he was the guild leader, and D-Lock shot Toya a look, saying everyone believed the same thing, while Toya blurted out, "Quit trying to scare us with those carved figures." Deluxe snapped the cloth onto the table and said it was just his Ebrand's habit when adventurers had him on edge. He'd invent some wild little task to calm his nerves. Melia stood beside him, gripping the cloth, and Toya stared, shocked by what Deluxe had just said. Delic kept insisting that, weird as Ebrand's quirks were, the man still couldn't be trusted. Then there he was, Ebrand standing by his office window, mug clutched in both hands. That two-story house was wrapped in creeping plants, and inside the room, Natalie was sitting with the girls, combing Shah's hair while saying, "Look at this. It's all tangled up, but it's still gorgeous." Natalie clenched the comb with its fine bristles as her words hit like a punch. She felt sorry for Garrett, and somehow that only made his bravery shine brighter, while the rest of us went dark with shock. Tears streamed down Shah's face as Natalie cupped the girl's head and praised her bravery. then warned that everything they'd survived came with new problems, because even the chandelier on the room's ceiling sat there, its candles dead and dark. Natalie shoved Toya into the armor, and he climbed up onto the fallen soldier's sword blazing overhead, flag held high, while Natalie stared at him, stunned, wondering if he was truly a hero or just caught in the chaos. The girls huddled on the couch, staring at Natalie with worried eyes, and told her they could do so much with her power. Then Natalie stepped aside, looked them straight in the face, and snapped that it was pointless. Her power couldn't decide how the battle would end. In that room, a tiny chest of drawers sat covered in flowers, while Natalie kept insisting that no country in the world would save a state that was bleeding out in a losing war, so they had to hunt down a hero, and Shah clenched her fists at every word she heard. Ah glanced at Shah and told her they could drag Toya in for help. Shah nearly choked on how wild that sounded. Natalie sat across from them and shrugged, saying he was just a binder. Shah shot back, furious, that Natalie was dead wrong. He was strong, and Ah wanted to marry him. Ah blushed hard, slapped her hands over her face, and begged Shah not to bring up that moment. She was mortified. Natalie stared at the girls in shock, because she couldn't believe the beastmen were really out there demanding marriage. The girls suddenly recalled how Toya summoned magic, and Shah swore it wasn't anything they'd ever witnessed, because he could mash two kinds of magic together, like it was nothing. Natalie stared, utterly shocked, like she couldn't figure out what Shah even meant. Shah lifted her hands, grinning as she said it was probably Natalie who taught Toya that incredible magic then. Natalie burst into loud laughter right on cue, while a steaming cup of hot tea sat on the table. Natalie shot the girls a look and said, "Then Toya's getting pulled into this war for real." And the moment the words hit, the girls started panicking. The girls heard the bell scream through the air. Now they had to bolt out immediately. Natalie replayed the girls' words and realized Toya really did wield first-class magic. So when Shah and Ah stared ahead in shock, and the boys stood right in front of Toya's house, she even spotted mountains looming beyond the city. The girls practically burst with joy at the sight of the mansion. Toya pounded up the steps. Natalie sprinted after him. Then Shah said she knew Toya came from a noble family, and Toya spun around to shut that down, yelling that Shah was wrong. Toya spun away, stormed to the door, and told Shah not to blurt out nonsense because he'd introduce everyone himself. Right then Natalie sprinted after them and declared, "This is my mansion," but Shah shot back, "So where's the spirit of the house?" Toya rang Ferris, and in a blink she materialized inside the room. Shah and Ah stared in awe, refusing to believe it was real. Toya eyed his hand with nerves, clenched it tight, then rubbed the back of his head and beamed as he told Ferris he was sorry for keeping her waiting. She stood right in front of him. Ferris clutched her chest and blurted, voice trembling, "Toya, are you okay?" He stared at Ferris in shock, then dropped to one knee and beamed, saying he was grateful for her worry and that he was totally fine, while Shah and Ah stood right behind Toya. Shah and Ah went wide-eyed and blurted out that the house really could talk. Then Shah shot her hand forward and Toya started to grin shyly. Natalie crossed her arms and said, "This world is packed with secrets," while Ah stared at her in pure shock. The girls lit up the scene by greeting Ferris. Shah looked down and admitted, with a shy smile, that Toya was nothing short of incredibly kind to them. Ferris didn't blink. She kept her eyes locked on the girls. Toya stared at Ferris and demanded to know how she felt. Then Ferris just went silent and froze in place. Ferris burst into tears and snapped that Toya was stupid. Then Toya thrust his hand out in front of him and nervously called Ferris's name. Shah and Ah exchanged stunned looks, shocked that Ferris was actually furious. Natalie shot back that Ferris was the only real exception and that she couldn't stand Toya. Toya spun around, completely lost, like he had no clue what Natalie was talking about. A huge staircase stretched up to the second floor, and Natalie kicked things off by telling the girls exactly what to do next. The girls told Natalie they had to honor the house's spirit, and Natalie shot her hand up and declared that the spirit must guard both the spotless home and everyone inside it. Ferris hung in the air right in front of the house, like he'd stolen the sky. Natalie stood before Toya and warned him the mansion could be confiscated. Toya's nerves flared. He spun around and he strode away from the girls, leaving them staring in shock. Toya headed down the hallway, thinking Ferris had always been special to him. Then he called Ferris out. Meanwhile, in the extra stretch of the house, Toya the horse sat on the ground, just chilling there. Theris slid in beside him, shoulder brushing shoulder. She finally snapped and said she'd done something awful to Toya, and she couldn't even figure out why, as the horse turned toward Ferris. Ferris looked back at that moment, being swarmed by people, and admitted she'd never really questioned it before. Her job wasn't just to clean the house. Ferris kept replaying the adults and kids in her mind. Sure, she told herself she was fine just watching, but deep down, doubts kept clawing at her. Ferris couldn't forget the moment she met Toya right then. She was desperate to talk, standing in the middle of the room, frozen with fear. Then Toya finally praised her for the very first time. Ferris's smile broke wide as she said, "Just being near you, Toya, I'm happy." Then she added, "I have to apologize." The horse slid up beside her and quietly listened. Toya stumbled out onto the street, and there it was, a horse staring at him, so he charged right up to it. A horse froze in the middle of the street, then suddenly crashed down and started thrashing and rolling on the ground while Ferris stood right behind him. Ferris hung her head, then shot off an apology to Toya, only for Toya to return the same words right back while the horse rolled around on the ground. Ferris blinked in confusion when she saw the girls behind Toya, and Toya broke it down fast, explaining why he'd agreed to take them in at their house. The girls stared at Ferris, and the moment she flashed that smile, she shot one right back at them. They blamed themselves, begged Toya to take them in, and outside it was still blazing daytime. Shah strode up to Ferris and blurted, "Let's be friends." And the second Ferris met Shah's eyes, the whole moment just froze. Ferris nodded in agreement, and the boys erupted into cheers. Natalie crept up behind the guys, closing in fast. She beamed and said it all worked out for the guys now they'd get married in the mansion, and Toya's rage flared because of Natalie. The guys kicked off a heated talk about what they'd do next, while Natalie leaned in and kept Ferris locked in the conversation. Toya figured the girls would be safer if Natalie stayed with them. Coal rolled across the ground. Natalie grinned and tossed out the idea of celebrating the housewarming, and Shah and R stood up with warm smiles. They barged into Natalie's conversation, and Toya's brain instantly went all confused. Toya leaned in to talk with Natalie, while big clouds drifted across the sky above them. A horse comes creeping up behind Toya, catching him off guard. Toya grinned, and the boys finally clicked. Everyone was buzzing, because they'd gotten to meet at last. The mansion was buzzing with girls trading whispers and eye-rolling chatter about one another. Back then, Guildmaster Sinans was in the city, gripping the knight's helmet in his hands while he grilled Ebrind over the crisis that had just erupted. Sinan didn't let E-Bird get a word in. She turned on her heels and sprinted straight for the exit. E-Brand sat in silence, soaking up Simon's screams as they echoed. Then he grabbed his helmet, snapped it on, and started thinking about his next move. Night rolled in, and the girls huddled in their room, buzzing about exactly how they'd hit the next move. Shah planted herself at the window, gritting her teeth, and vowed with everything in her to save the Empire. A few days later, the sun blazed over the guild house, and the boys marched in to register the girls as real adventurers, while Melia stood behind the counter, beaming as Shah and R walked up, smiled and greeted her right back. Milia's cheeks lifted in a shy smile, then she grabbed a pen and started filling out the papers, while Toya stood right beside her. Then Dal shot up from the table, stalked toward Toya with a chilling expression, and stopped right beside him, sending Toya into pure panic with one cold stare. Then Dal snapped his eyes to the girls, and yep, he scared them too. He spun around hard, said nothing, and stormed off. Toya shouted, "Stop," as she watched him go, convinced something about him was off after that whole incident. The boys ended up on a street right by this gorgeous house, while the girls buzzed with their thoughts after meeting the guild. Shah remembered the moment she and R were hemmed in by adventurers, then stepped up and offered themselves as teammates. Toya's cheeks burned as he stared at the girls, and he couldn't believe how stunning they were, while the girls erupted with joy, thrilled that they'd finally become adventurers. Shah dipped her head and promised that as soon as they heard what was going on with the stee, they'd rush right back there with Natalie. And Toya stared at the girl in front of him, stunned. Toya brought the whole army of soldiers and the blonde hero into the mix, and he swore he had it all figured out until he warned that enemies would crash their path the moment they set out. The girls dropped their heads, speechless, while the window into the room stood wide open. Natalie leaned out the open window, munching sweets and shoving them toward the boys, then peppered them with a question: what level had the girls reached? Outside the glass, Toya and the girls stood watching. The girls gave a bashful little shrug and admitted it. R hit 37th, while Shah landed 5th. Natalie's face twisted with anger at Shah's answer, and Shah only blushed deeper before saying she was training to be a lady. Natalie snapped that Shah's dad never once heard her out because Shah's spirit magic always ended up speaking louder than she ever could. Ferris stood right beside Natalie. Shah slapped a hand to her chest and stared at Natalie with her mouth hanging open, and Toya stood next to her too, watching Shah like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Toya couldn't shake the talk he had with Melia about spirit magic. She even lifted a finger and said spirit mages were almost unheard of. Shah's cheeks flared as she admitted she could only tap the power of weak spirits, and Melia leaned over the table to egg Shah on. Toya stared at Shah's back, sure he'd never seen work like this in the game before. Then he looked up and went, "Wow," the sky was blazing with sunlight. Toya warned that if Shah can't unleash her powers in a fight, they'll have to improvise. Then Shah blushed, heart racing, and clenched her fist hard. Shah clutched her chest like she had to speak, but R barreled in and cut her off. Telling her bluntly that Toya should train her, Shah stared at R in shock. Then R lifted her hand and swore she'd do anything at all, to protect Shah. Shah went still, eyes locked on R. After R's words, Natalie started glowing with pure happiness because R knew Toya had learned everything from her. Then Shah snapped into thought, remembering how Natalie slipped out of the castle and said goodbye to her parents. She turned beet red, blurted that she wanted to help too, and then started screaming it at the top of her lungs. Shah and R shot each other a grin, and Natalie glanced out the window at Toya and told him to start training the girls by himself. Natalie still remembered how she used to teach arms thrown wide and how she'd snap that her students were getting nothing. Toya thought he couldn't leave the girls behind, and when they heard his voice, their faces lit up, cheering that they could finally roll with him into the forest. Natalie leaned her hands on the windowsill and grinned as she listened to the guys' conversation. The boys raced to the market, and right away a girl, a man, and an old woman greeted Toya, the cat who meowed loud like she owned the place. The boys shoved the entire bag full of food. Toya hauled a bag, Shah slung a basket, and R carried a backpack. Then the boys started talking, saying Toya was popular, yet he kept showing up to these people just for groceries. The boys cut past a shop decked out in decorations, and Shah bolted ahead to get a closer look. Toya and R were talking about why Shah looked so happy, because in their country she can't just wander the streets like normal. So she squatted there and stared at all the decorations like it was pure freedom. Then Shah overheard the guy's words, and his friend's fate suddenly had him on edge as he stared at them anxiously. Back at home, the boys ended up there fast, while Toya handed the girls armor, weapons, and all, and when they squeezed into the gear, the girls froze in front of Toya, mortified. The girls stared at the items like they'd just found the keys to power, because each one had a job. And Shah's boost came with magic power that surged while eating way less, while ours locked everything down with solid protection. Toya scanned the girls and figured they'd be safe with this stuff. Then the girl moved in front of him, and he told her to send the girls back with the equipment in a little while. Toya flicked his hand, and 2 rings materialized on the table. Then they dumped a cool 100 experience points straight into the mix. The girls leaned in, staring hard at those rings he'd still got. 2 more cheetah rings, and he planned to keep them. There was even a bed in the room. The girls trotted up to Toya, grinning, and asked if he was really sure he wanted to hand the rings to both of them, while Toya's fear spiked at their cheerful reaction. R and Shah stood shoulder to shoulder on the balcony, and the night had fully swallowed the world outside. The girls stared at the rings and started freaking out over one question: did Toy really propose to them at the very same time in this world? Because whenever someone hands you a ring, it's basically a marriage proposal right there. R and Shah faced each other and admitted it. Toya had clearly mapped every move, and his intentions weren't a joke, they were deadly serious. R's eyes sparkled with love as she screamed at the top of her lungs that she was ready to become Toya's wife. Shah's cheeks flared as she blurted out that if it weren't for her family. The girls marched up to the balcony railing, linked hands, and said, "We'd better start thinking about training right now." Things surged into the heart of the northern forest. Toya shut his eyes and warned them to tally every single monster's experience points the moment they spotted them, while the girls bolted from a swarm of boars. The girls dropped to their knees, gasping for breath, and when Toya stepped up behind them, she hit them with the truth. If they wanted the level to rise, they had to work for it. Right behind Toya, Toya fired up the girls with everything he had. After what felt like forever, night crashed down on everything. The girls slumped on the ground, exhausted, and Toya pushed, shouting to finish the training. One of them hauled herself up and strode right up to Toya. Toya shot the girls a warning, "Don't freak out by what I'm about to do," and right in front of him, a house icon wrapped in stars popped into view. The guild house slams into view ahead of the guys, and the girls freeze pure shock on their faces. The horse dragged his teeth to the door, yanked it open, and the girls rushed inside to thank him before anything else could happen. Toya stared at the house and realized this was the very first time he'd ever pulled the guild house out of storage, and he and the girls quickly agreed nobody was allowed to know about it. Breathing hard, the girls finally nodded along. Toya had them convinced. Toya's mood instantly lifted. He grinned at the girls, waved them off, and said goodbye. Shah stared at the ring, then slapped her hands over her hot, flushed face. For the next 2 weeks, the girls battled tooth and nail in the forest, grinding levels with every brutal clash. Then Toya and the girls sprinted for the cave, ready to wipe out the okra. They're yanked straight into battle against the orc. No time to breathe. In the middle of the chaos, she slashed off his hand. Shah landed the final crushing hit with her magic. Shah suddenly remembered how she and Ferris rushed around, hauling the dishes for everyone. They leaned in and argued about where Shah would steal the power to cast magic. Ferris strode ahead of Shah. Shah clenched her courage, snapped into a spell, and hurled the magic straight at the orc. Then it struck the target dead on. Shah grinned, already dreaming of the day she'd finally harnessed the Supreme Spirit's power, and Toya stepped up beside her, praising her like she was on the brink of greatness. Shah lifted her hand, ring gleaming, and the cave flooded with sunlight. Shah pressed a hand to her chest and admitted, all bashful, that thanks to Toya's love, everything finally fell into place for her. Toya stood there in stunned silence as Ah closed in on Shah, and when Toya finally looked at her, he demanded what Shah meant when she said she loved him. The girl faced Toya head-on, and he swore the rings were real magic while Shah's cheeks flushed and she started sweating like crazy. She spun toward Ah and demanded, "Tell me, was that all just a joke?" Ah nodded and said yes. Toya stood there, locked on as the girl traded plans for how they'd collect proof of the monster's win, while a horse dozed beside the cave. A few days later, the boys ended up in the city of Fendi, while the girls strolled the street and replayed the cave moment non-stop. Shah lugged a basket of food, and Ah carried a bag. Ah stared ahead, and it hit her. Her father's enemies were pushing her into becoming stronger, step by relentless step. Shah lifted her finger and said their power is fueled by love. Then Ah froze at those shockingly unexpected words, and right as that happened, someone began banging and yelling from a window of the house. The moment they heard it, the girls burst into joyful laughter, like the whole room had turned into a playground. Noka and Dal were right on the girls' trail. Noka jumped in with a warm greeting, while Dal stepped closer and stared at them like he was trying to read their souls. Dal wiped at his face, his cheeks blazing red, and barked that the girl should go say hello to that guy. Then he spun around and stormed off. Noka chased after Dal and blurted out that she couldn't believe Toya had finally found the right partners. Milka shot a wave of her hand, and Dal eyed her like she was up to something. The girls watched the boys go with warm smiles that lingered in the air. The city was packed with tons of 3-story houses, and Shah couldn't stop thinking about it. Then the whole street erupted in noise when a weird flag suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, Toya sat in Abran's office while Abran grilled him about his brand new partners. Creepy little figurines loomed on the office shelf, and Ibran's voice shook as he whispered that the royal ambassador had just arrived in town to snatch the king's daughter. Then Toya's fear hit like a wave. A vase of flowers sat on the dresser, and Ibran kept insisting he just wanted everything settled peacefully while Toya stood there, realizing that this was exactly why they were about to face the king's soldiers. Toya snapped that he won't sell her anything, because what happens to him after that is exactly the part that scares him. Ebrand folded his arms and declared that every adventurer in the city would see Toya as the enemy. Toya stared back at him, stunned. Everything goes down in Ferdy's mansion of the city lord, and the moment hits the men crowd into one of the mansion's rooms. The city lord, Galen, screamed that the guests had already crossed the border, so why in the world should anyone blame them for it? Ibrand and Senons were locked in the room like something big was about to blow. The wig-wearing man wiped his face with a handkerchief and snapped that Gieland better not pretend he's fearless in front of Queen Henriette. Jilin shot to his feet and blasted the man for being wrong, and right on cue, the guy started clapping like a showman. The men started whispering that they were really hunting for the Lynette Empire's daughter, and the moment those words hit, Ebron's courage snapped. Inside the room, there was a table and a chest of drawers packed with carved vases. The wig-wearing man shot his hand forward and demanded, "We need your help find the princess." Sinans leaned in and started whispering straight into Ebron's ear, and Ebron couldn't stop thinking about Toya. Ebrand opened his mouth to say the imperial city was already gone, then every man snapped his eyes to him. The wig-wearing man shoved a map into everyone's hands, then stammered that the Lunate Empire ran on 4 races and that they'd already seized the emperor. The man pictured armed men from every race in his mind, then figured they were struggling just to deal with the elves and beastmen. Then the man started picturing a massive building, while the bound and wounded emperor slumped inside a dark cave. After a while, Toya burst into Ebrand's office and immediately started yelling that the Char can't be handed over to the enemies. Ebrand folded his arms, staring down Toya, and told him he'd better understand exactly what was coming next. Toya couldn't forget Shah's grin. Then he looked up at Ebrand, who coldly said that because Shah mattered so much, they were going to get handed over, and mocked Toya for caring about those girls, while carved figures loomed behind him. The window sat right by the door. Toya clenched his fist, stared Ebrand down, and swore seriously that he had his own reasons to protect the girls, and he'd do anything to make it happen. Ebrand snapped with surprise at Toya's words. Then Toya fired back that the ambassador would stay in the city for 3 days, and after that, they'd hand him straight to the empress. Toya stared at the Ebrand, stunned, and then he finally got it. They weren't just watching, they were trying to help him. Toya blurted in shock, "Why are you helping me, Ebrand?" And Ebrand threw his hands up, admitting he was terrified of the fallout Toya could unleash. Ebrand yanked the window open and told Toya straight up that he valued him, and to blaze his own path, while Toya stared back at him, dead serious. He clutched his figurines like they were precious, and snapped that he'd never hand them over to Toya, only for Toya to be stunned. A lamp swung from the hall ceiling, casting flickers of light while Toya thundered down the stairs, replaying Ebrand's words in his head, until he suddenly realized someone was shouting his name. It was Lumina. She rushed in and greeted Toya, and at first he didn't catch who she was, until he remembered what she wore when they first met. Lumina gripped the sword and blurted that the stress on her hands wasn't weird. It was just her hiding the truth. Then she held it up for Toya and said she'd come to grab the blade back from repair. Toya stared at the sword, then instantly blushed when Lumina grilled him straight up, asking what he was staring at during the ride. She stared at the blade and said, "This sword has no name," then explained it was passed down through her family, while the boys stood there, ringed in a tight crowd of onlookers. Toya couldn't forget how deadly Lumina was with a sword in the middle of a fight. Lumina snapped her hands on her hips and told Toya to quit showering her with praise right beside the boys. A notice board hung there like it was waiting to cause trouble. Lumina hooked the sword across her shoulder and declared it was her unrequited love. But Toya just stood there, completely lost. She dropped her sword on them and promised the rest of the guys would hit their rank soon. Toya bowed his head and wrestled with Lumina's words. The sky darkened and clouds rolled over the city as Natalie sat down at the table and leaned toward Shah. "So, did anyone from the kingdom finally make it here?" Shah gave a quick yes, then Natalie rode up on a horse, introduced the ambassador, and pushed Shah for answers about him. Natalie wiped down the table, then blurted that she should ask Toya to come with her to her parents. She pushed up to speak again, but before she could, Shah cut in, saying he noticed something in time from training. Natalie and Shah stood shoulder to shoulder, and Shah blurted that she had no idea where Toya's power capped off, because they were desperate for him to unleash it inside the room. A dresser sat packed with odds and ends. Shah's eyes lit up as she thought of home, and she swore she had to try to save the whole country. Then Natalie leaned in, asking how far Shah would go for Toya. Shah dipped her head, and when she looked back up, she grinned and said she'd even offer Toya herself. Natalie let out a tired breath, then rested her hand on Shah's shoulder and told her straight up, a kid like her would never catch Toya's eye. Then Natalie arched her back and declared she was the one ready to lure Toya in. Shah's face twisted in shock, and Natalie snapped, asking what was wrong with her as magical attributes glittered on the table in the room. Natalie narrowed her eyes, shoved her hand into the cupboard, and yanked out a bottle that promised this drink would make any man fall head over heels for you. Shah froze in shock, then leaned in, dying to know where this liquid came from, while Natalie flashed back to that strange suit and figured she had to bury that memory. Shah couldn't stop staring at Natalie after she bragged she could pull off all kinds of magic. Then Natalie clutched the bottle and warned Shah that if he truly wanted Toya, he'd have to wipe the royal family from his mind, so Shah's confidence crumbled into real worry. She lunged for the bottle, admitting it was going to be brutal to choose, then her whole body stiffened, and she yanked her hand back like it burned. Shah said, dead serious, "I'm going to talk to Toya, no lies, just the truth." Natalie stood in the book and plant-filled room, set the bottle down, and told Shah, "I've got to clean up before R shows up, help me." Shah nodded and sprinted with her, bag clutched in her hands, making straight for the house. She stepped into the room and light surged around her. Then she rushed out an apology for the delay, only to realize the room was empty. Then R's eyes snapped to the bottle. Night crept over the market as Toya slipped through the stalls, oblivious to the fact nobody could see his name. He strode down the street, nerves on fire, determined to move carefully so nobody would get hurt. Toya couldn't stop thinking about Ferris, worrying that when he vanished, she'd be stuck feeling alone. Then he finally showed up at home, and Ferris greeted him right there. Toya stared at the chaos around him and started plotting his next move. The girls showed up, itching to talk to Toya, and Toya was ready to tell them his side, so Natalie jumped in and suggested the guys should hash it out over dinner. She stood there in her robe, stomach growling, and when she asked for answers, Toya snapped back that Natalie was right. The boys rushed into the kitchen and started cooking up a storm. Toya chopped the vegetables, and he couldn't shake the thought at this pace. He'd be cooking food closer to his world than ever. Natalie dashed alongside Toya, and he shoved a plate of food straight into her hands. Everyone slid into their seats, and Natalie's face lit up the moment her favorite food hit the table. Natalie and Toya started snapping at each other, and then she jammed the flag straight into the meat, while Toya stood behind her thinking, "Last time I stuck the flag in the meat was just for fun." The guy dug into dinner, while Toya raised a glass, took a sip, and lit up, praising how amazing the drink tasted. R held up the drink bottle, pressed it to her face, and said she'd found it at Natalie's. The girl's father turned beet red, flushing so hard it was impossible to miss. Toya suddenly realized his condition was downright bizarre. Then every girl shot to her feet and surged toward him. Morning burst in, and the sun spilled golden light across the room. Toya snapped awake, dragged his hand off the ball, then shot upright and stared down at it like it just proved something. Toya spun his head around, and there they were, every girl sprawled on his bed, and terror hit him like a punch to the chest. After what felt like forever, the girl finally slipped into her clothes and started buzzing about everything that had gone down that night. They swallowed their pride, begged Toya for forgiveness, and beat themselves up for every single thing that went wrong. Natalie yanked her hair and snapped that the drink was for men only, but somehow it hit them anyway. Then Ferris slid in behind Toya, and the moment she realized, Toya nearly jumped out of her skin. Toya told them he wanted to talk about it with the girls yesterday because they begged him to come along. Then Ferris snapped when she heard, especially since the room's walls were covered in paintings. Shah and Purr stepped forward and introduced themselves with their real names. Toya stared at them like he already knew what was coming, and Shah snapped that she couldn't pay him not yet until she got back to her country. Toya's mind flashed back to the princess and that towering castle, and he promised he'd try to trust Shah. Then his words made her beam with joy. Toya stood before the girls and warned them that the guild wanted a char to be slipped to the enemy, and Ferris listened to the boys talk with growing worry. Toya kept insisting he'd personally escort the girls all the way to their kingdom, because he just wanted to stay right by Ferris and his horse. In Ferris's eyes, Natalie snapped that if Toyo wanted to be around her friends, then why not bring them with her? Toyo's jaw dropped at what Natalie just said. Shah snapped that we've got to get the spirits there in time. Shah couldn't shake how those stones looked, and she kept insisting that the Empire only has 2, and they're locked down tight by guards. She was ready to hand that stone to Toya for coming with them, and Toya was totally thrown by what she said. Right beside him, Natalie munched on sweets like nothing was happening. Toya's mind kept snapping back to the spirit stone like it was calling his name. He shot his hand up, then yanked out a perfume necklace like it was about to change everything. The girls were completely stunned by this tiny little twist. Natalie snapped at the sweets in disgust, while Toya stared and thought, in the game, this is just a harmless trinket you find in a cave. He shoved the fatty food toward Ferris, and she stared him down without taking her eyes off him. Ferris told Toya to slip the necklace onto his own neck, so he did. And as Ferris reached out her hand, Toya could only pray the weight loss spell would finally work. Ferris digs around with Toya near the light, and suddenly light and wind burst between them. Tosia grips the obesity in her hands, and Natalie blurts that it looks like everything turned out perfectly. Toya clutches the obesity in her hands and declares that Ferris can come out then. Just like that, Ferris pops back into view right in front of the guys. Toya leans in and asks how Ferris is really doing. She smiles and says she's totally fine, thanks to Toya and his magic. Moments later, Toya scoops Natalie up in her arms and starts spinning her around in the air like it's a celebration. He leans in, genuinely grateful, and thanks her for all her help. Ferris stared at the guy's grins and felt the truth hit hard. She'd tricked Toya, and she'd gambled by getting this heavy weight because now it felt like they'd be stuck together forever. Ferry pictured herself and Toya lost in a sea of flowers, Ferris folding her arms as guilt flickered in her chest. Because yeah, maybe she was greedy, but she just wanted Toya forever, and the sunbeams then blazed across his house. Toya stared at the girls and declared they were set to head for the Lunnet Empire, and the girls met his eyes with stone-cold focus. Natalie froze mid-step, blurting that Toya can't be underestimated because he somehow made all three of them his wives only for the girls, and Toya himself to stare back at each other, completely baffled. At Toya's place, the boys were gloating like, bro totally snagged 3 wives with his brain. But Toya had no clue what those girls were even talking about. Natalie folded her arms and brought up what happened last night, but Toya shot it down hard. Then Natalie winked right at him. Toya replayed Natalie's words in his head, cheeks burning, while Ferris loomed beside him and right there on the wall. A picture hung behind the boys. Natalie's cheeks flared red, and she nervously started fiddling with her hair. Ah and Shah sprinted up to Natalie, and the second they heard her words, they froze because Natalie just stood there with the guys, cheeks burning, admitting she'd never had a relationship because of how she looked. Toya's cheeks flared red, and doubt slammed into him the moment he heard Natalie's words. The boys huddled by the huge staircase, rehashing everything from the night before, while Toya lifted a finger and broke down straight to the girls how adult relationships really work. The girls hang on his every word, eyes locked on him the whole time. Toya folded his arms, fretting that Natalie might get hurt by his words. Then he pulled her aside right by the carpet sitting near the stairs. Toya leaned in and started whispering into Natalie's ear about adult relationships, and the other girls immediately scooted aside to talk among themselves. The girls snapped their eyes to Natalie as she called out to them. Natalie blushed and snapped to the girls that she'd mixed everything up, and her words weren't true. Meanwhile, Toya shut his eyes as the girls in the background erupted into an argument. Natalie snapped back to that moment when the king and her father laid out their relationship, and her rage flared. And when Natalie started thanking Toya, Toya flinched as she promised him a valuable book. Toya stared down at the book clutched in his hands. Toya gripped the book tight and let his mind race. Picturing a hero clad in shining armor, Toya grinned. The girls stood right in front of him. Shah and Ah stared at Natalie, and when Natalie walked off, she snapped that she couldn't read the book. Toya snapped open the book and dove into the pages. And right there, Natalie's eyes went wide in shock. Toya cracked open the diary and realized it was written entirely in Japanese. The girls froze, shocked to learn a language like that even exists for the first time. Then Natalie gasped and screamed that Toya was a hero too. Toya dropped his gaze and snapped that he wasn't a hero. Natalie stared at him, and then Toya snatched the book and dove right back into it. Toya's brow furrowed as the memory hit when he first showed up in this world, and the girls blinked in shock at what he said. Toya replayed the moment everyone turned their backs on him, then clenched his fist and declared, "I'm a real summoned sage." Natalie pictured a small town and a towering tree, then looked down as she sat with her grandfather, engrossed in a book that celebrated heroes. Natalie beamed with joy and clutched the book to her chest, then stood by the tree, staring at her house like it was calling her back for another round of studying. She clenched her resolve and vowed she'd become a legendary hero everyone would know. Natalie zipped up her backpack, tore herself out of the village, and chased the wider world snow, swallowing her footsteps as years piled up, until wind yanked the leaves off the trees and sent them drifting down. Natalie started stomping and yelling Toya's name, and when Toya turned to her, the shock hit his face instantly. Then tears flooded her eyes as she started screaming at Toya to help her become even wiser. Natalie slammed on the brakes, shaking like crazy, begging anyone for help. Toya stared at her for a beat, then pressed his hand gently to her head. He sank into the seat, stared at Natalie's tear-streaked face across his cup of tea, and spilled how this world's job-shifting system actually works. Natalie burst into screaming, insisting he truly got it all by himself and even climbed to that insane level. Then the guys huddled around the table, arguing over which work to pick and who had reached what rank. The girls exchanged stunned glances, and Toya's face flushed so hard she immediately looked away. Shah and R blushed so hard it was basically fireworks. They were on top now. Way past Natalie's level, Shah hit 74, R jumped to 76, and Natalie stayed at 72. Natalie's face contorted the second she heard those girls' levels. She slammed both hands on the table, furious she couldn't wrap her head around how they hit that level in basically no time. The girls shoved Natalia the rings Toya had given them, and the second Natalie saw them, she erupted, screaming, "Did you really propose to them?" Toya swore it wasn't true. Then the girls just stared down at their rings like everything finally hit home. Clouds drifted above Toya's house when the boys suddenly spilled outside and lingered at the entrance, debating the girls' rings that crank up experience. Natalie, perched on the steps, gushed that Toya's country was incredible. Then her words hit him hard, and he squirmed with embarrassment. Toya slid into the seat beside Natalie and stared her down, like he was about to say something that would change everything. Natalie slammed her foot down over and over. She leaned in and demanded to know what that gesture meant. The guys threw around the idea of Toya coming back to his world, and Natalie shot back, "Don't worry, I'll help you make it happen." Natalie faced Toya, shot her hand out, and declared she was craving proof that his love was real, while the other girls crowded in beside her. And Toya and everyone else stared in shock at what Natalie just said. Toya's cheeks flamed red as he stared straight ahead, all shy, and he blurts out that he has one thing to say, right when the boys hear the gate creak. They stare at the gate as Melia barrels up, gasping like she sprinted a mile. She's clutching a letter from E. Brand, and Toya steps in to meet her. Melia cupped Ebran's face and told him the guild was coming to Toya today. Then the guys immediately fired up a discussion about what they'd do next. Melia pressed her hand to her chest as Toya said he was ready to leave this place, and she just smiled like she already hated the goodbye. Then Natalie strode up to the guys. Natalie flashed a smile and told the merchant guild she was done. Toya froze in shock, then blurted that he was sure she'd made the right call, and Natalie shot back that her bags were already packed and they didn't have time to waste. Natalie grinned at herself and pointed like she was calling her shot. But Toya shot his gaze away. Those guys were still arguing about the storage Toya had bought, and once the talk wrapped up, Natalie slipped aside. Milia's cheeks flared pink as she blurted out that she had a request of her own for Toya. He grinned and stood there, waiting for her to finally talk. Then Melia blurted, all nervous, that she wanted to hug Toya because flowers were already blooming near the house. After a bit, Melia pressed her face to the horse and practically burst with joy beside it. Toya and Ferris locked eyes. Melia gently stroked the horse, and with a bright grin, she started telling them she couldn't wait for their next meeting. Then she pressed her hand to her cheek and beamed like sunshine. Melia turned to leave, flashed the boys a bright smile, and waved while Ferris stepped in front of Toya, then waddled right back to his usual obese bulk. Toya clutched the necklace in his hand, then stared at the girls right as they were about to go, his thumb gently soothing the horse's muzzle. Then he stared at the house, and you could tell Toya had zero plans to abandon it. There. The girls were already pushing for them to take the whole place with them. Natalie shut her eyes tight. Shah stood right beside her, and Toya's mind dragged him back to home along with every sharp, aching memory. Toya flicked his hand, raised it high, then shut his eyes tight. The house vanished into thin air, leaving a blank void where it used to stand, and the boys froze on the path while the girls stared in stunned silence at the disappearance. Toya stared at the house icon, baffled out of his mind because he never thought the house would actually fit inside the storage room, and right then the girls came sprinting up to him. Natalie snapped her hands over her face and relived the second Toya told her about the volume of this storage, while Toya dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief, grumbling that he still didn't get how things worked in this world. Natalie stared at him like a warning sign, and Toya's nerves kicked into overdrive. Toya slipped through the gate, and a soldier stepped up to meet him, and the two of them started hashing out the work waiting just ahead. The soldier stared at the girls scribbling in the carriage, then told them not to fall into sadness as Natalie sat there, munching sweets. Toya's horse trotted with a leash dangling, and the boys were already out past the city limits. Natalie shot Toya a worried look and asked if he was okay. Then the horse locked eyes with her, and Toya gave her a confident, "I'm fine," turned forward and broke into a smile. Toya pictured the city's houses and even the ducks, then turned to say a heartfelt thank you for everything. Sinon's food slid out of his mouth. As the shock hit, Toya had vanished from the city, taking the girls with him. The ambassador lifted the glass in front of him, then shot to his feet and headed for the door, only for Sananas to lunge in and try to stop him. The man in the wig started chewing at his nails, determined to sever ties with the whole city, while Sinon dipped her head and told her assistant to pass the word straight to the guild. Sinans replayed that talk with his father in his head when he handed the guild over to Eberand. Then he flung himself toward the window and screamed at the ambassador to stop. Away from the table, the team passed over your fangs and started plotting their next moves. Dahl winked and pushed for calling Toya to rest. Then Dahl stared at the sword and insisted Lumina would come with them. Lumina rocked her soy suit and gripped her sword tight, while Milius planted himself on the stairs and Ebron stood right beside her, watching like he meant trouble. The ambassador sat in the carriage, chewing his nails to the bone, as the driver cruised along a road packed with soldiers, and right there, the Sinans leaned in, pushing their plan to head for the northern forest to catch Toya and the girls. Lumina galloped on horseback while the rest of the crew bounced along beside her in a cart, and the forest overhead kept swallowing the light until it went pitch black. In the northern forest, a treacherous path cuts straight to the Lunit Empire, but step onto it and you'll get hunted by monsters at every turn. Natalie stares at the boys with a heavy heart, drops to the ground because her energy is gone, and Toya snaps with rage and rushes after her. Natalie cracked a grin and lunged her arms forward, while Toya spun around like nope he was about to keep going without her, and warm sunbeams flickered through the branches above. Shah clutched her weapon tight, then leaned in and pushed Natalie forward like they had no time to waste. Shah and Toya charged ahead, while R stayed back with Natalie, eyes shut, arms crossed tight, and the girls started dissecting just how mature Shah really was. Then Natalie and R trailed Toya and Shah with faces twisted like they'd just seen something impossible. Toya and the horse charged up to the slope, peered down, and between the trees, people lay motionless. Then Shah stepped in close and told Toya, "You can't help but feel sorry for these poor adventurers." A skeleton in a helmet lay crumpled on the ground, and Toya stared at it with a heavy heart, realizing this world was drenched in cruelty, knowing he'd already taken lives and that someday soon he'd have to face a brutal choice. An arrow screamed toward Toya, and Cole launched forward to catch it mid-flight. Toya snapped a thank you to the horse that saved him, and it spat the arrow right onto the dirt. Then Toya and Shah flinched and looked away, because someone was rushing straight toward them. On a little hill, an ambassador rode atop a soldier, while more guards stood close by, and he demanded they hand Charlotte over to him. Natalie faced Toya, while the ambassador loomed right on the ground. Then they started hashing out the princess's transfer, and Shah stared hard at where the ambassador stood, like he was ready for trouble. Shah clutched the weapon, stared down the ambassador, and screamed that she had no intention of ever seeing Ambassador Henrietta or any other royal representative. Then rage exploded across the ambassador's face as Sinon slipped up behind him. Shah thrust her hand over her face, and R stormed up, hurling insults at the ambassador. Then R and Shah locked eyes in a tense exchange. Natalie yanked out her gun and ordered the boys to dive behind her, and Toya snapped, begging Natalie to wake up, breathe, and calm down. Perched on the hillock with the soldiers, the guys from the Pasture Fangs team stared at Toya and the girls with pure terror. So Toya grabbed Natalie and stopped her from attacking the ambassador. Toya, the girls, and even the horse were boxed in tight, Forrest swallowing one side, while the ambassador's soldiers and Fendi's adventurers closed in on the other. Toya and Natalie stared up at the ambassador, plotting their next move. Then Toya insisted on handling the ambassador himself, and the ambassador blinked in stunned disbelief as he looked down at the boys. Toya and Natalie froze in place as the ambassador talked, snapping that Toya was the name everyone kept whispering, and that he had an elf at his side. Then he started trashing the boys and ordered his soldiers to strike. Sinan snapped her eyes across every adventurer and barked for them all to move forward, while they immediately started whispering, trading rumors about just how strong Toya really was. Soldiers and adventurers barreled into the fight, and Toya yanked out his sword as the ambassador barked, "Deal with everyone, not the princess." Sinan stood right beside him, and Toya braced for battle, swearing to himself he wouldn't let a single person get hurt. The adventurers and soldiers finally caught up with Toya, so he snapped into action, fighting back hard and swinging at anyone in his way, even starting to land brutal wounds on the soldiers. A wounded soldier crumpled beside the two adventurers, and panic hit them hard, so the girl stood there, eyes locked on Toya as he battled. Toya slashed the helmeted soldier and left him wounded, while an adventurer hid behind him. Toya's blade hung right above that terrified head, and Natalie stared at Toya, sure he was wrong for not finishing the adventurers. Natalie lifted her weapon, and the horse started licking it like it had a taste for trouble. She lunged to grab her staff off her horse, and Toya snapped a grateful look at the mount for keeping Natalie out of the brawl right then. A soldier crashed to the ground in front of the other adventurers, and the ambassador watched the chaos unfold in pure horror and panic. The adventurers crammed around the battlefield were losing their minds, and the ambassador, guarded by soldiers and other adventurers, started barking threats over their inaction. Sinan shot his hand out to halt the ambassador. Then soldiers surged in, boxing him in and jabbing their weapons as threats flew. The ambassador towered over Sinan and started laying out threats, and the moment the adventurers heard it, they snapped their heads toward him. Toya stared at the sword, and the truth hit him. He had no choice left. Then Lumina bursts in front of him, while the other adventurers freeze in fear. She steps up, ready to battle Toya. Toya and Lumina stood shoulder to shoulder as Lumina lifted her sword high in front of her, firing off questions about how this battle would end. Toya still remembered when Lumina gripped her sword and spun a story about it for the family. Then Toya stared forward, stone serious, and squeezed the hand that held the blade. Lumina's team had the two of them in their sights, watching every move. Then they huddled up, baffled, because they couldn't wrap their heads around why they were even forced to fight Toya. Toya met Dahl's eyes and thanked him for backing him up. Then Dahl's face went red instantly. The forest rolled in hills, packed with trees and tangled bushes, and Toya stared ahead, saying he just wanted to take his path and make sure nobody got hurt. Dao snapped his gaze aside and clenched his teeth, then blushed as he started yelling that Lumina must have misread him, only for Lumina to face him, tell him his words were out of place, and draw her sword. Toya surged forward with his blade raised to strike, and Lumina barreled in, slashing at him, only for Toya to snap his sword up and block the blow. Toya and Lumina clashed, and she hammered him blow after blow without mercy. Toya slammed his blade against Lumina's rapid strikes, shocked by her power, while Shah and Ah traded words about how Toya's huge sword was a liability. Then Toya snatched up your sword and parried her next hit. Toya gripped his sword and burned with excitement for the fight. Then Lumina swooped in, swinging hard, and hovered right over him like she meant to strike. Lumina hung in mid-air, while Toya's sword lay on the ground, and Dal couldn't believe it. Lumina had still slipped straight through Toya's defense. Toya and Lumina were just a few centimeters apart when Lumina's eyes widened. Magic suddenly erupted in Toya's hands as if it had come from nowhere. Lumina yanked herself back from Toya, fear hitting her like a slap. She dropped into a crouch and demanded Toya explain why he didn't use magic on her. Toya shot his hand up and said he did it to scare her off, so he could swap weapons. Toya started stowing his weapons, then shot his hand up and declared he'd take her on using his ultimate tool, while Lumina eyed him with pure, wary suspicion. Lumina planted her hands on her waist and flashed a smile. Then Toya started chanting, and Sinan and the others leaned in to look down. Toya gripped the Buster sword in his hands, an adamantite blade, known as the Dragon Slayer, one swing slicing through dragon scales and tearing them apart with brutal damage. Toya stood toe-to-toe with Lumina, and shock and fear hit her all at once, because why hadn't she already swung that sword? Cha and Ah stared at Toya, worry bleeding through their faces. Toya hoisted his sword, hands trembling like thunder was about to strike. He remembered how he'd beaten monster after monster, and even warned himself this blade was insanely hard to control, so his smartest move was to bolt and run. Lumina's face hardened, She lifted her sword, braced herself, and then planted it straight in front of her. Sinans couldn't figure out what she was aiming for, but he didn't waste time. He barked that she needed to take down Toya fast. Lumina flashed a smile, and Tuya stared at her like thunder was building. Then Natalie gripped the sword tight and charged straight into the attack. Toya glanced at the girls and stayed calm, thinking that if he simply left Char and R alone, nobody would force him into a fight. But deep down, he'd already made that choice long ago. Toya stared at his world and suddenly couldn't even figure out where home was anymore. Skyscrapers loomed on one side, while jagged mountains and dragons waited on the other. A beast Toya started to flicker like a warning light, and he wondered if he'd finally blush over his choice, then realized this crazy world had started feeling like home. Lumina swung my sword, ready to end it, but Tuya lunged in, grabbed his blade, and hurled a power-boosting spell into the air. Toya slammed his sword forward, and the world erupted. Everything around him blasted into the air. Lumina was up there too, her blade sliced in half as her hair draped over her face. Lumina crumpled to the ground, her sword hilt thumping beside her, while Tuya stood there with his blade tossed aside, just a shattered tree in front of him, and Lumina lying behind. Blood suddenly pooled near Lumen, and Sinans froze in terror as every soldier and adventurer around them went pale with fear. Toya hooked his sword on his shoulder, and a swarm of magic clots burst around him as he snapped that he was furious and ready to cut down anyone who dared block his path. Polos shook with fear at Toya's magic, but Toya didn't even blink. He just stared straight ahead, and then Dol's terrified face popped into view from the crowd. Sinan's father's tears flooded his eyes. Dao rose up to him and wailed, and Sinan's clenched up before whispering that all he wanted was his dad's support. Toya's power hit like a thunderclap, and the soldiers and adventurers panicked, then bolted for their lives. Nidons thrust his hand forward and shouted for the adventurers to stop. Then someone clamped onto his wrist, and more lights started exploding around Toya. Toya spun around. Lumina was lying there. Shah rushed to her, and the deadly force loomed in the distance as tears streamed down Shah's face from the crushing loss of Lumina. R slid into the seat beside Lumina and told her that she was still alive, while Natalie spotted on the staff that the horse had intentions to help. She swore she knew Toya would never hurt Lumina, even as Toya stared at Natalie with pure, jittery nerves. Dahl yanked Sinon along by the hand, and Toya flashed a grin as he smothered the fireball burning in his grip, telling them he had to scare everyone first so nobody would get hurt. Natalie, Toya, and Shah were bickering about how Toya was doing way too much for the girls. Then Toya snapped back that the cruel reality is he'd already hurt too many people in his world, so he couldn't ever go back. He'd decided that, and it was final. Toya gripped the fat ones in his hand, and when he pictured Ferris's face, he swore he'd choose who gets protected and who gets thrown into the fight. Natalie gripped the staff, shut her eyes, then opened them and told Toya that his compassion proved he'd never quit. So now he has to cure Lumina. Toya wiped his sweat and dropped into the seat right beside Lumina. The ambassador and the soldiers froze in place while Natalie and Shah stared them down, then immediately plotted their next move. Shah stared at her own hand and scrutinized the ring sitting on her finger. Shah clenched her fist, lifted it high, and screamed that she was going to rip her country back from whoever took it. The ambassador lowered his gaze and said, "I remember Natalie, a witch who stirred the air as the trees of Lunit swayed in the wind." The ambassador snapped into a furious roar, ordering the soldiers to crush everyone. Then his shout sent shockwaves through their ranks. Cher and Natalie yanked up their weapons, braced and ready to drive the soldiers' attacks back. The soldiers tore in to strike Natalie and Shah right on the spot. Shah and Natalie snapped into action, hurling magic spells to slam the soldiers' attack back. Shah unleashed his spirit magic for protection, while Natalie ignited fire magic, and together they surged in and blasted the soldiers. The ambassador nearly fell apart seeing Shah and Natalie standing there unhurt. While the fallen soldiers' bodies lay at their feet, Natalie even leaned in, pressing for news on Shah, and she snapped clear as day, "I'm fine." The ambassador yelled at the soldiers that they couldn't give up, and right after that, the troops burst into battle. Just a heartbeat later, R and Horse Toya burst right in front of them. A wild gust tore through the forest, and beams of light blasted down through the treetops to hit the ground. Tuya stood right beside Lumina, and when Lumina finally woke up, she was wrapped in a cloak. Then she froze in pure shock when Tuya blurted out that she was still alive. She leaned in and demanded Toya explain what happened to her team. Lumina tugged her cloak tight and flashed back to what Brand told her. If the plan crumbled, the guys would have to bail and they had to drag the guild leader with them. The escaped guys with Sinans finally stopped at the river. Sinan slipped down behind a tree, keeping clear of the boys, and when Dal glanced at him, he decided he'd done everything he could because he honestly just wanted to be friends with Toya. Cursing words ripped through the forest, bouncing off every tree like thunder. Lumina and Tuya stared ahead, and Tuya snapped that Ebrind had saved them with the right instructions, because if the adventurers had stayed here, they'd already be dead. Then Tuya and Lumina fixed their eyes on the fallen soldiers. The bound ambassador lay right at the girls' feet. Then Natalie and Toya stormed over and started grilling them about what they had to figure out next. The ambassador burst into desperate screams, hurling threats at the boys as fallen soldiers lay all around them, and the boys told him to look back because there was nobody left to save them. Shah stood there with her head bowed, and Toya immediately clocked the sadness on her face. "You okay?" he asked. Shah's hand jerked up like she'd been caught off guard. Then she broke into a smile and said that thanks to Toya's training, it wasn't that hard at all. Shah clutched her weapon and spun to scan the area. Fallen soldiers littered the ground. Then she dragged her hair over her face, trembling hard as Toya stepped in and gently stroked her head to calm her down. Toya stood before the ambassador as he started shouting and threatening the boys all over again, and Toya's face went stone serious because he was already planning to fire the ambassador with even more questions. The boys closed in on the ambassador, while Luminous stood near a tree watching like it was about to go down. Toya demanded to know about one hero, and the ambassador's smirk twitched as surprise hit. The ambassador stepped up and unveiled the hero of his nation, a young fair-haired fighter in gleaming armor, gripping a massive sword, and then he launched into a thunderous praise of his strength. Toya frowned, wondering if that hero had gotten even stronger, because when heard the ambassador say the hero had executed the Lunit Empire's general, pure fear hit her so hard she couldn't breathe. The ambassador kept grinning as he heaped praise on his country's hero, like it was something worth celebrating. Pressed her sword to the ambassador's throat and snapped that he had zero right to mock her father. He was a good soldier, a real man, while the ambassador's teeth clenched in pure, terrified fear. Toya strode up to and tried to calm her down, while the ball and Natalie stood right behind them. Whipped her gaze to Toya and erupted into screaming, defending her father. Still pressing her sword to the ambassador's throat, he trembled, deathly scared. Then the ambassador grinned and offered mercy, demanding the boys heal him and help him down. So Toya shot him a grim look, thrust out his hand and cast a healing spell. Toya's spell tore through the curse and healed the ambassador, and as Toya lifted his sword, he yanked it aside, revealing a fresh cut wound across the ambassador's face. Toya shoved his sword in front of the ambassador and warned him he could use the ambassador for whatever he wanted. Stood beside Toya, and when Toya demanded that the ambassador apologize to right away for insulting her father, a wave of heat rushed across her face and she blushed hard. Blood streaked down the ambassador's face, and with a bowed head he demanded forgiveness for the words he'd said earlier. The boys tore his bonds free, and the ambassador bolted around like he was trying to outrun trouble. The boys faced off across the room, debating whether they had the guts to let the ambassador walk away. Clouds drifted over the forest, while Toya and the girls huddled close, warning that this battle could wreck everything, turning it into a spark for attacks on other regions. Then the guys slammed down a map and showed exactly how the enemy planned to hit those places. Toya and leaned over the Rain Fortress talk. Grandfather runs the place, and since it sits so close to the Empire, the boys can grab the exact intel they need. Shah and Natalie were raring to jump in, ready to help in any way they could. Lumina rose from her spot and hung on every word of the boys' conversation. Then Tuya hurried over to her, and there, right beside them, Luminous's severed sword lay in a chilling silence, while worry gnawed at Tuya's heart over how bad Luminous might be. Lumina clapped her hand over her face and snapped that Tuya had wrecked the sword, her family's prized treasure. Then Tuya's fear hit like a wave as she started casting a spell. Lumina's hands trembled. Zit said. Then she locked eyes with Toya and admitted he'd been wrestling with every money problem. But this time, she was finally ready to forgive him. Toya couldn't hide his little grin right behind him. The girls and even the horse stood close, while Natalie wrapped her arms around him and praised the drink he'd cooled earlier as delicious, and Toya instantly turned beet red from pure embarrassment. Lumina stood atop the mountain, gripping Ebrant's sword. Ebrant had forged it as a social gift for Toya. Then she finally drew it. She clutched a cut-out figure in her hands, squeezed it tight, and suddenly the wind roared out, whipping her luminous hair like it was alive. Toya and the girls were bouncing along in a carriage, while the guys chewed the fat about Lumina, and Toya couldn't stop smiling, because he clearly had it bad for her. Toya and the girls flushed bright red, drowning in pure embarrassment. The horse panted like it was fighting for air, and we'd already burned through a few routes heading toward the rainforest. At night, the boys bunked up in the guild house, and Natalie's eyes went wide when she saw it for the first time. Natalie nearly choked on her shock when she turned on the faucet, and no joke, water gushed from the tap, flooded the bathtub, and even filled the toilet. Toya and the girls set the table, and Toya couldn't help thinking the house was in top shape, like how the water and electricity somehow showed up out of thin air, so he shrugged and accepted it as it was. Natalie sat there with a towel on her head, clutching a glass, and Toya stared at her in shock. Then he grabbed the big ones and said Ferris could come out for them. And right in front of the guys, Ferris burst into view. Ferris can't take the necklace outside at all, so she pressed her hand to her chest and swore that the Toya necklace stone just feels right, like it's the safest place for her. Ah was gripping the dishes with a tight, shaky grip, clearly on edge. Then Toya shot her a look and asked, "Are you okay?" She stood right in front of him and blurted that she was scared about the rain and about what that hero might bring into view, because the night was pitch black and the stars were burning overhead. Toya stared out the window, replaying R's words about the hero, while the starry sky glittered above the house like a promise. Then, out of nowhere, a sword slick with blood appeared. Toya was filthy to the bone, gripping his sword with trembling hands, swearing he didn't want to hurt a soul yet. If he finally faced that hero, could he actually beat him? Toya got boxed in by monsters, and panic hit, so he vowed to get stronger, fast, while broken bodies of defeated beasts crunched under his feet. Several days dragged by as Toya gripped the reins and drove the carriage. Just get out of the forest, and we'll be there. The boys ended up on a little hill, staring at the towering walls that ringed the city of rain, and honestly, they were buzzing about how far they'd come. R smiled, relieved the city was finally safe. Then one guard up on the wall spotted the carriage rolling in and yelled to the others that it was heading straight for the gates. Raoul lowered his eyes, lost in thought, then glanced at the carriage and snapped at the boys to stop. The soldiers snapped their rifles up, leveling their guns straight at the carriage. As she stepped out, her face turned dead serious. Shahar stood beside the carriage, and she burst into shouting, declaring she was the first princess of the Linnet Empire. She said she'd come with Natalia to help her people, but arrows were already raining toward her. She slapped her hand to her chest and begged them to open the gate. Then, a heartbeat later, an arrow sliced past her face, and terror punched through her. Raoul barked, "Don't you dare doubt me," because there he stood on the wall, and he was the one who loosed the arrow that hit the ball. R crept up behind her and blared that Shah's every word was true. Raoul snapped to attention when he finally recognized R. Then the other soldiers finally clocked. Natalie shoved into formation and dropped their weapons at once. The soldiers broke out in wild cheers, then spun around and crashed into each other, hugging like they'd just won the world. Shah blushed and grinned as she stared straight ahead, while Toya watched her with sharp, thoughtful eyes. The boys ended up in the city, Shah leading the way, and right behind her came Raoul and Toya. Rao yanked the boys over and told them to hurry to his grandfather, because the old man was already waiting, sitting there in a chair with his bandaged hand and body, grinning as he greeted every guest. The boy faced the man, and R's worry hit hard about her grandfather's weak body, so she tried to steady Natalie's nerves, while Toya watched, stunned, wondering how old Natalie really was as the man kept talking with her. Shah and Garrus kicked off a heated talk about what was going down in the capital. Toya stood behind Shah, then Natalie cut in and demanded to know what was on her mind and why Henrietta was willing to go after all of it. Raoul stood beside Gorus as they fought tooth and nail to shove the enemy back. Yet the battle still left plenty of people bleeding and wounded. Natalie and Guris started firing off plans for what had to happen next. Right now, while R and Shah stepped up in front of the man, weapons lined the wall, and the guys leaned in and said, "First things first, we had to dig up every scrap of information we could." Right behind the girls, Toya shoots his hand up and volunteers to be the scout. The girls froze at his proposal, pure fear in the air, while Toya scrambled to prove Guras's worth. But Guras still couldn't fully trust him. The girl rose to defend Toya, and outside the sun blazed while fluffy clouds drifted across the sky. The girls swarmed Toya from every angle, squeezing him into a hug while pushing Gurus to finally trust Toya. The man shot to his feet, grabbed his weapon, and with rage burning in his chest, he barked that Toya finally knows what loyalty is. Even out on the street, jurors were screaming, and Toya was spitting excuses. Meanwhile, the horse stood in its stall and gulped down water. The guns sat lined up by the wall. And Toya and Natalie were so red-faced with embarrassment, you could feel the heat in the room. Natalie spilled the story of that night when the girl ended up sleeping in Toya's bed, and grandfather listened like every word mattered. Toya clocked R standing by the window, all alone and out of reach, then marched straight up to her. They launched into a wild conversation about our childhood. The boys were crammed in a sonata beneath that massive overhang. Toya stared at R, her tears stuck behind a week of pain, while her grandfather clenched his fist and Ratwool stood beside him, both of them desperately trying to choke down their boiling rage. From the room's window, the whole city stretched out below, and Toya stood face to face with Gorus while Raoul loomed right behind him. Then Gorus hit him with a heartfelt thank you for saving the girls. Toya flashed a grin. The girl stood right beside him, and he swore he was ready to breach the capital for reconnaissance. Garrus, perched on a chair with all the guys around him, started laying out why Toya was helping them, while R and Shah stood right beside Toya, watching like they already knew this was about to get wild. He said he'd help however he could. Then his eyes landed on the table covered in vases and little figurines. Toya stared down Garrus and declared that if the capital had a hero, it was the only one strong enough to beat him. For a moment, Gorys snapped into loud laughter, thinking Toya was totally overrating his strength, while R and Shah stared at their grandfather, visibly on edge. Natalie marched up to the fruit bowl, tried to convince Gorys she'd been eating an apple, and right then Toya slid up beside her. Natalie swears Toya is the real deal, a true sage. Garrus and Raoul froze in disbelief at what they heard, refusing to trust a single word Natalie said. Toya lunged to stop Natalie, but she whipped an apple across the room and insisted Gora listen to her. Then she stared down at the bitten apple in her own hands. Natalie kept crunching on her apple, while Gora insisted the berserker would seek out the strongest warrior, and Toya couldn't believe it. Since Gora even knew about the berserker despite Toya looking way too young, Natalie stood at the table as everyone stared, and the mystery man kept talking, pinpointing where that berserker could be coming from. Toy shot his hand up, grinning as he thought, I can ask the Emperor about the berserker. Natalie crunched on fruit, and Gors snatched up a weapon, snapping that Natalie still hadn't won him over. To trust Tuya, Garu knew there was only one move: fight him. He snapped up from his chair and gripped a weapon, while R's nerves spiked. She drew her sword and warned, if Grandpa keeps mocking Tuya, I'll never forgive him. Garia stared at R, locked eyes with him, and her face exploded into a blazing red blush. R didn't drop her sword for a second. Gara just couldn't believe how desperately she fought to protect Toya. R's sword trembled in her grip. The room's window swung wide, and she started to say her attitude toward Toyo would never change. R's face twisted with pure embarrassment. Toya's cheeks flared red as she glanced at R, then R blushed too and broke into a smile. Grandfather glared at R like a storm and slammed his weapon down hard on the floor. R stared dead serious as her grandfather's hand reached for her. Tears spilled from R's eyes as her grandfather gently stroked her head and urged her on, while Shah and Raoul stood right there, watching her with warm smiles. Grandpa kept soothing R's head, then turned to Toya and blurted out an apology for what he'd done, while Toya stood guard in front of Goris, mortified, lost, and staring Natalie beside him, casually munching fruit. Then Goris stepped aside and yanked the closet open. Tuya watched as Gaurus yanked a box from the closet and promised to hand her a dagger, one that the royal family's ancestor had given to them in the first place. A dagger rested on the cloth, its blade and matching case etched with intricate carvings that practically begged to be noticed. Toya snatched the dagger into his hands, and Goras told him that if Toya flashed the blade to the Emperor, he'd finally have to listen to what Goras said, though Toya still didn't get what any of it meant. Natalie just stood there and kept chewing, like none of it mattered. Toya gripped the blade like it was the fortress itself, carrying the weight of the royal bloodline. Because Goris's demand was simple, Toya had to rescue every single royal family member. Shah brought up her father and the rest of her family, and Ars stood right beside her as Goris sat in his chair, warning her that if they dragged their feet on saving the emperor, the whole country would pay the price. Goris stared at the world and pictured people chained like prisoners. Toya clenched his sword like it was the only lifeline, his mind racing back to the kids from the orphanage. Those girls beamed at him with pure joy, while Natalie kept right on eating, like none of it mattered. Toyo made his wish for the head and admitted he had no clue how far he could push himself, but he promised he'd go all in and try everything he could. Toya stared at Garrus, baffled. Garrus told him he was tied to him in debt because he planned to marry off his granddaughter, and Toya shot a nervous glance at R, who was intently checking the ring on her hand. Shara and Natalie ripped into Goris for misunderstanding it all, then said Toya had handed rings to the three of them, while Goris fumed over what he'd heard, and Toya scrambled to justify himself and lay out the truth. As their loud screams echoed through the whole city, Toya strode through the city, eyes blazing as Ebran's face came back to him. Then his mind snapped to one thing: they hadn't even talked about the reward yet, so they'd find out only after the mission, and Ebran's warning still rang in his head that adventurers shouldn't be going in as volunteers. Toya suddenly found himself in the middle of a cemetery, staring ahead at tombstones and mourners visiting the ones they lost. Then he kept moving in and spotted a girl sobbing at a grave. And right beside the blue one, another girl stood there clutching flowers like they were lifelines. Toya whipped around at the girl's scream. Shah, R, and Natalie were sprinting straight toward him, and they couldn't figure out what made him shut them out. The girl skidded to a stop in front of Toya, listening as he warned that dragging them along was a huge risk. Because people from the Empire already knew their faces, Shah tried to argue, but Toya wouldn't budge. Toya stormed in with a squad of armored soldiers and kept insisting that if Gorus was telling the truth, the army was already marching on the fortress, and the girls had to move now to protect Ryan. Shahar tried to argue one more time, but Natalie cut in and demanded how Toya planned to reach the capital if he'd never even been there right then. Guris popped up near the boys and revealed he'd already arranged an escort for Toya. Right beside Guris stood Raoul, and Guris strode up to the guys, saying there was a man nearby, a merchant, a bit odd but trustworthy, so Natalie demanded who he was. And Guris just glanced at Toya, promising he'd introduce them a little later. Shah clutched her chest and screamed for Toya to take her with him, yelling that he was about to save her family, while behind her locals clawed at the ground and sprinted straight toward her. Two leaf-eared girls stepped up to Shah and told him, straight to his face, that he'd come here to help them. The taller one slid her hands onto the other girl's shoulders, and both of them beamed at Shah like this was fate. Soon, the whole town heard Princess Shah was nearby, and then it hit like a ripple one by one. More people spotted Shah. A taller girl's eyes started to well up with tears, but she still forced a bright smile. The townspeople burst toward Shah, stunned, so the princess was right here in their town. Natalie shut her eyes and declared that the people adored the emperor's family. Toya stared at Natalie in pure shock. Goris stared at Shah and declared she was the city's only hope. So Shah glanced at Toya, confused, because she expected him to act like a real change, but instead she snapped her gaze away. Sweat beading on her face, she blushed hard and muttered that she was sorry for her selfish move, and Toya stared back in total shock. Shah sat down beside her and gently stroked the little girl's head. She smiled right back, and Shah was ready to step in and support every resident who needed help. Shah dropped to her knees in front of the little girl, as the whole square filled up around them, and Shah vowed she'd give everything, courage included. In her father's name, while Toya watched her with a warm smile, Garrus slipped up to Shah and told her to rally the others. Shah didn't budge, she was locked in, then pointed out the brick building sitting right next to the guys. Shah stood shoulder to shoulder with Natalie and R as a crowd of judges swarmed in front of them. Then she slapped a hand to her chest and launched into an all-out speech of support. Then Shah clamps down on her own tongue. Natalie drops her head, and Toya and R stare at Shah, terrified. The gathered villagers stared at Shah, fear in their eyes, silence in the air, while Shah glared back at Toya, raising a trembling finger like she was about to say it again. Then she spun toward the crowd with a smile, hearing their support and clinging to it like hope. Shah spotted jubilant residents cheering in front of her. Shahar and Toya flinched from the humiliating words the townspeople threw at them. Then Natalie stepped in, laid a hand on Shahar's shoulder, and the moment Toya heard his name, he snapped right back to life. The girls faced him and declared they'd stay behind to shield the city's residents, while Toya handled the imperial family's fate. Toya fully agreed, and right in the crowd, someone kept their eyes locked on him from nearby. Night rolled in, and Toya hauled food for his horse. Then he swallowed his pride and begged for forgiveness, apologizing for how long he'd been gone. The horse started licking Toya's head with pure joy, and Toya ended up soaked all over from its saliva. Toya froze when panicked screams erupted behind him, then yanked a towel and started scrubbing the horse's drool off his face. The man stormed into the room and closed in on Toya, then noticed a basin of water sitting on the floor, and the stranger blurted, "So this is really a war horse?" Turns out the stranger was a short wave girl. She shot a finger at the horse, then demanded what Toya thought he could sell it for, and Toya jolted back in shock. Tolia blinked, shocked at just how young the kid was. Then he reached out and gently stroked the horse's muzzle, swearing the beast was family, not something to buy, and the girl grinned, saying she couldn't believe a monster could turn into someone you'd call family. She snapped her gaze aside and told Toya that even blood kin don't always become true family, and Toya froze in shock. Then she eyed the food he'd brought for the horse, grabbed a portion, and slid it onto the tray. She took a bite of her sandwich, smiled, and told Toya she was Alice, and that she'd tag along to the capital while she busied herself buying and selling all kinds of goods. Pitch black outside, Toya and Alice got pulled into Gorus's room, and Gorus laid out every detail about Alice for Toya as he sat in a chair, fire roaring in the fireplace behind him. Toya stared at Alice, and she grinned and said she was a nomad who could extend things. Then Toya's jaw dropped, because how could a girl like her be playing with something that dangerous? Alice snapped into motion, waving her hands like she'd mastered martial arts, and right in front of Toya's face, she proved she meant it. Gorus added that Alice even knows the route to the capital. Alice shot her hand forward, and Toya slumped in front of her, asking if it was okay for him to check with his friend. Then Ferris showed up in the room. Alice and Garrus stared in disbelief. Toya had actually summoned the spirit of the house, and it felt unreal. Gorus scratched his head like he couldn't believe it, and admitted that Toya still kept shocking him. Then Toya asked Ferris if it was okay for Alice to tag along to the capital. Alice rushed up to Ferris with her mouth hanging open. Then Alice clapped her hands to her rosy cheeks. Toya didn't get why Ferris's look hit her like that, and the boys traded confused glances. Ferris nodded hard. Toya shot back a grateful thanks, and then the boys started debating exactly when they'd set out. Toya stared at Alice and said he was about to introduce her to the other girls. Then Alice just sat there, silent as a locked door. Alice rose to leave, and suddenly she was standing right by the room's door. She lifted her hand and declared she was ready to meet Toya at the north gate, and Toya and the others stared at her in shock as she walked off. The next day, the girl waited by the gate, waving goodbye to Toya, while Alice sat in the carriage with her knees pulled in close, her heart sinking because Toya was still late, even though he'd promised he'd be there on time. Alice slumped forward, burying her head in her hands. A second later, a sharp rustle snapped behind her. She spun toward the sound. Toya stood beside the horse as it thrashed its mane in panic, and he hurried to soothe it, while Elisa lurked in the bushes, watching every second unfold. That horse flicked its tail, and suddenly its praise-haired mess landed right on Toya's face. Then Alice sprang up, laughing like the whole thing was pure gold. The horse whipped around to face Toya, and Toya lifted 2 fingers with a grin, practically glowing as he said he was just happy the horse finally got it all. Toya went to cast his spell, but he couldn't lock the horse inside the vault without the horse agreeing. Then panic hit when he heard Alice plop down, totally shocked that Toya even had a vault. She slammed her boots on the dream, seething at what he did, and she refused to let Toya shove the horse into the vault. Alice stamped her feet in frustration, and Toya leaned in, asking if she really heard every single word he'd been saying. She flashed her ear like it was a superpower and claimed she could hear everything perfect for trading. So Toya stared at her in shock, and then the boy took off, leaving the city behind. Toya and Alice rode out of the city in her carriage, and she snapped at him, telling him she had a ton of questions she couldn't wait to fire at Toya. Meanwhile, in the Lunit Empire, a parrot in a cage wildly flapped his arms and told larks, We got the message, time to head back. Lark darted ahead and told everyone he fought for the dream of an ideal nation under the Lunate Empire. They headed for the imperial capital down a bustling road packed with merchants, where they could blend right in. While Alice belted out a song Toya had never heard, and somehow the boys got away clean because Henrietta's soldiers at every checkpoint never even raised a suspicion. They breezed through checkpoint after checkpoint with zero trouble, and just like that, they rolled into the imperial city fast. Then Alice looked at Toya and blurted that she was starving, and Toya practically panicked, insisting she'd eaten not long ago. Then Alice grinned at Toya and told him she couldn't do a thing because his food was so insanely good, saying that if they sold that steak, it'd blow everyone's mind. Toya's reaction to her proposal was pure silence, just a bashful sigh that gave nothing away, and even now, Toya still can't quite figure out what Alice is really like. Suddenly, Toya snapped his gaze forward, and there, just like that, was a city, and he couldn't help wondering if it was really his. Straight ahead rose a huge imperial city with the road leading right into it, and Toya lit up, grinning that from here they'd finally get to see them. As Alice neared the city gates, she proudly announced, "This is the Lunate Empire Castle's gate, our pride, our joy, the gateway to happiness." Right before those massive doors, a line of merchants queued up with their carts. After Toya inspected the gates from every angle, he lit up and told Alice, "These are unreal." And Alice grinned back, saying the gates were so famous that tourists even flew in from other countries just to stare at them. That gate was carved as a proud symbol of equality between every race, and Henrietta's kingdom wouldn't dare smash it because it was art. Alice beamed with joy. Then, out of nowhere, one of Henrietta's soldiers spun toward them and demanded, "So where are you from?" Then Alice shoved the Trade Guild's registration form into his hands and, with a calm smile, told him they'd hauled provisions all the way from Sarandi. Yet, when the soldier scanned the paper and grumbled that every merchant was pure trickery, Alice just smiled tighter and said nothing. The soldier kept going, saying they were rounding people up from all over because a food shortage was coming. And then he thanked everyone for the extra hands to make sure nobody was missed. Even with Henrietta's soldiers taking the capital, the lifeline of trade still has to run because Alice isn't just talking. She's a real trader. She pushes the soldiers to move now. No hesitation, because the pace of their business could mean life or death for everyone. In the days before, in Garrus's office, Toya stared at Alice in shock and blurted out that she was a spy. Then Alice snapped toward the door, listening hard and peeking at the people outside. Then Alice marched up to Toya, flapped her hands in fury, and warned him what would happen if anyone found out, while Toya stared at her, already annoyed by every single move she made. Right then, Garrus leaned in and told Toya that shadows across the whole country were filled with people working for the Empire, and he couldn't spill the details. But when it came to Alice, he said she was raised where no one like that ever existed. Then Toya froze in shock, blurted that she was a spy straight out of the movies, and Alice whipped toward him, asking if he couldn't believe it with a sly smile. She added that she's the one who disappears into the shadows and hides there. Alice blushed and gawked as she asked Toya if it was pretty cool, and Toya figured the crowd would look at it at first glance and swear there weren't any spies, because nobody would ever guess Alice was one. Alice was fuming, loudly complaining that they had to sit around for 2 whole hours before they could even enter the city, and that the entrance tax was 10 times higher than normal, like someone was cashing in on them. Inside the city, Toya slipped up to Alice and told her he'd heard rumors about what happens when one country swallows another. Then the whole place went eerily quiet, like it was holding its breath. Then Alice hit him back with her answer. General Garrett, who was guarding the city, got defeated, and they threw down and surrendered before a real war could even fully kick off. As Alice stared at the buzzing street, she told Toya that what looked normal to him didn't feel like the city she once knew. Then shouts erupted from the side, demanding they get moving and hurry up. Toya and Alice snapped their heads toward the shout and froze. There were piles of tied-up half-humans stumbling in a line, all crumpled and broken, while the soldiers encircled them, pacing and staring like they were watching every single move they made. Toya's jaw dropped at what he saw. Then Alice stared at the half-humans and declared that, for the kingdom of Henrietta, every half-human in the occupied city was turned into a slave. One of the half-humans who was tied up shifted down onto a single knee, and the soldier right behind him snapped, asking what he thought he was doing. Then that half-human turned and shouted to everyone, demanding if they agreed with what the kingdom of Henrietta was claiming. The half-human pressed on, demanding, "Do you really think only ordinary humans deserve peace, or are you denying the Lunit Empire's citizens who swore an oath of equality for all races?" Ordinary folks stared at this half-human, trembling with fear and shock, then exchanged helpless looks and hurried past like nothing was wrong, until one soldier stepped in, smacked him, and barked at him. Rage boiled in Toya's chest as he watched that half-human get beaten, until Alice stepped in and snapped him back to why they were really there. The half-human didn't slow down. He roared for everyone to band together, fight back, and seize the Lunit Empire with their own hands. Then, behind him, a soldier swung a long spear and drove it clean through his neck. The half-man crumpled, lifeless. A soldier barked a ruthless threat. He'd cut down anyone who dared rebel, no matter if it was human. Every soul on the street recoiled and looked away, terror gripping them. Adisa grabbed Toya's hand and told him to keep going. Tuya clenched the reins so hard his hand ached, and when Alice stayed calm and told him they couldn't change a thing, "Just stick to the plan," rage surged in Tuya's chest at how the kingdom of Henrietta ran everything. They tore through the city in the car, threading those tight, narrow streets. Then Alice glanced at Toya and told him, right before they hit the hotel, she had one little thing to wrap up, and Toya leaned in, asking what that had to do with work. After a while, the man finally spotted Alice, and relief hit his face. He was so happy to see her. Alice walked up, grinning, and told him they'd brought provisions, and the man immediately thanked them, swearing those supplies would help them more than they could imagine. Then Alice flashed a sly grin at the merchant, smirked that she already knew what was going on, so she was taking even more than usual, and the merchant fumed, warning that she'd fleeced them blind. As Toya stared at Alice and the merchant jawing at each other, he couldn't help thinking, wow, Alice really knows how business works. Then the merchant spotted him and snapped, "So who's this?" Alice pointed straight at Toya and said, "He's the owner of a dagger." The merchant's grin widened as he leaned in, practically begging to hear more about that dagger. Toya walked beside him, then froze when this happened, but Alice brushed off the shock, telling him everything was fine and that the man was trustworthy. While they tailed the merchant, Alice leaned in and told Tuya the truth. Under the capital hid a web of underground passages most people never even knew about, and the merchant's family had been guarding one of them for years, and Tuya was completely stunned. He slammed his foot on the ground and snapped, "I never thought I'd need this in my lifetime." Then he pointed out that this hidden passage drops straight into the castle's basement, a secret escape route built for the imperial family. Alice jumped in and said that for generations, people in the capital had been backing the imperial family from the shadows. And then Tuya chimed in, Shah and her family were seriously incredible. Toya pressed the merchant, asking why if something like that existed. It didn't show up until now. Then the merchant cut him off right away, snapping back that the reason was simple, there was no way to fight back. They'll never beat the dungeon guards and pull off saving His Majesty, and if word spreads about this passage, they'll blow their final shot at victory. But the king, he's got a fierce sense of duty, and he refuses to abandon his people. The merchant stayed cool as he explained why they'd waited so long for Toya, the one holding the dagger of commandments. A blade strong enough to make even the imperial family fall in line. With the dagger held tight in front of him, Toya remembered how Goris handed it over, swearing that once Toya had it, even the mighty Majesty wouldn't dare ignore him. The merchant swore this staggering was a blessing from a guide who'd point the right road to the imperial family, so Toya grilled him, "Who are you? Did Goris really hand you this job?" And Alice fired back, "You can trust Toya, Princess Charlotte and Natalia are both in his hands." The merchant gasped in amazement and praised Toya like he'd just witnessed magic. Then Toya blurted Alice's name out loud and loudly enough to embarrass himself, making Alice burst into laughter. After she finally calmed down, Alice questioned the merchant about how long it would take, then he told her to wait, saying the other supporters were swamped with prep, and that she should give them 10 days. Alice snapped in frustration that they'd waited forever, but the merchant cut her off, saying that if they rushed into the castle right now, they'd almost certainly blow the whole mission. Toya demanded to know why, and the merchant shot back that Lasset, the third prince of Henrietta, runs the castle, so they've tightened security to the max. The merchant kept talking, saying their worst nightmare was that the hero was here, and Tuya nearly choked on her shock. At the imperial castle, The third Prince Lasset already had a smile on his face as he thanked Larks for making the long trip here. The hero faced Prince Lasset, slumped lazily on his throne, and the prince told him straight-faced that his sister had one last request, and he wanted the hero sent back. The third prince of Henrietta, Lasset von Henrietta, snapped that the hero needed to come back and face his sister, Sharon. But the hero shot back that the enemy still had troops left, and they could hit with a counterattack any day. Lasik leapt down from his throne, waved off the hero's worries, then looked him in the eye and basically said, "You did it thanks to you, those nasty enemies are finally gone." Prince Lasset, fresh off the descent, snapped to the hero, "Go back to the country. Tell your father I've got this." Then he thrust his crown into his hands, saying, "This is what really fell," and urged him to keep it as a souvenir. As she brushed past without even looking back, Lisette mouthed a farewell to the hero, "Just leave it to him, these half-humans will be purified by his own hands." Then she spun back to the prince, but Larks, the hero, saw half-humans as nothing but cruel, filthy monsters, because in the world he came from, half-humans didn't exist at all. While Larks and his comrades were battling a horde of monsters that tore toward their village, he got yanked away from the fight and summoned straight to the kingdom of Henrietta. When the hero Larks snapped his eyes open, Princess Sharon, beautiful, radiant, stood over him and pulled him into this world. And in teary sobs, she confessed she'd been waiting all along for his true hero to arrive. And just like that, Larks became a hero. Princess Sharon hit him with hard truths about this world, how the demi-humans are pure evil, how the Lunate Empire has teamed up with them, and how Henrietta's kingdom is in a life-or-death crisis. To earn Princess Sharon's love and live up to the faith she poured into him, Larks trained like his life depended on it day after day. Larks stormed up before the kingdom's warriors, fired them up with a terrifying promise that they'd reclaim the land stolen by their own hands, and then the battle erupted. Then a captain stormed out and demanded to know where their general was introducing himself as Captain Garrett von Milder of the Lunate Empire, and daring them to settle it one-on-one, face-to-face, like men. Then the army started pumping Larks with confidence, telling him the battle was theirs and begging him to ignore every provocation. But Larks refused to back down and swore he wanted to handle things himself. Suddenly, one warrior declared, "Larks will take on Garrett," and the entire group erupted in support for the kid. Right then, Larks remembered Princess Sharon's words, "Save Henrietta's kingdom." And he snapped into a decision. This world summoned him for that very mission. Lark had heard the Knights of the Lunar Empire's captain's name 100 times, and everyone swore that if he could beat that man, the war would finally die. So Lark snapped out loud, "I'm attacking." Their traded blows hit so hard they felt stronger than 1,000 arms at once. One stray sword strike could end the whole game in an instant. Especially with them looking that battered still, Garrett and Lark stayed neck and neck, even with Garrett's overpowering hero status. During the fight, Lark suddenly felt his body give out, stunned that he was running on empty, and he couldn't believe it. In that exact moment, Garrett warned him that his strength was weird, but pride took over, and he kept overreaching, burning his energy like crazy. Garrett strode up and said victory and defeat always come down to experience. He just wanted to watch Larks grow. But this wasn't a lesson. It was a fight. While Larks sat on the ground, staring at the ceiling, wondering if this was it, and he'd die right here. Larks panted hard, staring at the thought of dying in a world where nobody even knew his name. Blood streamed down his face as he swore he wouldn't give up, and Garrett's eyes widened in shock. Then Larks shot his sword into the air, shouted a spell, and swore that if he played, no one would ever call him a hero who saved their country again. Garrett went wide-eyed, because the magic was trapped inside that blade. After Lark crumpled Garrett with a single blow, Lark's mind latched onto one brutal truth: he really was alone now, and the only way to prove he existed was to keep swinging as a hero. Garrett buckled and dropped to one knee because nobody expected this kid to hit that hard. Lark claimed that because of him, the hero got stronger. Garrett didn't even regret losing, even as he mourned that he never got to see his daughter's wedding. Then the rumor mill went wild, saying Garrett begged for his life and died in vain. But the army couldn't resist. Larks stared at the bird behind the cage and swore that day had finally felt like a warrior's pride because he'd fought General Garrett, hands down. Then he flicked through the idea of the half-humans for a split second and shoved the whole thought away. Larks clenched his resolve and decided for Sharon and the kingdom, all he could be was a hero who smashes their enemies, so he burst out of the room, faced the guard, ordered his bags to be prepared, and announced he was heading back to his homeland. While Alice was stuffing her face, she told everyone, "They've got a kingdom-wide order to come back. At least that's what we've heard, so we'll just have to wait and see." Alice said they were headed to the hotel anyway, then caught Toya staring at the streets and asked if something was wrong. Toya quickly reassured her that everything was fine. Toya glanced away, wondering if the hero had finally noticed him then. Later, Alice told him they'd reached the hotel. Toya spotted a man in the upstairs window and wanted to ask Alice about him, but the moment they walked in, the host welcomed them warmly, clocked Alice right away, and hurried to ask how she was, since she'd been so worried. Alice said everything was fine, tossed the question right back at her, and the hostess leaned in, saying she couldn't stop thinking about what she'd do when the soldiers finally showed up. Then she spotted Toya and fired the question at Alice, right on the spot. Alice snatched Toya's hand and beamed, "We're married," while Toya flat out denied it. The hostess pressed Alice, "Since when have you been dating someone like him?" And Alice shot back, "Since forever now, give us a free room because we're staying together." All at once, a crash thundered from above, and the hostess and Toya snapped their heads toward the sound. Then the hostess sighed that there'd been nothing but noise lately, but she'd still give Alice a spare room. And Alice lit up like, "I was counting on you." The moment the owner walked out, Toya snapped into action and grilled Alice what did married even mean. Alice just smirked and said, "It's faster this way." Toya stared, and Alice pressed in close, saying she was totally down to marry him because he had money to bankroll her. Then Toya's nerves spiked as he realized her eyes looked downright terrifying. Then Toya confessed to Alice that something was buzzing inside her too. Only she couldn't make sense of it, so Toya tapped his power of searching and chased the mystery. After sweeping the whole hotel top to bottom, Toya grilled Alice, asking if she really trusted this place, only for Alice to hit back and ask what he meant. Toya leaned in and warned her something weird was hiding in the hotel, lurking in the shadows. While Alice scanned the hotel, Toya's words caught her off guard. Then he pointed out that the third floor hid a whole bunch of people in one of its rooms, and that hit her even harder, leaving her deep in thought. Then Toya suddenly blurted, "What if these folks hiding here are the enemy?" And he reached for his power, but Alice lunged in and stopped him cold, telling him he was completely wrong. Toya's eyes snapped wide. He stared at Alice like, "Wait, aren't we enemies?" Right then, the hostess burst in, shocked by the scene, but Alice just smiled and said they wanted to forge stronger bonds, so the hostess told them to hold it in until the room was ready. Alice spotted the box in the owner's hands and blurted, "Is that a first aid kit?" Then she didn't even pause. She pounced with, "Or are you hiding refugees?" The owner stared in shock at the accusation. Alice snapped her head to Toya and reminded him of what she'd told him before in the imperial capital. Plenty of people were secretly backing the imperial family, and the innkeeper was one of them. Toya headed for the third-floor door, gritting out that a massive hunt for demi-humans had recently erupted across the eastern region. Then he pushed the door open and demanded right to their faces whether the ones hiding inside were demi-human. Half-humans burst into view with weapons ready, and the mistress quickly calmed them down, insisting they were human, not enemies. Then Toya blurted in shock, asking why they were injured and what on earth happened to them. The hostess shot back, "Listen, before, a ton of half-humans called the Empire's capital home, but now the ones who couldn't flee are scrambling and hiding right here in this city." The mistress snapped back in horror, saying that hunting half-humans was pure nightmare fuel and that every house where they hid got burned to the ground. Toya couldn't stop her nerves from spiraling over that hunt for half-humans. Toya strode up to a half-human who was badly wounded and demanded his hand, then snapped his fingers with supreme healing, and the injury vanished, sealing the hand back to perfect health. Then the half-human gasped, stunned that it was truly healing magic. Every last trace of pain had vanished. Right after that, one of the half-humans leaned in and asked Toya if he was a priest. The half-human pressed on, saying their wounded comrades were packed away inside the Adventurers Guild. Then one of them turned to Toya and begged her to heal them with magic. Desperate half-humans begged for their family's sake, and when Alice saw them, she felt the same tug. Then Toya, catching on, asked if the Adventurers Guild could help, and the half-human, stunned, immediately asked him to lend a hand. Alice then blared at Toya, that he didn't have to run that far just to help them. Then she grabbed the moment by the throat and reminded him why they were really there. Her hands shook as she warned him. The Henrietta warriors were already stealing demi-humans' lives, so there was no point in pushing himself into danger just to rescue them. Then Toya shot Alice a look and asked if she really wanted to help them too. Alice froze in shock, blurting out what he meant, and Toya explained that she'd never made a face like that before. Alice stared back, tears blazing in her eyes, completely lost. After finally calming down, Alice flashed her usual grin and grilled Toya about his words. Her face somehow even cuter than before. Then Toya hit her with the truth. He'd lost his own family too, and Alice froze on the spot. Toya clutched his pendant with a grin and said he finally found his real family, and now more than ever, he fully understands that gut-wrenching fear of losing anyone. Toya forced out an awkward grin and confessed he'd still call the family spirits and monsters, even though it had nothing to do with that. Then Alice nodded and promised he'd stop anything that could slow them down anymore. Right then, the half-humans bowed and thanked them, promising they couldn't repay them yet. But one day they'd come back to return the favor, no matter what it cost. The half-humans were betting on Toya, and Toya awkwardly swallowed their gratitude. But when Alice stared at him, she realized he'd seen right through her, and she knew she'd totally blown her cover as a spy. The main road linking the inn to the Adventurers Guild was buzzing like it had a pulse. Even with foreign troops camped all along it, merchants were waving their wares at the royal warriors, and the warriors couldn't resist, coming over to buy as the street crackled with life. Toya stared at them and said Henrietta's soldiers were buying stuff so calmly it didn't even look like war. And Alice shot back that even if the boss changed, the citizens still had to earn their money. Then Toya shot Alice a question. Why do Henrietta's soldiers hate demi-humans so much? And Alice just shrugged, saying she had no clue, because every history book in that kingdom had been written to teach people to hate them from the very start. Alice said Henrietta's kingdom rose on two things: the bitter hatred of demi-humans and the brutal grind of demi-human slaves. Toya frowned and realized they weren't just developing the country, they were exploiting demi-humans to build it. Then she stared at the Adventurers Guild, and sure enough, like any imperial capital guild, it was massive, so huge you could basically spot it from here. And Toya couldn't help but admire it. Guilds are independent groups that run their own rules in every country, because the money a country feeds them is tied to its leaders, so the guild's policies bend to local wishes. When Alice and her husband finally slipped into the guild, the cashier zeroed in on them and demanded, "Why travel all the way from the kingdom of Sarandi?" Alice shot back, "Because we're a married couple," and the cashier immediately groaned and apologized that they weren't taking any new requests right now. The cashier told Toya they couldn't take his request anymore. No high-ranking or demi-human adventurers were left here because they'd all marched off to war. And when Toya stared at the notice board, he finally understood why the whole place was so empty. Toya grabbed the bag, told the cashier, "I already accepted the job. My clients want the wounded treated right here." And the cashier froze, totally baffled about what Toya meant. Then Toya yanked the bag and dumped the cards onto the floor, sending the cashier into shock. Those guild cards came from the half-human adventurers hiding in the inn, since they needed the guild to buy their act. The cashier snapped her colleague's gaze and told Toya and Alice to follow. She explained the guild basement was a training ground, and once they descended, she swung open the door to reveal it. Toya and Alice peered through the open doors and froze, wounded. Demi-humans were everywhere, and Toya blurted that there were way too many, while Alice gasped in disbelief. More than 200 people. The cashier swore they've got a healer on hand, but the moment his magic runs dry, he can only save 2, maybe 3 people. Not the whole crowd. Alice's nerves spiked as she asked Toya what they could possibly do with all those people. And Toya snapped back. That was exactly why he couldn't just walk away, leaving Alice staring at him in shock. Toya spun around, grinned, and told Alice he could fix it. Then Alice cut him off, demanding what he meant. Toya snapped back that healing them one by one would take forever, then thrust his hand forward and blasted area-high healing magic, flooding the entire basement with light and saving everyone at once. All the half-humans stared at their healed wounds, cheering because the agony finally vanished. Then Alice gasped and shouted Toya's name in pure surprise. Alice blurted in shock, asking how much magical power he even had, because this wasn't normal at all. Then she traced his face and gasped that even her own body got healed by whatever magic was still left in him. After that, Tuya spun back toward the patients who weren't healed yet, her nerves spiking as she demanded, "Why can't we cure them all?" Alice stared at the sick man and snapped that it was a damn shame, since they'd gone through all that trouble to save him, and one of the half-humans warned that when Thor heard, he'd be crushed. Alice snapped Toya back to the truth. Thor was one of the folks they met in that tavern, and then she told him, with a steady, supportive tone, that there was nothing they could do now since the dead couldn't be brought back. And Toya just sat there, wrestling with her words. Toya stepped up to the cashier, dropped off the medicine and food, and begged her to use it only for her to push back, saying she didn't need to go that far for something like that. Toya told her to stop refusing. He said it was just leftover stock from his inventory. Then he called up a mountain of meat and medicine and announced loud and clear that it would last for days. Alice shot him a quick nod, and the cashier stared like she couldn't believe the sheer amount in front of her. Then Alice turned to Toya with a sharp, irritated tone and demanded how he managed to stash all of it in storage. The cashier told them the guild rep wasn't around today, but a reward was coming tomorrow for sure. Then Alice caught Toya off guard by thanking him, and he demanded why, only for her to shrug and say it was just how things were. As they walked down the street, Toya stumbled over the fact she was holding his hand, but Alice fired back that it was totally normal since they were husband and wife. Then he tried to push back while she cut him off, warning that she could actually make it real and become his wife for real. Alice fired off a list. Toya's pulling in big money, his magic is out of this world, and he's stacking plenty away in his storage. Then stared him down with a chilling glare and warned, "When we get married, I'm taking legal control of everything." Then Alice said, dead serious, that Tuya had burned through so much magical energy he could barely move on his own. So with legs shaking, Tuya just smiled and admitted she was right. Alice told him Toya was the real deal, born with pure talent. Then she got serious and said that if she even had one of that gift, her family would have never left her behind. Toya pressed her for an answer, and her words shocked him. Alice said she came from a family that had perfected magic for years, but since she had no talent, they'd cast her aside and left her in other people's hands. Alice blurted out that it wasn't that she hated her family. The ones who raised her were truly kind, but loneliness gnawed at her anyway. And Toya's whole family, made of monsters and spirits, only made it worse because she couldn't help but envy him. Then she flashed a smile and told Toya to look after them, before asking him to wait right here while she ran off to buy a souvenir for the innkeeper. Toya thought Alice was just some mystery girl he didn't understand. Yet somehow she reminded him of a little kid, and right then Alice was squaring off with the seller, furious over that ridiculously inflated price. Tuya realized he was so pathetic that even using magic couldn't keep his own body steady. He couldn't just force himself to stay awake until the energy finally ran out either. And the worst part was, after becoming a sage, he'd gotten way too cocky. Tuya's mind raced over one brutal question: if he fought the hero right now, what would happen? And just then, Lark strolled past in that long cloak, clocked him instantly, and Tuya froze as their eyes met. Right in front of Lark's, the soldier apologized for making them wait. But Lark snapped back that they were right on time. Then he caught Toya staring at him, pulled his hood off, and the two just locked eyes. Right then, a soldier yanked Lark's attention by asking what was going on, and Lark snapped back that nothing had happened until the sky suddenly cracked open and rain poured down. And Larks stared at that flying bird, stunned that it could soar so freely even in the middle of it all. The soldier stood there, waiting for Larks, totally clueless about what to say. Then Larks spun around, climbed into the carriage, and demanded that they go. Toya just watched the carriage disappear. That evening, the innkeeper beamed at Alice for her gift, told her he'd already ratted their good deeds to the folks upstairs, and as for Thor, the thanks kept rolling in from everyone. Realizing it, Alice shot the owner a question, "Where's Toya?" And the owner answered that Toya had begged her permission to use the inn's backyard barn for her next moves. Inside the barn, Toya plopped down by the hay between Ferris and Kokue and told them the hero had zero memory of him, even though they'd bumped into him just once before. Tuya blurts out that if Ferris goes after him like this, it could turn ugly fast. Then Ferris cuts in, grinning, insisting everything will be fine. With that same smile, she declares Tuya is strong, and there's zero chance he'll lose. Not even to Kokuya, because she knows it's the truth. Right then, Kokue started licking Toya's head, and Toya grinned as Ferris talked. Toya told them both not to stress over him because he was about to get way stronger than he was right now. Alice bolted for the barn after Toya, but skidded to a stop the second she spotted Toya with his family, so she ducked behind a tree, mumbling that it wasn't exactly the safest spot then. Staring at her ring, she took it off and whispered that maybe she had a gift for magic. Snapping the ring off, her ears shot into sharp, elf-like points. Then she lifted the ring up and blurted out, wondering what would have happened if Aunt Natalia hadn't left her behind. As soon as the hero vanished from the imperial capital, the rescue plan kicked into motion, and at the table, Alice leaned in and declared their move would happen on the night 5 days from now over bread. She warned them not to go making reckless plays because they had plenty of supporters in place, and if their cover got snapped halfway through, everyone would be thrown into a brutal mess. Toya's voice shook as he asked, "If we mess up, do they really execute everyone?" Right then, the innkeeper burst in and said the guild had sent someone to find him. That guest who showed up grabbed Toya's attention and thanked him, swearing they'd pay him the very next day. Then, as he poured the wine, he admitted he'd heard exactly what Toya had done and didn't even know how to properly thank him for it. Already reeling from alcohol, the guest stumbled in, begged for forgiveness, and declared, "I'm Georgie, the guild's deputy head. I'm happy to step in as head." Toya couldn't help thinking, yeah, this guy is gone. Georgie offered Toya a glass of wine to say thanks, but Toya shot it down, sending Georgie into a tailspin, while Toya stood there awkwardly thinking, wait, are all the Vice Guild leaders this weird? Toya told Georgie he didn't need to pay for the work, but Georgie cut him off and blurted that he had a question first. Was Toya Kisaragi the one handling the army of the Kingdom of Henrietta's specialists? Toya froze, shocked that Georgie even knew his name. Georgie peppered Toya with questions about himself, and Toya nearly choked at the fact that word about him had traveled this far. Then Georgie grinned and offered him a drink, only for Toya to shake his head and swear he didn't drink. Then George told him to calm down because George was the only one who truly knew about him. And the moment George heard about Toya from the administrator, a wild idea sparked in his mind about that extraordinary priest from Sarandi. George stared at the statue, and suddenly the author's story hit him right when Toya snapped, "Ugh, it's the E-Brand again." Georgie told Toya that him and E-Brand had a rough history back in their youth, but they still wrote each other letters, so that's how he found out in the first place. And then Toya demanded, "Why would E-Brand risk everything just to warn you?" Then Georgie snapped that it was pride in action, quoting E-Brand's words of admiration for the newcomer, and he pointed out, based on the last letters, that E-Brand was terrified for Toya. And right then Toya's face burned with embarrassment. Georgie blurted that Toya is officially on the run, like he can't go back to Serendai anymore. Then he said he'd heard Toya escape to Lunnet with the Imperial Princess, but Georgie never, ever expected to run into Toya right here in the capital. Leaning out the window, Georgie snapped that he wouldn't grill Toya about what he was doing in the imperial capital. He had his reasons, and Toya just rolled his eyes, thinking Georgie was doing the same old thing, refusing to stand out and fix the problems. Right then George leaned over and demanded, "Toya, is Her Highness Charlotte here?" Toya blinked, shocked. George didn't flinch. "I know everything because I read it in the ambassador's report. I just missed him." Princess Charlotte, along with Garrett's daughter, the knight captain's girl, convinced everyone of this if the Empire's princess really slipped away. She's probably already hiding in Rian, the Beastmen's region. A few days back, soldiers under the third prince still stuck in the capital were ordered to head for Ryan, and Toya could already tell it was because the report hit and they were moving in as reinforcements to crush Ryan. Rage festered in Toya's chest because of him. Shah and the others were in danger, and he knew he should have killed Georgie, so Toya snapped at Georgie, "Why would you risk it and tell me all that?" And Georgie just answered, calm as ever, that it was gratitude. Georgie overheard the Beastman claim the kingdom could wipe out the guild with zero trouble. And when Georgie realized that meant there was no choice, he told everyone they had to abandon the critically wounded to their fate, because with the guild bleeding out like this, they couldn't even begin to repay Toya for everything he'd done. Right then, the secretary stormed in, begged them for forgiveness, and spilled that the guild card Toyu handed over at the entrance was in their possession. Georgie couldn't believe what she was hearing. The cashier snapped at Georgie for drinking, and Georgie shot back that wine was the perfect choice. "When you're ready to celebrate then, glass in hand," he urged Toya to take the card. The secretary cracked open the box, slid the map right in front of Tuya, and when he saw it shining gold, his shock hit instantly. It was the map of the A-rank Adventurers Guild, and it laid out everything about him right there. Toya stammered that he got promoted even though he hadn't completed a single request. Then Georgie snapped back, no, it was the guild's order, and bragged that he'd done it anyway, since now he was the head of the guild. With wine clinking in his cup and a grin on his face, Georgie announced that as soon as the next leader got appointed, he'd still be free to do whatever he wanted, so long as nobody stopped him. Toya stared at the map in shock, because he never imagined he'd climb to a rank like this. Then Georgie turned his eyes straight on Toya. After a while, Alice snapped in shock that the reinforcement troops were marching to strike Ryan, and with a heavy heart she warned, even if they managed to save His Majesty once Ryan went down, they'd never be able to pull out of the plan. Alice told them that even after Toya's words, the third prince's attack was still no joke, while Toya insisted it was fine, because the two of them could steamroll the average fighters in that area with ease. Toya couldn't stop replaying every Empire warrior in his head, and the nerves hit hard. What if he'd pushed it too far by beefing up their power? Alice looked at Toya and swore she believed in him, urging them to zero in on reaching His Majesty, while Toya stared out the window, convinced this whole thing depended on them. Meanwhile, down in the Imperial Castle dungeon, the third prince snapped at Emperor Lunnet to quit clinging to stubborn pride, and then boldly declared that the Beastman Autonomous Region had finally fully surrendered to the humans. The third prince went on, basically bragging that the war's result was already sealed in their favor, and that fighting back was a horrible mistake. Then he warned the Emperor, pointing at the cage next door, "If you keep this up, I can't promise my wife and son will be safe." As he spun around, the third prince smirked and said they already knew where Princess Charlotte was right now, and his troops were already marching there, so all that was left was when she'd be dragged back to this dungeon. The third prince stared down the Emperor with a hard glare and swore they'd better be delivered safely then. When the Emperor heard it, his own hand started to tremble. A few days later, the perfect night finally showed up at the exact moment they could slip into the castle. And when the plan was in motion, Alice dressed head to toe. For stealth, grinned and asked Toya if he'd mind her wearing it. Toya told her, "I just lent it to you, I'll ask for it back later." And when Alice shot back that he was greedy, Toya slid on his gloves and said, "All right, I'm ready now." A pounding knock rattled their door, and it was the half-humans they'd been trying to hide from Toya asked if they truly wanted to help, and they snapped back that they couldn't stay in hiding a second longer. The half-human told Toya, "While you slip into the castle, we'll tear through the city and pull the soldiers off you, because if we don't strike right now, our home is going to vanish." The half-human promised they'd die, even though everyone already knew what a clash would cost. And Toya, rock solid in his resolve, swore he wouldn't let the troops run wild. They stormed out of the inn and headed straight for the dungeon entrance. Toya warned them this was their only shot, then turned around and demanded what they'd do once they came back safe. The dungeon guard shot back that everything was already locked in tight. No panic at all, because as support, they'd stake their own lives just to help them break out of the capital. The guard warned him to stay sharp. Those dungeons crushed magic for good because of the special ore in the walls, so Toya figured his search spells were dead on arrival. And even worse, the game had nasty zones where you couldn't do certain things. As Alice rushed down the stairs, she insisted everything would be okay because it was Toya. The guard nodded along, saying Toya had already laid hands on Natalia. Toya flushed and hurried after her, and the guard leaned in, telling him they were counting on him, promising to help, and declaring him the leader. In the dungeon, Alice gripped the torch and slid along the wall, hissing at Toya to stay silent and stick close, while Toya kept thinking her every step was just irritating him more and more. As they pushed deeper into the tunnel, Alice grabbed his attention and warned him to be careful, because this place was a maze, and he'd be safest right on her heels. Alice jolted Toya's heart when she whispered that nobody would ever find his body here. And Toya snapped, asking how she knew the Imperial Castle so well, only for Alice to confess that she'd lived in this very castle with her aunts for a long, long time ago. Toya leaned in and told Alice that if her aunt knew about tunnels, then she was probably connected to some noble blood, and as they pushed deeper, they hit a dead end that made Alice freeze in shock. Toya was ready to talk, but Alice just grinned and said, "I'm messing with you," then yanked a single hook like she had the whole place figured out. Toya froze at the hidden door ahead, and Alice lit up with pride. Once they slipped inside, she bragged that they were already in the castle and warned him to stay sharp. Then, as they stepped out of the room, she told Toya to stick right by her. Toya scanned the room and shot Alice a confused look. Then Alice admitted this place was nothing like the one she saw 10 years ago, so she had zero idea which way to go. Toya grinned and told her she wouldn't trick him a second time, then snapped, "Stop messing around," and Alice's nerves shot through her as she insisted she was certain of it, only for Toya to realize, with a chill, that she might not be joking at all. Toya's mind raced, and once he remembered they were trapped inside a castle, he snapped for Ferris. She materialized right in front of them, and Toya ordered her to find the dungeon under the castle. Ferris agreed, no questions asked. Alice blurted out, loud as thunder, asking why the house's spirit could talk, and Toya hissed at her to shut up. Then Toya admitted he had no idea why Ferris could speak either. Alice blinked in shock at Ferris and muttered that this was way out of the ordinary. Then Toya said, "I'm counting on you," and Ferris fired her magic, scrying the castle like a pro, using the spirits of the house at full power to command the building itself and track every single move inside. It can instantly spot the tiniest shift in movement, no matter how big the building is or how many people are packed inside. So Toya grilled Ferris about the results, and Ferris said, "Yeah, there are 3 people locked up in a cell, but the place is swarming with guards, and you can't slip past them all." Toya's nerves screamed that some fighting was unavoidable. But then he grabbed Ferris and begged to be taken to the prisoners. Ferris said sure, and Alice finally awkwardly blurted that they didn't need her anymore. Ferris led the way, and they caught sight of 2 guards. Then Alice demanded Toya let her handle it. Toya snapped back that if they botched this, they could still call for reinforcements, and Alice shot back, "So what are we supposed to do?" Then Toya jabbed a finger at the golden paralyzing bee needles and ordered Alice to use them. Alice blinked, confused, asking what they even were, and Toya snapped back that she'd handle it just fine. Toya grabbed the incense of sleep, claiming it was for him, and Alice immediately pressed him for the price, then demanded he hand it over later, but Toya snapped that their talks were off limits. After Toya dosed the guards with the incense of sleep, Alice unleashed a golden arrow, and 2 guards crumpled to the ground. Just like that, she admired the arrows with a proud grin. Alice followed that same method and rained golden arrows on every guard, dropping them all in seconds, and Toya only smirked, praising her like a pro spy, just as he'd expected. Suddenly, Toya spotted the guard's keys while he slept and snatched them right there. Ferris warned Toya that prisoners were up ahead. Toya hit back that she'd helped them, then demanded Ferris hand the necklace back. Alice and Toya snatched the keys and charged ahead without hesitation, and Alice quietly prayed to His Majesty that he'd be all right. 10 years back, little Alice stared in shock as Natalia set off on her own, even though she'd promised to take Alice along. So Alice swallowed her sadness and told the Emperor it was because she couldn't use magic, and the Emperor snapped back, denying it. The Emperor declared that Natalia had already risked everything on a brutal journey to reach the path of becoming a sage, and that she refused to let Alice get dragged into the danger. Alice warned that if her aunt was gone, she'd be useless in the castle and would start packing. Then the Emperor cut in, gently stroking her head, reminding her that he'd raised her like his own daughter, and she could stay here as long as his heart wanted. Back then, Alice had nothing but blazing agility, so she dove into the spy life, ready to repay the kindness of His Majesty. Down in the dungeon, she spotted a prisoner, jabbed her finger at him, and told Toya as they closed in, they froze because it wasn't some scare. His Majesty was truly wounded and barely holding on. From the very start, the Lunate Empire swore by one motto: all races were equal, so they built the Gate of Happiness to make it real. And His Highness beamed as he praised the treaty their ancestors forged. His Highness swung toward Garrett and Natalia, demanding, "Tell me, could you actually run the state as Emperor?" Garrett and Natalia answered, that's exactly why they'd come to serve as vassals and lend their power. Natalia beamed and told the Emperor that now he'd seized the throne, he'd turned into a coward. Then his anger exploded, and he threatened to toss her in prison. But Natalia shot back that he could do whatever he wanted, as long as it made Lunit an ideal state. The Emperor barked out a laugh at her words, claiming it was way easier said than done, then swore in front of everyone that he'd turn Lunit into the perfect state. Next thing he knew, the medicine Toya and Alice delivered woke him right back up, and the whole room erupted in relief because the potion actually worked. Alice spun toward the Emperor, insisting they'd come to rescue him. Then he yanked her up by the collar, forced her face toward his, and boomed that she'd crossed from the other world just to laugh at him, calling her Natalie like it was a death sentence. Alice lashed out with a kick, swearing no doubt that she was Alice. Then the Emperor jolted awake, recognized her on sight, and patted her head, asking what was wrong while Alice choked up with tears and brightened into a smile, insisting that she was totally fine. Toya's eyes lit up. Alice looked exactly like Natalia, and then the Emperor strode over to question him, so Toya introduced himself as Toya, an adventurer from Sarand, Gorus, and Ryan, hired by Princess Char to save him. Alice blurted to the Emperor that Toya had snatched the ball right out from under its pursuers, and the Emperor nearly choked on his own surprise, while Toya shrugged and said he just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Toya reported that Char, along with R and Natalia, was huddled in Ryan at that very moment, and the Emperor thanked him, leaving Toya stunned as he realized the Emperor practically bowed to him first. The Emperor suddenly groaned through the pain, and Toya snapped at him not to push himself because the potion had stitched up his wounds. But he was still badly hurt. Toya then asked if they'd tortured him, and he admitted the third prince had tried to break him and force his surrender. So Alice exploded, cursing the third prince and everyone tied to Henrietta. Then the Emperor summoned Alice and blurted out how grateful he was that she saved his life, motioning to the other cells and telling her his wife and son were locked up there, begging her to leave him and take them with her. The Emperor snapped that, as Emperor, he couldn't just ditch his people and flee. Then Alice blurted back in protest, and he fought for his promise to make this country happy. Toya believed the Emperor would never break, no matter how cruel the tortures got, just pride and iron will holding him together. And Toya snapped that it was nothing but foolish pride, because that stubbornness would only unleash more suffering on the people. The Emperor and Alice froze at his words, and Toya shot back that he'd seen it all with his own eyes. Everything the Beastmen suffered after they lost the war. Toya pressed on, warning that as long as the Emperor was still held hostage, Goras and his men wouldn't stand a chance against the kingdom. So if the Emperor wouldn't march with them, Toya would have to cut him down, grab his corpse, and move. The Emperor stared at the blade Toya was gripping, called it a Western sword, and then revealed that Garrus had handed it to Toya to prove his command. He weighed it all for a moment, then snapped that Toya's stubbornness would only bring suffering, and the Emperor couldn't believe Toya hadn't seen it sooner. In the end, he even admitted he was already too old to keep his people from making the same mistakes. Then the Emperor leaned in and promised Toya that he'd do whatever the blade's bearer demanded. So when Toya finally dropped the sword, shaking with nerves, the Emperor blinked in shock like, "Wait, you're seriously a weird one, huh?" Meanwhile, a servant slipped into the third prince's chambers, demanding why he'd been called, and the third prince snapped back that he couldn't sleep, then stared at his own hand and said he felt pure disgust because he'd touched the Emperor. Then the prince snapped, demanding how much longer he had to wait before they brought the princess, and the servant shot back, "It won't take long at all." The servant pressed the prince, demanding why he hadn't called on the hero Larks to help attack Ryan. Then the prince snapped back, seething, that if Larks showed up, he'd steal every last shred of glory. The prince declared that his father had handed him the imperial capital, and no matter what, he had to present the whole empire to him, with his own hands. Then, out of nowhere, a guard burst into the prince's chambers to report something, and the butler snapped at him like, "Not like this." The guard flinched, apologized, and begged to be allowed to check what was happening out the window. The beastmen stormed through the city, rebellion blazing in every corner. The dungeon guards were all born in the same house, and they traded calm smiles because everything was going exactly as planned. The beastmen and their allies would spark a riot in the city, and Henrietta's entire force would funnel straight toward catching them. While the soldiers' backs were turned, the guards promised that His Majesty and the others would slip out of the city by boat, one they'd already stashed near the riverbank, so all they had to do was trust Alice and hold on. One guard finally broke the silence, asking what would happen if they failed, and the chief snapped back that even if it all went wrong, life under Henrietta's rule was worthless, so he didn't regret trading his life for the escape, and everyone there nodded along, then erupted in loud cheers, promising they'd fight every single hardship side by side until the very end. Meanwhile, the Emperor, his family, and Alice with Toya broke out of the prison and vanished underground, and Toya even stared down the Emperor's handcuffs, blasted them with magic, and yanked the shackles right off. The Emperor and Alice shot him a stunned look, demanding what kind of magic this was, and Toya smirked that it was simple magic, but Alice snapped that she'd never heard of it, furious, and swore she'd stop being surprised by him. Toya's head spun. Natalia's diary held the unlocking magic, and the crazy part was that only he and nobody else in this world could read it yet. It described magic that simply didn't exist here. The Emperor couldn't stop wondering who Toya really was. And right then, Empress Lunit grabbed the moment, thanking Toya and her son for saving them before turning to Alice with a warm smile and saying she'd grown so much. Alice instantly blushed, stammering that 10 years had really gone by, and Toya couldn't shake the feeling that the whole imperial family genuinely loved Alice. The Empress blurted out that Alice was turning more and more into Aunt Natalia, and Toya nearly fell over from shock while Alice awkwardly promised, "I'll explain everything the second we get out." Alice snatched the torch and charged ahead, yelling that they had to move now. Then the Emperor spun to Toya and told him to hold still until Alice finished explaining everything herself, and Toya was left reeling, stunned by what Alice said about her family. Everyone surged forward until they reached the stairs, and Alice jutted her finger up to them. Support is waiting at the top, and the Emperor immediately thanked them for pulling him out. Toya shot up the stairs, first to warn the others. Then, when he popped the hatch, a supporter lunged in and demanded if His Majesty was safe. Toya nodded that they were all waiting below, and the guard erupted in relief. Toya demanded news about the others, and the guard snapped that they were all in the next room and he'd bring them. Then Toya practically burst with joy, saying Shah would finally get to see his family right as Ferris suddenly popped out in front of him from the necklace. Toya blurted out in shock why she'd come, and Ferris shot back that he was just happy it worked. Then begged him to hear her out. She pointed toward the next room and snapped, "This house reeks of blood." Toya snapped when he heard it, fired off orders to Ferris to grab the necklace back, and right then the guard burst in with another crew who smashed through everything supporting it. With a single brutal swing, Toya cut down every traitor in one go. Only the guard remained standing. He shoved the tip of his sword toward him and demanded why he hired them, and the terrified guard immediately begged Toya to stop. Toya seethed and demanded to know why he betrayed him, sword raised, but the guard snapped back that if they got the imperial family, their power in this country would skyrocket. Right then, Alice peered out from the dungeon and swept the room with her eyes. There was Toya, gripping a long sword while the guard sneered that it was downright stupid to let beastmen trade under the banner of equality. Toya sheathed his sword, faced the guard, and promised the king would get to pick the punishment. Then demanded to know just how much secret info had slipped out of here. Then the guard spotted a crossbow within reach, snatched it, and leveled it at Toya's back right as Toya spun around to fire. Alisa didn't hesitate and hurled his dagger straight at him, smashing into his head. Toya spun toward Alice, then stared at her again as Alice tilted her head and quietly asked why. Even after all that distance they'd covered, until Alice finally snapped, burst into tears and roared, "Wah!" Later, the Emperor and his family were hauled out of the dungeon to find Toya draping a white sheet over the bodies, when the Emperor finally swallowed his regret and apologized, admitting he never imagined that anyone who backed them would turn on them. The Emperor threw the blame on himself if he hadn't been kidnapped. None of this would have happened. Then he dropped onto one knee and rasped, "I'm sorry, I know I've let everyone down." Toya tossed a sheet over them and warned that in this mess, they couldn't trust a single soul to back them up. Then Alice snapped, "So how are we getting out of the capital now that we know the Emperor already slipped away?" Toya strode up to the Emperor, blurted out that he had an idea, and demanded his trust, then quickly warned him, "Just don't get angry no matter what happens." In the Adventurers Guild, the secretary pulled Georgie aside and told him Henrietta wanted adventurers sent to smash the rioters in town. Georgie had no clue why, so the secretary told him to play it safe by saying Henrietta's soldiers were apparently already tied up somewhere else, stopping the riot. Georgie strode up to the window and blurted out, "What will next year be like?" And whatever answer he got, he was already convinced he'd choose the smartest move. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Henrietta's troops slammed into the city, determined to stop the imperial family from escaping, sealing every entrance and exit, until a weird sound ripped through the air and they spotted a warhorse charging full speed, dragging a carriage behind it. On Kokuya, Tuya told you to order Alice to keep charging for the gate. Then Alice gulped, admitting the place was packed with soldiers, and finally realized Tuya wasn't aiming to sneak around at all. She was going to smash straight through. Toya stormed toward the soldiers, terrified they'd all get slaughtered if this fight stayed here. Then he shot up a hand and blasted a massive ball of light into the air. And when they stared in confusion, he roared that they'd push through this gap with his strongest magic. Toya yanked out his deadliest magic ball, shouted for everyone to scramble back, then blasted it straight into the gate, obliterating it in an instant. As the soldiers burst into a sprint to scramble away from the shattered gate, Toya and the others whipped their ride straight through the wreckage. Then Toya yelled at Kokuya to push on, and the horse surged forward, hauling the carriage up and over the debris like it was taking flight. Alice stared in disbelief, and when the soldiers caught sight of it, shock hit them hard. They soared through the gate and then slammed back onto the ground, and Tuya barked at Kokuya to stay in stride until they hit Rion, while the Emperor stared, shocked that Tuya's destructive magic could hit that hard. After they tore off from the capital, Toya told the others they wouldn't be hunted for a while. Then he turned to the Emperor and begged for forgiveness for smashing the Gate of Happiness. Alice tried to speak to Toya, but the Emperor cut in at once, saying everything was fine, that the Gate of Happiness was just a small piece of the capital's defense, and that it would collapse sooner or later. Toya thanked him for forgiving him, promised their journey wasn't done, and begged him to stay safe and remember that meanwhile, Toya's mind raced over all the soldiers who'd paid with their lives when the gate fell, knowing he'd have to do it all over again just to rescue the imperial family. Right then, Alice snapped that they were almost at the checkpoint. Toya told her to grip the reins tighter and the moment the guards at the checkpoint heard those approaching footfalls, they snapped into full alert. Toya surged forward, snapped his airblade magic toward the soldiers, and sent a few crashing to the ground with painful injuries. Then he barked a warning to back off, fast, or face getting hurt. In the imperial capital, the third prince froze when he learned the emperor had bolted and escaped. Stunned, clueless, and terrified of how to break the news to his father, only for his servant to worry that this would be way too much for the prince to handle. The king of Henrietta handed the third prince Lasset, the most beloved of all the royal kids, control of the imperial capital, and told him one thing: if he could force the Lunate Empire to kneel and surrender, the rewards would be huge. When the imperial capital finally fell and the war turned his way, Lasset was already picturing, almost tasting the ease of finishing the job. The third prince barked an order to hunt down the ones who'd fled and seize the emperor, but before the servant could move, he blurted that he had other news, and the prince snapped, annoyed. "What is it?" While Tuya and the crew slipped past the checkpoint, Alice rushed in with the news that they were about to slam into the Beastman Autonomous Region fast. Then she shouted to Tuya to take a quick breather, and Kokwei backed that call too. Tuya snapped back that if the pursuers caught them right now, he couldn't shield his majesty, and he was terrified for Ryan too. So he suggested Koki get a moment to rest, but Koki smacked his ponytail into Tuya's face and charged forward on pure momentum. Alice shot back that even if Toya couldn't pull it off, she'd still get his majesty and his family over to Ryan. Toya grinned and said, "Good, I'm counting on you." Then Toya snapped back to the memory and grilled Alice about whether she was related to Natalia, only for Alice to stumble, awkwardly admit that she was an elf, her ring let her look human, and that it was a total lifesaver for her secret agent work. Then Toya leaned in and asked, "If you take that ring off, won't you look just like Natalia?" And Alice bristled, calling it rude, snapped the ring off, and in her elf form she said her ears were the only thing that would shift. Toya felt a sting of disappointment, convinced it would have hit differently, so he pressed Alice, asking why she never met Natalia when they came back to Ryan. And Alice said her family simply handed her over to Natalia back when she was still just a kid. Alice told Natalia that seeing how much she'd grown would leave her stunned, and when the moment finally came, Alice had no idea what to do. Aunt Natalia dragged Alice into the forest and taught her how to survive on her own by making her hunt monsters. Yet somehow, even though Alice was an elf, she still tore through it with brilliant magic and became ridiculously agile. Natalia ran a tight ship, yet somehow Alice still found herself laughing while living with her until one day Natalia snapped and just quit her job to chase a trip, and Alice was left staring in shock because Natalia vanished without a single word. Alice snapped back that it wasn't that she was mad, she'd just be terrified if she ever ran into Natalia. The way someone she counted as family could suddenly feel so intimidating, and then she joked that Natalia was already so old she might start forgetting things. Toya grinned, shot his hand out, and told Alice to trust him because he'd make her remember her aunt. Alice went tense and warned him she'd get her revenge later. But she promised she'd count on Toya when the moment hit, and Toya just waved it off, telling her not to worry. In the carriage, the Emperor's son leaned in and peppered his father with one burning question: who is Toyo? Because he'd seen this kid sling magic nobody recognized, and now he wondered if Toyo was the very hero the legend promised. The Emperor turned on Toya and demanded his profession, so Toya bowed and begged forgiveness, saying he had been forced to delay their talk because they'd just burst through the fortress. Alice demanded a rock-solid defense, and Toya snapped back that they had to push right through it. Then he stared at his own hands, burning with resolve, knowing even if his magic ate up all his mana, he couldn't quit now. Toya steadied himself to unleash his magic. Then he spotted a flag flying inside the fortress. The soldiers stood on high alert for the incoming carriage, but Raoul blocked them when he noticed the monster's horse lurking near it. Toya and the others' carriage lurched to a stop at the fortress, and right then Shah and Ah came barreling in, clinging to him with non-stop joy, while Shah burst out that she'd believed every single second, all the way to the end, that he'd come back safe. Then the Emperor called Shah over and asked if she missed Toya more than them, so Shah bolted to their side, clung to them, and sobbed tears of pure joy, screaming how happy she was to see them. Toya lit up with joy for Shah, then blurted, "Why is Ryan's whole army here?" Guris shrugged and said, "Natalia will handle that." Natalia turned to Toya and snapped, "A few days ago, the kingdom's army attacked Ryan, but the royal troops were knocked speechless by Gurus, Shahar, and the others together. They nearly wiped out every last warrior in the kingdom. And then the royal army finally broke ranks and fell back toward the imperial capital. Everyone cheered about the retreat like it was a total win." Then Goris leaned in and told Shah, "If we catch those fleeing soldiers and take them hostage, we can cripple the imperial capital's strength fast." Goris pressed on, claiming that if Toya managed to pull his majesty out safely, they'd seize the opening and crush their way back into the imperial capital, while Natalia hesitated, insisting that Toya had supposedly failed. Cher and Ah cut her off, buzzing with certainty that Toya would summon the imperial family. Then Natalia snapped, "So what do we do?" And Cher grinned, "We'll reclaim the empire with our own hands." Toya, voice sharp with a quick clarification, asked if they really had cleared the area up to here, and Shah, Ah, and Natalia nodded right away. Shah then said the royal soldiers who'd run into the fort were completely spent, and Toya paused, realizing Shah might be probing him for the reason behind his plan. Toya said nothing happened, then claimed the request was finally done, so Cher and Ah immediately confirmed it, pointing out that he was the only one who could pull it off. Natalia kicked off the celebration by offering everyone something in honor. And right after that, Toya suddenly remembered Alice, then Garus showed up, rushing to them to thank Toya for saving his majesty. Toya cut him off on the spot, voice dead serious, saying the job of saving his majesty and the imperial family was done, and he wouldn't lift a finger in this war anymore because this fight wasn't his. Then Natalia grilled Toya about what he'd do next, and Toya shrugged, saying he'd likely be in Sarandi, hunting for a safe place to finally live with Ferris and Koku. Toya promised that once the war ended, he'd just show up for the reward. Gorus tried to talk him out of it, but the Emperor clamped a grip on his shoulders and yanked him to a stop. Then the Emperor demanded Toya take on one more request, and Toya's jaw dropped when the Emperor dropped to one knee and begged him to become the sage of the entire country. The Emperor leaned in and asked Toya straight up if he'd become the sage of their country, while Garus tried to bulldoze his way in. The Emperor cut him off with, "It's all fine," and Natalia quickly grabbed Toya too, because Toya was ready to demand that this madness stop. Natalia marched up to the Emperor and told him she'd witnessed Toya's power firsthand. Something so wild, it broke her ability to even understand it, and she was certain Toya would have become a sage with or without her help. The Emperor turned to Toya and told him this: their country swore there's a legend one sage who reached ultimate knowledge, a berserker who mastered the pinnacle of martial arts, and a hero who stood at the very top of courage. The Emperor demanded they needed his power, and Toya snapped, "What are you forcing me to do?" Then the Emperor waved it off with, "You owe me," and Goris swore they'd crush Prince Rasset and reclaim their capital. The emperors demanded they pause and think before their troops regrouped and surged toward the capital. Then Toya just sat outside, lost in his own thoughts. Natalia slid up with a bowl of food, sat right beside him, and told Toya that an emperor's direct order to an adventurer is almost unheard of. Plus, if he takes it, he could even be handed a whole city to rule. Toya swallowed hard and nervously insisted he didn't need all that. Toya told Natalia that even if he was the hero, it was all their shared effort. So Natalia nodded along, biting into her food like she couldn't wait to see where this went. Meanwhile, back at the stable, Alyssa sang as she scrubbed Koki clean, then leaned in with sparkling curiosity and asked what he was worth, before smiling and saying maybe Toya's family wouldn't sell him at all. Natalia and Toya marched back to their barn, and Natalia went straight for Elisa, demanding what she'd been saying to Kokoe, and the second Elisa heard her voice, nerves hit hard. Her body froze, and she finally turned around and called out to her grandma. Natalia snapped at Alice to call her younger sister, and Alice shot back, "Wait, Natalia, you're my grandmother's younger sister, so yeah, I'm calling you that." Toya blinked in shock as Natalia told Alice she'd grown up in no time at all. Then Alice cut in that it had been 10 years already. Natalia stared, stunned, because she'd planned to visit her homeland way sooner. Alice flaunted her figure and asked Toya about her own, and Natalia jumped in too, while Toya awkwardly realized the noise level had somehow doubled. Natalia grinned and told Alice she hadn't changed a bit. Then she rushed in, apologizing for vanishing without a word. She had no clue where to go, so half-humans wouldn't get persecuted, and she didn't even know how to say goodbye. Natalia slipped out of the barn, bright-eyed as she said she was happy to see them, but she had to go now. Toya lunged to stop her, and Alice cut in fast. Then Toya admitted things weren't okay. He still had to say something before their meeting, so Alice shrugged and promised it would all fall into place. And Toya stared at her like, "That's exactly why we're family." After that, Alice trailed behind Natalia, shooting Toya a grateful nod and telling him she'd invite him again once there was space for the elf. Toya's nerves sparked right away, but then he breathed out and admitted he was happy for Alice. Evening fell on the fortress, and the whole place erupted in celebration. Music rang out, people cheered, and a dancer spun and stomped near a roaring bonfire. Toya couldn't look away, and Shah leaned in to explain this wasn't just a dance, it was the Beastmen's way of passing their tradition to the people. Shahar told them those smiles belonged to Toya Toy. A paused, stunned, and then Shahar promised that once they recaptured the imperial capital, their hearts would finally be together again. Then Toya insisted they could leave things exactly as they were and keep every single person alive, only for Shah to snap back that the third prince wouldn't just hand over the capital like nothing happened. And Toya fired back that if they won the war, the people wouldn't stand idly by. Natalia stepped in and warned them it would be a merciless war until the last drop of blood. Then Shah's voice hardened as he demanded they reclaim the capital so universal peace could finally breathe, and that's why Toya had to join their fight. Then Toya snapped that he didn't want anyone to suffer, but he refused to call himself a hero, and he sure as hell wasn't going to become a weapon of war. The very next day, the guards stormed in and told the emperor that Toya had vanished from the camp. No clues, no trail, nothing. Gaurus fumed at the mess, but the emperor shut it down fast. Toya wasn't part of their army, so they couldn't keep borrowing his power anymore. Ah and Char stood by the emperor's tent, hearts heavy over the news, while Toya was out at the lake, hauling in a monster fish and leveling up his fishing skill. Then he and Coco stared at it like, "Wait, can we actually eat this?" That evening at the guild house, Tuya got greeted by Ferris. She grinned and told him the bath was ready. Tuya thanked her, then blurted that he'd just run into 2 brand new monsters. Ferris took it all in, listening like it was nothing, but hanging on every word. In the bath, Toya sank into the warm water and finally let every tension melt away, like he'd been stuck beside Natalie for an eternity. All thanks to Alice's request, while his mind raced to what he'd dare to ask the Emperor about the Berserker. After their bath, Toya and Ferris stood right by the open window, and Toya leaned in, asking if the goddess Tartaria even knew their world. Ferris shrugged and said she'd probably only heard the name. Tuya blurted out that he had to know what his power was for if it was meant for killing. Then that was just heartbreaking. Ferris tried to reach him, but when her hand crumbled apart, it only crushed her even more. Toya nervously asked Ferris if he could really have a statue of himself scattered across the country. And after a beat, Ferris grinned and said it'd be awesome. Meanwhile, outside the window, Coco was sprawled on the floor laughing her head off. And Toya just shrugged like, if she's finding it funny, then yeah, good idea. Meanwhile, deep in the imperial capital, the prince snapped awake to terrifying news. Lunit's army had smashed past the border and would be there in 2 days. The servant begged him to buy another 5 days, but the prince exploded in rage and screamed at him. The prince blurted, shaking with nerves, that he'd have to march his army to Leon because if the rebels broke through, he'd be dead. And then how could he ever face his father? The servant beside him muttered that the prince was growing up fast. Right then, a guard rushed in and announced the Adventurers' Guild had arrived right when the prince wasn't expecting a thing. As soon as the prince stepped into the street, George met him and shouted the news he'd snagged the accomplices who helped the king escape, and then proudly added that he'd rounded up around 50 rebels. With rebels piling up behind him, Prince Georgie snapped and ordered them all to be executed. Then he smirked, thinking of a smarter plan: use those rebels as bait so the emperor can't strike them so easily. One of the rebels leaned in and warned Georgie he was betraying the emperor, but Georgie smashed him back hard and spat curses. Then the prince stepped in and demanded to know the cost of his idea. George grinned and told the prince he wanted a recommendation for the guildmaster job in the imperial city, and the princess's servant cheered that it was a great idea, so George nodded and agreed. Right when the emperor returned after smashing the gate, the whole army's spirit ignited, and right there in front of it, both armies stared each other down. The emperor roared that they were taking the capital back, and when they finally locked eyes on the gate, they found the prince standing there. The third prince stood atop the gate and grabbed everyone's eyes with a grin, promising he'd chop the rebels down one by one. Then George stepped in and told him, "Show us you mean it," and dared him to throw one down with his own hands. The prince froze for a split second, then nodded and agreed with George right in front of the emperor and the rest, who exploded in curses, hurling cowards at them. Shah's mind raced to Toya, and that promised that he'd find a way to stop the violence. Just as the prince lunged to shove the rebel aside, the airwaves blared free, yanking the rebel loose and slamming the prince toward the cliff, leaving his servant in stunned shock. But before the prince could react, Toya burst out of nowhere, yanked him, and warned that if the prince died, Toya would be the one dealing with the consequences. Then he looked at that terrible kingdom and said he'd never seen something like it before, leaving everyone utterly shocked by his sudden arrival. Snatching the prince, Toya roared at Henrietta's soldiers to drop their weapons, or else, he warned, something ugly would happen. Right then, the prince's servant shot back with a chilling threat the hostages would pay for Toya's move. Suddenly, every rebel rope snapped free, and the rebels, now fully united, pounded the guards as they shouted Toya not to worry, and Toya finally thanked them. Georgie even played it cool, acting like he knew he'd tied everything tight, and when Toya shot him a look, Georgie knew his thanks was coming in his head. Just a few days back, Georgie and the adventurers were out there hunting down the fragments of the shattered gates. Then, boom, a little stone zoomed straight at his head, forcing him to snap his eyes around and hunt for the attacker. Later on, George hauled a massive sack on a cart, and when he stopped at a cemetery, Toya tumbled out, grabbed his gratitude, and thanked George for helping him reach the imperial city. George ripped the moment open by telling Toya to hurry and heal the bloody cut on his forehead, and Toya immediately sprang into action, rushing to fix it fast. Later at the Adventurers' Guild, Georgie poured himself wine and grumbled through the pain, then lounged back and stared as Ebron's letters came back to him. Letters packed with info about Toya, while he awkwardly wondered just how much he had, compared to the rest. Georgie lifted his glass of wine and leaned in, asking Toya what he needed to know from him. Then Toya swore he wanted this war finished for good, and begged Georgie to help him end it. After he chugged every drop of wine, Georgie stumbled to his feet and claimed he just wanted to sleep, but Toya wouldn't let him. Georgie snapped back that he represented the guild, and if he picked one country, the guild's life in the other would be in grave danger. George didn't know where to even begin, and he blurted that he'd betray him until Toya snapped back, that if he tried hiding the half-humans, he'd barely have any chance of being Henrietta's ally. Toya then jabbed a finger at the statue Ibrant made, and Georgie stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Toya snapped the door shut over the statue and said he'd heard it straight from Mira Ibrant. Only hands his figures to people he truly trusts. Toya admitted he only trusts a few people, and Ibrand is one of them. So if Georgie is the guy Ibrand trusts, then how could Toya not trust him too? George grinned and said he never thought anyone could be this hooked on Ibrand. Then he clocked the prince's guards and asked Toya straight up if he had a plan. After laying out the plan, Georgie snapped that only he could pull it off, and if it actually worked, this nightmare would finally be over. Then he swore the demi-humans would gladly trade their lives for the victory of this battle. Then Georgie fired back, asking why Toya, some foreigner, was getting pulled into all this, like maybe he wanted fame or fortune. Toya answered with raw truth where he grew up. No one had ever even heard the word war, and he'd never seen it or even imagined it existed. Now Toya has been handed power by some unseen force, and the moment it hits, he realizes the worst truth: people are going to drop dead right in front of him. Even if this power is meant to stop it, he can't pretend he's just a bystander while everything happens. Then Georgie snapped that Toya was naive. Toya couldn't believe it, so Georgie leaned in and blasted the store wine as pure garbage, dumped the whole bottle into the glass, and warned they'd be gambling big and losing even bigger since he'd have to put in a lot for this plan. Toya nodded fast and swore he'd hand over his best weapon. Right then, the prince's servant was freaking out, and George snapped with a chilling threat: if anything happened to the king's precious son, every single one of them would pay. The third prince slammed his boot into Toya's arms, snapping, "Who are you?" And Toya answered, "Just a simple adventurer." But the prince blew up in rage, screaming that some nobody like him shouldn't touch or hurt him. Suddenly, Toya ripped his hands away, letting the prince crash to the ground. Then both the prince and his servant erupted in terrified screams, panicking that the prince might be badly hurt. At the very last second, Toya snatched Prince Racket by the collar as he tumbled off the fortress wall, cursing under his breath, yet still telling him, "Don't worry, he's okay." Even in mid-hang, the prince shakes with fear, but still snaps at Toya, because being mocked like that burns him from the inside, and the moment his soldiers see it, they freeze in stunned silence. Toya spits that Prince Racket is a degenerate and orders him to make his men surrender, because if he doesn't, Toya vows to hurl him off the wall like useless trash. Prince Racket stays stubborn, screams that no one will obey orders from a thug, then yells at Toya to let him go, begging to be the one who gets finished off because he refuses to face his homeland in disgrace. Toya starts talking to him in a calm, low voice. Toya confessed to the prince that he alone wrecked the city gates. But then he dared him. He'd pour every last bit of magic straight into the back of the prince's army, and that would slam the escape route for Henrietta's soldiers shut for good. Toya keeps insisting that once the prince's troops get mauled, they're doomed and a massacre will follow. For sure, that's why he targets the fortress wall, setting it up so the prince himself has to come and help. The prince goes numb with shock because it finally hits him that every soldier his father left in his hands lives or dies based on what he chooses. And then Toya twists the knife. It's not just the soldiers, it's the prince's life too, because only Toya gets to decide whether the prince lives or dies. Toya yanked Prince Russet while still holding him up in the air. Prince Russet screamed, then snapped around to his men, ordering them to drop their weapons as they gave up. A priest from the prince's own retinue storms up and yells that Prince Racket's life is in Toya's hands, and that His Highness is worth more than every single soldier standing here, begging them all to understand exactly what he means. Prince Racket's soldiers go pale as the priest's words hit them. How can their prince be worth more than all their lives? Rage surges through them, and they drop their weapons and cast their pennants onto the ground in disgust. The Beastmen troops, with the Emperor and the army commander standing back and watching, spot the enemy dropping their weapons, and the Emperor's grin explodes, thrilled by Toya's genius move. The Emperor raises his hand and turns to his men, declaring that their enemy has quit the fight and thrown down his arms. The Emperor and every one of his loud, cheering supporters are celebrating like they've won the world, because it was with these very hands that they stormed back and reclaimed the imperial capital. They can't believe they lost. Toya finally unclenched his grip on the prince, stood there on the wall, and exhaled hard, then dropped into a seat on the wall's edge as a huge helmeted warrior shrieked in shock. Turns out it's Alice, decked out in a huge mess of mismatched armor, and she's stunned. It's all finally done. Shah, and Natalia are standing right there, grinning like they nailed it. Shahar stared at the torn city gates and fired off a silent thanks to Toya, because the moment they first met flashed in her mind, and she was absolutely sure that if fate hadn't thrown them together right then, they'd have been dead. Prince Reset is breaking down in tears, screaming why everything went wrong, while Toya lies resting. Then Ferris suddenly calls from the necklace. Toya sprawls on the floor, wiped out but relieved that every single demand is finally done. Emperor Lunitz's return hit the imperial capital like wildfire, racing through the city and beyond, and every corner of the country erupted with joy. As soon as the citizens got the all clear, they started rolling back toward the capital, and the rebuilding kicked into high gear fast. Prince Racket and his army got the order to vanish from Lunat lands and set every beastman slave free. And Henrietta couldn't swallow that choice, especially when Racket pushed for it. Meanwhile, in Henrietta's capital, the streets explode with anger. Someone's screaming about a temporary truce, and it's Sir Larks, the hero, boiling with fury, convinced all his heroic efforts are pointless while he has no idea what the king was thinking. Tears streaming, the princess tells him the prisoners have been brought back and the troops pulled out. Yet it's wrecked them with massive losses, so with things like this, the country can't keep throwing huge money at the military. The princess spits out that they're all humiliated, that the Lunette Empire and those beastmen pulled dirty tricks, and she swears Prince Racket couldn't fight back. So the capital was ripped from his hands, and this disgrace keeps dragging on. The princess also said her father raged even more about the family's honor getting soiled by those cowards from Lunette than about Henrietta losing the imperial capital. Enraged, Larks blames Emperor Lunet and those filthy beastmen for all of it, refuses to forgive them, and then slams his fist hard into the column. A few days later, inside the Adventurers Guild in the Lunette Empire, Tuya finally shows up, and there's Georgie, waiting 2 years late, so he blurts out an apology, and Georgie just tells him to sit down and wait there until he's done. Then Georgie blurted out that the guild's adventurers were hired to rebuild the Empire's capital, and that he was swamped. He didn't even have time to enjoy himself, much less rake in money, but he still insisted on talking about the whole thing. Toya brings up that without Georgie stepping in during that brutal time, things would have spiraled out of control, only for Georgie to shoot back, cold and pointed, that he's an Adventurers Guild representative and has nothing to do with that story. Then he snaps, asking if Tuya forgot their promise. He hasn't. Tuya digs into his storage, pulls out those gorgeous bottles of red and light rose fertility wine, and boom, the wine speeds up Tuya's dodges and softens every hit. Toya demands Georgie judge his gift, his absolute best wine, and swears it'll taste incredible. Georgie's grinning as he checks the bottles, already convinced the look means the flavor is going to be amazing. But Georgie swears this isn't everything. The gifts aren't done yet, he tells Toya, and Toya nods right along. Then Toya suggests they kick back together with a bottle of wine, and Georgie jumps on it, ready to chat and spill everything he's been holding back. Georgie pressed his cheek to the bottle like he was daydreaming, but the moment slipped away because some pest wouldn't let him breathe. And then his assistant barged in, snapped that he needed to hurry, and demanded he write out the receipts right now. Toya told Georgie that the Emperor had summoned him to his castle just to hand him a reward, and Georgie shrugged and asked what kind of prize the hero of the Lunat Empire would even get. Toya's stunned Georgie shoots back that the praise is meant for Toya alone, and if you wander into any bar, you'll hear minstrels belting songs about Toya's bravery, how he saved the country, and even how he looks as they sing of his deeds. Toya can't help but blush, thinking their victory is nothing special. George keeps insisting that the enemy occupation left deep scars in everyone's hearts, so now the whole empire is hunting for a hero, someone who can rise up and light a spark of hope for the people. Toya drifts down the street at a slow pace, muttering to himself that maybe, just maybe, becoming a symbol of hope for everyone wouldn't be the worst thing after all. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise, and Toya spots a raging street argument. Beast men are screaming at humans, and they're accusing one specific human of selling them off to the Henrietta Kingdom. A man and a child sit on the ground, and one of them blurts out that he's been fighting just to survive, while beastmen circle them, eyes burning, clearly looking to hurt them. The beastmen come at them with pure rage, spitting vile insults at the fallen man, and you can tell the man and his son are terrified, shaking where they stand. Out of nowhere, someone clocked the fight and yelled, "What's happening?" The beastman spat out a curse and bolted. Toya saw the whole mess, and his heart sank again. He couldn't stop thinking about the symbol of hope. Toya bursts into the palace to meet the emperor, who's already waiting in the reception room, and Toya can't hide his excitement. He's dressed to impress for the moment. Trailing the servants down the hallway, Toya wrestles with the fact that these clothes don't feel like him, but he figures they're perfect for the occasion. Now he just wants his reward and out, so he lets out a heavy sigh. Emperor Lunette, his daughter Charlotte, and the knight Arturia, decked out in full regalia, welcome Satuya with open hearts, thanking her for showing up to the reception. The great hall glitters with gold and pomp, packed shoulder to shoulder with nobles, and then the emperor calls out, demanding that Sir Toya Kisaragi, the hero of the Lunette Empire, step forward. People nearby start whispering like they can't believe what they're seeing, staring as Toya walks right past, and Toya himself looks shocked, stunned that so many of them are here. Toya trudged up to the platform where the emperor sat with his daughter, feeling painfully out of place, and the emperor broke the silence just to praise him for the incredible work he'd done for the country, then promised to hand him the biggest reward he could possibly offer. Suddenly, the crowd in the hall and even the beast men came alive with startled gasps, faces filled with shock, while Toya stayed on his knees, ready to hear the emperor's proposal. From the house comes a loud, confused scream. Then Natalia's uncontrollable laughter erupts right after it. Sitting at the table with Toya and Elisa, she swings her legs like she's about to explode, laughing so hard she can barely breathe, while Toya fumes and thinks she's laughing way too much. Alice grins and says, if this is Toya's reward, then yeah, it fits perfectly. But Natalia can't even entertain the idea because Toya is about to become a marquis. Toya's mortified, and she's stuck, unsure how to answer the girls. Alice flashes a sly wink at Mr. Marquis, and she's honestly stunned. This award isn't the whole story. Toya stays silent, and Natalia blurts out, baffled, so what's the rest? Toya leans back and replays the moment at the castle. Emperor Lunette himself crowned him a marquis for the outstanding service he gave the people of the Lunette Empire. Toya froze in shock, and every noble in the hall felt it too, because the emperor actually meant to hand out the title of marquis, the one that makes you noble, and Toya realized that was only the start of what the emperor had cooked up. That same day, the emperor made a huge announcement. Sir Toya and Arturia von Milder, deputy commander of the Royal Guard, were engaged, and he proudly added that his beloved daughter, Charlotte van Lennep, was part of it too. Toya froze at the emperor's words, and the hall erupted into chaos. Half the nobles cheered, like this was priceless news, while the other half scoffed and called it nonsense because Toya didn't even hold a real place in society. He was just an adventurer. Gorus von Milder shot to his feet and blared to everyone in the room that from this moment on, Empress Lunette and he, Gorus, would guard and protect Lord Toya no matter what. Garrus is convinced there's a real reason behind all this, so everyone in the hall should just swallow the Emperor's decision no matter how hard it hits, because a servile cry immediately rippled through the crowd, claiming they all agreed. Natalia shot up from her chair and yelled, so Toya's really claiming he's engaged to R and Char at the same time? If that's true, then where's Natalia in all this? Why isn't she already his legal wife? Toya scrambles to calm her down. Toya had no choice at that moment. He could only nod along, even if he didn't want to be some big marquis, and definitely didn't want a wedding. Natalia finally calmed down and said she thinks she already knows the real reason. Munching an apple, Natalia leans in and tells Alice and Toya it was simple. She did it so no one else, with their power and connections, could ever reach Toya. After 2 whole years, Alice finally snapped to it, words landing in her mind like a verdict. The only person above the Marquess was Mr. Gores of the Mild House, and he also served as the head of the Elves in the independent region period. With that princess and the Duke's daughter vying for him, Toya's about to gain serious power at court. But then he snaps out of it and interrupts, clueless why the nobles would jump through hoops just to get to him. And Natalia just shrugs and says he probably hasn't figured out how valuable he really is yet. Natalia snaps him out of it. Toya isn't just some guy anymore. He's a hero who saved the country, and now plenty of people want to bring that hero to heel. Toya can't even speak, stuck in silence because Natalia's dead on. Toya figures that's why things feel so lopsided. And then bam, a hooded man slips into the room and demands Toya explain himself. The hooded man was Emperor Lunette all along. And the moment the owner saw him, her jaw dropped. She never thought he'd show up here. Alice can't believe His Majesty showed up in person. But the emperor tells her not to worry, and Natalia immediately drops the bomb. She already knows exactly what he's going to do. Natalia jabbed the emperor's chest like she owned the place, then snapped that he'd crossed the line by forcing Toya and turning punishment into reward, even though they all owe him, and now he's rotting in prison for it. Natalia refuses to forgive the emperor no matter what he says, because even if it's him, she still won't budge. The emperor steels himself, thinks it over, then asks Toya for a chance to step aside and speak with him alone. The town square swarms with people and the trade is buzzing, but nobody so much as glances at the two men. Emperor Lunit, hood up, is sipping a drink and instantly grimacing, then shoots Toya a stunned look like, "Wait, is this really what young folks actually like?" Toya can't believe how awkward this feels, locked alone with the emperor, while the emperor is jawing with a drink vendor over the price. And then right out of nowhere, the emperor's voice snaps Toya out of his thoughts. The emperor leans in and grills Toya about what he really thinks of the country. Toya freezes in shock, stammers for a second, and hesitates before he can finally answer. Toya pauses, then admits with a shaky kind of confidence that this country is actually pretty great, because beastmen aren't treated like outcasts here, and everyone gets the same rights. The emperor nods. Yeah, at first glance it really does seem that way, but he quickly warns that Sir Toya has probably caught something already. Toya's mind flashed back to the capital's capture, and his face fell dark. The emperor is convinced it all happened because of his weakness, and that's what sparked the deadly split between humans and beastmen. No, he insists, it's the truth. Every secret has finally surfaced. As he stares at the shattered city gates, the emperor snaps that even if someone screams equality as an ideal, it'll topple like these gates too. The emperor's been hearing whispers across the land, people who think humans are superior, better than everyone else, and he's just learned there are rumors that they want to pull Toya over to their side. Amid the shattered wreck of the city gates, the emperor stands his ground and declares that this country's citizens have nothing left in them to keep fighting and bickering. So he came here himself. Toya's convinced he's just a spark for chaos, and that the emperor doesn't have to bend over backwards to make him a marquis. He only needs Toya to get out of the country. Suddenly, the emperor yanked off his hooded cloak, the one he'd worn to stay hidden this whole time, and bolted off towards somewhere new. While Toya gasped and shouted, stunned, the emperor rolled up his sleeves and marched up to the rebel's worker, asking if he could lend a hand when the man saw his majesty there. Shock hit him like a punch, because he never expected to run into the emperor himself. The emperor suddenly remembers what Charlotte warned him. Sir Toya can't get back to his hometown. The emperor tells Sir Toya to make the imperial capital his new home. Even though, in his eyes, the country's being run by some clueless fool, the emperor won't give up. He wants to lift this country back up with his ideals and beliefs, and he straight up invites Toya to stay and prove what he can do in the end. The memories of it all came crashing back to Toya, and the emperor practically begged him to stay right here with everyone he'd met because they all figured they wouldn't let Toya leave. Hearing the emperor's words, Toya realized just how sly it was that his majesty would say something like that. And somehow he still got why. Toya suddenly snapped on one of his many skills, and a blinding light erupted around the workers, because in his mind, if he calls this country home and keeps everyone he's met close, maybe it won't be so bad after all. The people and beastmen hauling rubble stare in shock. Rulan's vanished out of nowhere, and the break they just got lets them breathe, while Toya whips around to the emperor like, "We've got to help too." With a grin, Toya's about to tell everyone the city finally feels like his real home. Then a young man's scream tears through the air. Toya barrels toward it and joyously yells, "Toya-san!" Toya freezes at the sudden young man showing up, and before he can even blink, the guy starts buzzing with requests, food, supplies, anything he needs, even fencing practice. And when it's time to fight, Toya realizes he's a total master. Toya's totally lost, and the moment he can't follow the conversation, the young man cuts in, "Sketch it first." Then the young man can't contain himself. He blurts out that this is the country's rise in one image. The Lunit Empire putting up a statue of Toya, raised like a hero. The young man keeps going and says, "Since this new attraction is coming in, Dad told me to jump in and help with the installation." As he twittered on about how getting a bronze statue installed is rare, the young man suddenly froze. Then Toya snapped, furious, shouting that they're all kidding. Toya's roar tears through the city. He promises he'll quit the country the second they raise a statue to his name. Then the young man yells back at Sir Toya to get a grip, and that's how Toya's days as a marquis officially kicked off. Besides the title, Toya got a huge, lavish estate tucked in lush greenery and around a dozen servants, all stranded after their masters vanished and tossed to his doorstep. Yet Ferris could have run the whole place by herself. Toya didn't have to run the estate or juggle noble duties. He should have been at peace, but someone kept barging in non-stop, bringing gifts to prove they were close, and pushing their way into teaching him how to act like a real noble. They kept hounding Toya to join them for dinner, and promised that as a thank you, the most beautiful girl would wait on him all through the meal and even into the evening. Toya slams his fist down, exhausted and on edge, shouting that he's done. He refuses to keep being a nobleman because someone shows up to pester him every single day. Sitting at the table, Toya fires a question at the maid. "Is anyone coming today?" The maid replies that a merchant guild officer will show up in the morning and 2 more will arrive in the evening. And Toya's mood instantly sours at the thought of all that trouble coming back again. While Alice gapes at the pile of riches, she tells Toya that everyone here is desperate to please the Empire's hero. Then Toya squints and mutters that it feels more like they're just sizing him up. And honestly, it's exhausting. He leans in and asks Alice if she wants to head back to the kingdom of Serendi today, and Alice shoots back that roads are the safer way, so she tells him to get ready to restart her life as a merchant. With a sly grin, Alice leans in and tells Toya the country is running short on materials, and that he'd be crazy to miss a chance to make real money. Then Toya asks straight up whether she'll help him wrap up what they'd already agreed on. Alice slid into the seat opposite Toya and demanded to know if he was talking about the berserker now. Then she nodded, saying that if she learned anything at all, she'd rush to tell him ASAP. In the imperial capital, Toya couldn't dig up a single clue that would let him swap his job for the berserker life. So he turned to Alice, because she's always roaming the country and can sniff out the exact information he needs. Alice doesn't get why Toya needs all that info, and he can't bring himself to tell her about his dream of switching professions or everything else he's keeping buried. Alice says that before she headed back, she planned to make a stop in the tiny city of Ireland, south of everything, across Henrietta's kingdom, and because it's so far out, the place fell first. Now people whisper that it's desperate for help. Toya snapped to her feet. Did Alice just admit that even with the truce, the kingdom's still planning a strike? Alice shot that down the army already left, and the city is free, but something still feels horribly wrong. Alice tells Toya that a dungeon is lurking right near the border of Ireland, and Henrietta packed with monsters. Then she adds that they're already closing in on the city. Toya remembers it from the game. Those dungeon monsters are brutally high level, and if you don't shut them down, they'll slaughter the city's people and leave you with 0 chance at those rare items. Alice, totally oblivious to Toya's tension, was popping sweets into her mouth when crash! A terrifying bang snapped the room silent and startled her. Toya had slammed his hand down on the table. Toya's creepy grin twisted as he stepped up to the stunned Alice and demanded, "Now tell me what's this dungeon hiding? Give me the details." In Henrietta's capital, Princess Sharon von Henrietta faced a priest, and he didn't waste a second. He warned her that monstrous things were swarming near the kingdom's borders and they might soon break into their territory. Sharon remembers there's an enemy city lurking nearby and snaps that they should have sent troops. The king clocks that Lunnet is gearing up for an expedition to seize the dungeon, and the princess insists they should throw even more workers at the job. The priest leaned in and told her the king had ordered Sir Larks to storm the dungeon and crush its leader before the Lennet Empire could strike first. The king is convinced the hero has no business training during the truce after all. He only knows how to drill, and the king's itching to get his fun in. The action shifts to Toya's estate. He throws on his adventurer cloak with a grin. Thrilled to wear it again after all this time, Theris tells him, "If you're done, we can bolt right now and slip out unseen." Toya's thankful, but he insists on one more thing, getting back the necklace. But Faris isn't upset, she's beaming. It sounds like the most fun thing ever, and after that long break, she can finally go with him. So happiness is practically radiating off her. Toya grins at Ferris, then tackles the worries head-on, sorting a few troublesome issues, and even slipping in a quick read of a note meant for Charlotte and the rest. His focus locks in, and he decides it's time to get out of here. Toya, perched on Kokio, is yelling at Arlen to hold up, while they're already racing off toward the exit. Toya can't shake the feeling that some brutal monsters might be lurking there, So he asks Kokuyo if he's scared, and the horse glares back at him over its shoulder like, "What are you talking about?" And boom, Kokuyo shot up, cracked the rider with his long tail in pure indignation, and Toya immediately let out a whiny, "Hey, I was just joking." Toya and Kokuyo stand on a small hill, eyes wide, staring in awe at the mountains and forests laid out before them. This world is breathtaking. Toya's grinning, but there's one nightmare he can't stand: being trapped in that manner. Stuck staring at nobles every single day, he just needs to climb one more level so he can finally become a berserker. He has no clue why he's been dragged into this world, so he turns it into a mission. Toya rockets ahead and yells at the dungeon boss, basically ordering the experience points to come to him. Meanwhile, in Sir Lark's chambers, the guard bows low and tells him everything's set ready to leave at once. Sir Lark then demands the king be informed immediately. Whipping around, Sir Lark's hero of the Kingdom of Penriette throws his head high and vows that in the king's and the kingdom's name, he'll crush the dungeon boss before the Lunnet Empire can move. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Arland, tiny animals dart in every direction as Toya cranes his neck, grins, and settles in because he's here to level up. The dungeon entrance lurks deep in the forest, tucked between tangled branches and thick roots of towering trees, looking downright ominous from the outside and from within. It's like you can actually see some kind of evil power pressing through the air. In the camp, everyone's on edge, so the leader snaps, "Stay sharp," because monsters have slipped out of the forest and they've got Pigface's orcs. In a clearing ringed by monsters, a band of warriors stands ready with a girl in combat gear. She's braced to fight, then she freezes, shocked at how the sky suddenly filled with monsters. In the forest just outside Arland, pig-faced monsters are clashing with Toya and Kokuyo, and the battle is brutal. This warhorse blasts them apart with sharp, thunderous hoof strikes, tearing through the enemies while pushing its master forward. Toya's annoyed Kokuyo dashed into the forest without permission, but now, with Toya's power and support, they'll wipe out those monsters fast. Kokuyo and Tuya stand amid lifeless orc bodies, and Tuya grins because he and his horse wiped out the whole horde in a single second. Kokuyo's in his element. He just goes and licks Toya's head, and Toya can't even argue, because yeah, they've really got two winners after all. Just about 5 days after they ditched the capital, they tore through the forest and kept leveling up as they went, now closing in on Arland. Right in the southeastern stretch of the Lunnet Empire, Toya and Kokuyo pushed into the heart of the forest to track down the ruins where monsters had moved in, hoping that if it held the usual dungeon treasures, they'd finally unlock secrets of this world and leave with the clues they needed. Tuya wipes the sweat off his face, and the truth hits him again. Why he bolted from the capital, he tells Kokuyo, "If we push deeper into the forest, we'll face monsters that are way worse." And yeah, this is probably exactly what Alice meant. Out of nowhere, a harsh gust slammed in, and Toya immediately felt a strange, terrifying presence creeping across his back. He couldn't shake the feeling something was there, but deep down it just screamed, "Yeah, it's your imagination running wild." He says it's time to head to town, but before Toya can move, Kokuyo yanks him by the cloak. Toya blurts, "What's going on?" And the horse stares hard at something off in the distance. Toya stared at the monsters scattered around him, and then a sudden flash on the ground snapped his focus, reminding him he had to gather the material he needed. Toyo sprinted to the edge, spotting something tangled in the bushes, dead orc bodies, but it wasn't an orc at all. It was a girl in full combat gear, lying there unconscious. Meanwhile, in Arland, chaos erupts inside the local adventurers' guild right then and there. A fiery girl in a sorcerer's hat grabs Gilmas and demands he rally everyone and start the search because time is about to run out. Guildmaster Gilmas tells Myra to calm down, and then he warns her that Lisa, an official B-rank adventurer, means this won't be nearly as easy as she thinks. Gilmas snaps to everyone's attention and demands they pull together a team because the monster's rampage wrecked the guild. They're already running short on doctors and medicine, and every plan they had is frozen right now. 2 battered adventurers curse up a storm, screaming that these orcs and goblins won't stop every pack barrels in again and again, and they've never seen this many monsters in a single forest. Myra remembers that Lisa planned to step in right away to rescue the expedition and stop those orcs from pushing any deeper. Lisa slammed into towering monsters, then got crushed by a terrifying orc's brutal axe strike right as the orcs surged in packs. Myra watched Lisa crumple to the ground, Orcs swarmed everywhere, one full pack after another, and the adventurers in the expedition snapped to it, deciding to bolt the moment they could. Myra snapped at the wounded Lisa to get out fast, but Lisa dug her heels in. She had to hold the line and buy time so the others could slip away to safety. Lisa refused Myra's escape plan because she'd sworn an oath she wouldn't rest until she protected the people of Ireland. Myra dropped to her knees in front of the guildmaster, furious that they'd fled like cowards, vanished into the forest, and gotten completely lost. Now she's terrified, not knowing what happened to Lisa or if the orcs snatched her up. Guildmaster Gilmus snaps that if every word checks out, he's got no choice. He's sending for soldiers to storm into that forest. Then the administrator girl burst into the room where Myra and the others were huddled, yelling to Gilmus that she was already in the city. Everyone in the room bolted outside, and there they found Lisa lying unconscious while Toya hauled her up on the back of a massive warhorse. He shouted that he had to bring her back because she belonged to the guild. Guildmaster Gilmus dips his head and thanks Toya-san for his bravery and for saving them. But Toya blushes and insists Lisa was only sprawled in the forest where he found her, so he just brought her along. And then Gilmus snaps that she wasn't the only one Toya couldn't manage to rescue. Gilmus also gives Toya mad respect for firing off his lightning-fast regeneration magic, saving every adventurer being treated inside the guild. Toya got hit with embarrassment again because how could he just bail and leave the wounded to suffer Gilmus fires back? That Toya's way too young for magic that powerful, but Toya won't back down, insisting it's not some miracle, he's just in good shape. Gilmus couldn't tell whether Tuya Kisaragi, the Salvation Army hero and a rank adventurer, thought his question was absolutely stupid. Toya shot to his feet, stunned that Gilmus instantly recognized him, because honestly, how could anyone miss the legendary healer charging in on a warhorse? Toya clearly misjudged Gilmus. News about Toya reached Gilmus through the Capital's Guild, but Gilmus can't figure out why Toya even came to Ireland until Toya admits he slipped into the city without needing to announce himself, refusing to cause a scene and planning to sneak in quietly. Gilmus gets exactly what Toya's saying, but he worries this kind of heroism isn't what people are used to and that nobody will believe Toya. Still, he can't help it. Meeting him makes Gilmus unbelievably happy. Gilmus panics because Lisa is irreplaceable in this city, and it's his fault. He shoved her into the forest without proper gear. Toyo can't stop thinking about it and asks straight up if Lisa is the type to adventure. Then presses whether Gilmis sent her to explore the dungeon, and Gilmis admits he did. People were whispering that the dungeon had drowned in some freak environmental disaster, but the guild couldn't even check because war had swallowed every last second. Gilmus keeps insisting that this time the flood likely swallowed the whole area already. Then Toya steps in and explains why all of this has been happening. Gilmus frets that the war probably did this. Maybe it'll make the dungeon's core blow wide open. Toya jumps in and explains what the core even is, remembering how, in games, that core usually meant something huge and special. The dungeon is a busted ruin wrapped in underground caves, cracks in the world where magical power collects so easily it builds the whole place from the ground up. Over time, all that bottled-up magic slowly gathers, condenses, and finally forges a shimmering pearl, the dungeon's deadly core. Magical power spills into the air, and monsters drift in, lurking around the dungeon. Some researchers even claim they're born right from that very core. Toya's jaw drops. Can those monsters really crawl out of the core? He grabs Gilmus and demands, so what's the real link between the core and the flood? When a core soaks up too much power, it can't hold its shape anymore. It bursts out raw magic into the world, and that concentrated surge is what turns nearby monsters vicious. Gilmus keeps pressing Toya because even the monsters hiding in the forest and the cave crawl out and slam into the city, and that insane event has a name, the Flood of Dungeon Monsters. Local kids swarm Kokuyo and start playing with him, while Gilmus keeps warning that if the core ever goes fully out of control, the city will get wrecked and somehow it's only just starting to recover. Toya listens to Gilmus and realizes one brutal truth: they can't keep rebuilding the city and defending the borders with the same manpower. Toya demanded to know how to stop this flood, and Gilmus snapped back that the dungeon isn't fully mapped yet, so he can't give Toya a real answer. Gilmus is convinced the dungeon's master, the Guardian, has to be wiped out, especially since he's likely guarding the core deep inside, because once he's gone, they'll rip the core out of the dungeon so it can't keep soaking up magical power. Gilmas says that mission was their first assignment, and Toya remembers how, in the game, the guy who guards the core was locked behind a brutal, high-difficulty quest where only top-ranked players teamed up to tear him down and finally free the core. Toya mulled it over, convinced only he and Kokuyo could pull off something like that. Then the girl burst back in and shouted at Gilmas that Lisa was awake again. Lisa snaps back into consciousness and climbs onto the bed, whispering sorry for making everyone worry. Then Master Gilmas leans in, asking how she's doing, and Lisa reassures him she's fine, before asking, "Did Toya-san help me?" Says before. Lisa collapses onto the grass, saying she has nothing left in her bones. Just lies there, terrified of what might have happened if Toya hadn't found her. Myra grabs Toya's coat, awkwardly blurting out thanks as her voice cracks. Myra's crying as she hugs Toya, thanking him because if those orcs had killed Lisa, she'd never taste another bite of meat cooked by Lisa again. Toya's thrown off, just stunned that the conversation somehow landed on food. Lisa whipped around to the guildmaster and demanded to know if it was true. 2 people really died because of that orc attack. Master Gilmas knitted his brow, then snapped back to Lisa that the orcs were multiplying day after day, and no matter how he crunched the numbers, he couldn't make the forces add up. So he bled out his best warriors and watched the orcs march straight on to the city. Master Gilmas tells Lisa not to torture herself, swearing it's all his fault, urges her to finally get some rest. But Lisa refuses to sit still, while the people in the city claw their way back after the orc attack. Rising from bed, Lisa immediately asks to be sent to the dungeon, and Toya can't believe it. Only now that she snaps out of it, she's already raring to fight. Myra screamed, I don't get what you're saying. Lisa, what orcs are you even talking about?" Then urged her to go stuff herself with meat roasted on oak chips. Master Gilmas gets exactly how Lisa feels, but right now they know too little to gamble with anything. He tells Lisa to rest again. Then Master Gilmas studies Toya closely, like he's piecing together a dangerous thought. Gilmas offers Toya a private room in the guild to crash in if he hasn't found an inn yet. But Toya immediately pushes back, insisting he's totally fine and plans to sleep in the stables. The girl administrator leans in and reassures Toya her parents own the hotel, so he won't pay a cent, and then she adds that the guild will cover his overnight stay as a thank you for saving Lisa. Master Gilmas wants to chat with Toya for a moment, if it's cool, because he's got a few more questions. Toya blinks, stunned, and blurts, again, because in her head, she's instantly thinking about the other 2 guildmasters, and she can't shake the fear that Gilmas won't be any different. Lisa shoots an apology because she has to drag Toya to the hotel with her, since the guide is tied up, and then mutters that the guild folks look slammed, rebuilding the city after the attack. Lisa can't stop smiling. Toya just got a warhorse, and she swears it's unstoppable, tough as nails. Then Toya leans in and says it loud and clear. Kokuyo comes first because he's his comrade. Myra lights up and tells Lisa that the horse is insanely smart. He hunted her down from right among the bushes and trees, so Lisa nods along without a doubt. Lisa snapped to a stop, bowed to Kokuyo, and blurted out her thanks. Then Toya and the girls finally saw the mess right in front of them. Kokuyo grimly pointed out how the royal army had wrecked the city, and then he launched into an angry attack. Lisa and Myra slump in defeat, and when Lisa finally opens up, she admits they were both away from town during the whole invasion. Toya tells the girls he got a tip from a merchant woman. He knows she says the lord and his wife wouldn't surrender the beastmen, and the kingdom soldiers executed them for it. Then he looks at the girls and asks, is that really true? Lisa replies that everyone swears the lord really was a good man, and Myra nods hard, saying they were good people who earned respect from both the beast and human sides. Ira tells Toya that after the lord and his wife died, Jay snapped control from everyone else and took over. Now he's carrying on their policies himself. Toya blurts out what kind of person Myra's son is, and just like that, Myra's face flushes. She freezes, embarrassed, and can't bring herself to answer. Myra shifts the topic fast, asking Toya if he's an adventurer and where he's really from, and Toya answers without hesitation. I came from the Imperial City. Lisa slammed on the brakes and blurted, panicked, wait, since Toya's from the Imperial City, does that mean he's the hero everyone's obsessed with? Toya shot it down fast, then his face tightened because he'd clearly gotten into trouble and had to think of something. And right now, Lisa bolts over to Toya and blurts out, "Do you know Sir Kisaragi?" Toya's stunned, then admits he once spotted him from a distance, and Lisa practically lights up, thrilled that he's seen him. Lisa starts blurting in sheer excitement that all she knows about him is from bard songs, yet everyone insists he's the hero who saved the capital, and that his aura hits you from miles away. Plus, he even fought off ogres, and Toya can't help thinking she's falling for him. Myra grabs Lisa away from Toya and blurts out an apology for her behavior, since Lisa's been a loyal fan of Sir Kisaragi for years. Then Toya presses again, asking if she really is one, and Lisa finally settles down, mortified that she couldn't rein in her emotions, and ended up blurting. Toya mumbles that merchants love to puff up your good qualities, and bards can stretch the truth too. Yet he can't stop wondering why Lisa is so crazy about Kisaragi. Lisa shoots back with full confidence, saying it's because he's a true hero who saved the empire. So yeah, that's exactly why she admires him. Toya stares at Lisa in shock, and when she looks past them at the wrecked streets and the grave mounds, she spits out that if she'd even a single drop of Lord Kisaragi's power, she would have saved this city. Lisa knitted her brows and stared at them with a hard, stern look, while Toya and Kokuyo stood right beside her, silent and watching every word she might say. At a roadside inn that night, someone swore monsters lurked deep in the forest, waiting to pounce on any traveler, and that there was serious reward money for capturing them too. The other guy leaned back and said he'd be out of the city tomorrow. The tavern buzz won't die. One patron swears there's a fortune to grab, and another laughs at him, calling him a fool for risking his life just to chase money. Toya sat by the chatterboxes, and one of them blurted that this city is already doomed, so why not play like they've got nothing left to lose? Someone claims adventurers don't have it easy. That's when the receptionist, Maya, steps in. Toya asks if she's done with her shift at the guild, and Maya nods, thanking Toya because the inn's got a signature dish just for guests. Toya admits adventuring is brutal because he's lived it himself, and Lisa still charged in to save the city, risking her life for it. Maya snaps back that Lisa is nothing like the other adventurers she grew up right here, but her family and relatives were brutally wiped out by kingdom soldiers, led by the cold-hearted Sir Larks. Maya can't stop thinking that Lisa feels like the city's safety is on her shoulders, so ever since that day, she's been non-stop training and sprinting into danger, risking her life to protect everyone. And Maya's left baffled at how Lisa always manages to make it out alive, unscathed. Maya says Lisa is probably training even right now, and Toya leans in, asking her where exactly. In the street outside the stables, Toya clutched the inn's signature dish and offered Kokuyo a taste together. Right then and that horse devoured it in a blink. Toya glares at the drool smearing his hand after the horse yanks the treat right out of his grip. Then something catches his eye. This is Lisa. She's grinding hard with her sword, chopping the training logs with blow after blow, every move razor precise. Toya and Kokuyo lean in as she practices, and Toya blurts out that Lisa is going all in. Toya suddenly remembered the guildmaster wanted to talk to him, and when he met Master Gilmus, the old man said he'd been thinking about sending a fresh team to seize the dungeon again. But the forest out there was brutally dangerous for anyone who dared enter. The guildmaster is dead sure Myra and Lisa will break off and build their own adventurer crew, aiming straight for the top ranks of their guild. He doesn't know why yet, but one thing's clear, they can't risk Lisa again, because the moment she realizes the city's in trouble, she'll drop everything and sprint in to save it. Even if she's standing there completely alone, Toya tells everyone the guildmaster wants him to team up with Lisa as one of the adventurers. Toya, standing right beside Kokuyo, blurts that he never thought coming to this city would land him with an assignment and make him feel like a hero, because if there's truly a monster in the dungeon they can't control, then the whole city is hanging by a thread. Even knowing exactly who he was, Mr. Gilmus still handed him that mission and ordered Toya to ride along with Lisa like she had to be something big. And the truth is, she probably is a top-tier adventurer, which also means Lisa's a huge fan of Toya, and that fact hits him hard in the face and embarrasses him like crazy. Toya tells Kokuyo their vacation won't last long, and the warhorse slams its hoof on the floor like, "You're right." In the capital of Lynette, just a few days after Toya vanished, Shah snatches his letter, breaks down, and yells in pure frustration, how could Toya storm off without a single warning? She swears she would have dropped everything, but he never even told her. Then she reads the note and her heart sinks. Toya's taking off for a vacation in Ireland. Shah snapped at the servants to ready a carriage at once, but they hurriedly warned her that the princess still had a crucial meeting to make. Bursts into the hall, and Shah snaps, asking if she saw what Toya ditched. Blurts that His Majesty wants to see Shah. Reports rush in that she's just met with His Majesty, and now he's eagerly waiting to see Shah. While Shah can't believe the news, the story slams back into Ireland, where Toya and Gilmas lay out the mission details, and the Guildmaster practically can't thank Toya enough for stepping up to go with Lisa. Master Gilmas declares that he'll buy every weapon and piece of gear for Toya fully loaded and ready, so he can storm off on the expedition. Toya isn't convinced this sounds brutally hard for the Guild, but Master Gilmas insists it has to be done, because they're about to go hunt forest monsters. Toya thinks this whole setup is absolutely necessary for the expedition, and he's genuinely grateful to the Master, but something feels off, because the Master looks like he's scrambling to make up for what he said earlier. At the meeting, the Master snapped that the expedition needed about 5 days to get ready. And just like that, these raids were outlawed, but they still found a loophole, making it possible to get there fast, as long as they could only wait a little. Toya grinned and said he was an adventurer, so this mess would be no big deal and they'd sail through and join the expedition. But first, he needed to know the truth behind why Lisa wanted to come with them. Master Gilmas clocked that Toya was getting bothered, but he figured the truth would come from the one man who actually had to see Toya, and he couldn't believe who it turned out to be. Jade von Rythard, powerful lord of the town, wanted Toya, but when Gilmas brought them to his residence, he drawled that he'd watched them trudge for so long that he finally changed his mind, then told them to go free. Gilmas is furious. He swore the lord had promised to run the city and seize command, and now that decision means everything to the lives of everyone inside those walls. So Gilmas can't help but see it for what it is, pure insolence. Then the Lord shrugs off the horror, saying nobody's going to mourn if monsters rip people apart in the forest, or that it's the soldiers' fault for not holding up their end. Toya freezes in disbelief. Our Lord, he mutters, because right then the Lord blurts out that he's got a plan. The Lord grins and says, if anything goes sideways, I'll just march right up to His Highness and beg for asylum because I'm human, and he'll understand me better than anyone. Gilmas erupts in fury, demanding how the Lord could say something like that. He can't just abandon the city and leave everyone unprotected. The nerve of the Lord, he sprawls on the couch, declares he's already made his decision, and orders them to get out of his room. Toya is stunned. This guy is the town's only hope. En blurts that His Highness will call reinforcements no matter what they ask for, so there's no need to push it, and then the Lord snaps, who told you that? If it's just some adventurer. With a nasty face, the Lord huffed that Toya better watch what he says, because the Lord wasn't just grumpy, he was in a bad mood. Then the Lord turns his back on them and pretends they don't exist. Toya's rage explodes, and he's itching to smash that awful man. While Gilmas is terrified Toya won't be able to hold back. Then the Lord shrugs and says it makes zero difference who takes command. Hell, it could even be his own sister, and he still won't care. Outside, the Guildmaster exploded into loud curses while everyone was frantic to rebuild the city. Yet this Lord was acting like it didn't matter. Toya leans in and demands to know if the Lord truly has a sister. Gilmas smirks and confirms it's Lisa, Miss Lisa Lot von Rythard. Toya's jaw drops when he learns Lisa comes from a noble family, and he blurts to Gilmas, wondering how a lady of the court could ever choose the life of an adventurer. Gilmas hesitates to answer, then finally decides to tell Toya the truth. Gilmas remembers Lisa had been hooked on fencing since she was a kid. She'd quietly slip into the guild and watch the adventurers like it was her secret obsession. Back when she was a kid, Gilmas himself drilled her in swordsmanship, and he'd always brag that he never liked to lose, yet this girl beat him every single time, because she was the real master with a blade. Toya caught it too, the way he talked about her, warm and proud, like she was something precious. When Lisa grew up, she burst into Gilmas begging to join the guild on one rule: nobody could ever learn where she came from. So she became an adventurer, and after that, only the master and her friend knew her real identity. To everyone else, she was just an orphan. Because Gilmas swore he'd never tell a soul, he kept her real name, her surname, and even her origin locked up tight right up until the final moment. And Toya gets why. But when the city got hit, her whole family was yanked away to another city, dragging Lisa with them. and she hasn't stopped blaming herself ever since for agreeing to go. Gilma tells her that this city means everything to Lisa, and that's why she's itching to fight, ready to risk it all to help her people. Toya is sure the Elder Lord knows he can't run this city solo, but Toya just can't bring himself to say it out loud. Lisa's way more noble than that, Lord. She'll stand between this city and danger, and she'll do it without needing a single soul's help. Suddenly, the air exploded with a thunder of bells, and Gilmas recognized it. He couldn't even process what he was hearing. Toya, meanwhile, had no idea what was going on. Maya comes sprinting up, gasping for air, and shouts that the alarm's been triggered. Monsters have been spotted prowling near the city. Maya hit the ground, yet she still kept talking. Meanwhile, Lisa and the other adventurers plunged into the forest to stop the attack, and Gilmas snapped to it, rushing back to the Lord's residence on the double to demand reinforcements. Maya screams at Gilmas in pure panic, yelling that they've got zero time for this. These aren't just ordinary monsters. These aren't simple monsters, they're earth dragons, rank after rank of them, and they're already sinking their teeth into every warrior they cross. The moment those adventurers clash with the monsters, pure shock hits. There's no way any A-rank monster should be here. Not with women and children caught inside. They're fighting with everything they've got. Because if those monsters breach their city, everything is going down. Earth dragons tower overhead, scream so loud the ground shakes, and drive the defenders into a full sprint. Yet not all of them manage to survive. Myra tries to drag the numb Lisa off the trail the dragons are carving, yelling that they've got to flee because the dragons are way stronger than the orcs. Yet Lisa spots the fallen adventurers' bodies and keeps going, convinced she has to protect her people. But she's not sure she can take down an A-rank monster, and if she lets it slip away, it might swing back to our land and smash their brand new city to bits. Lisa won't let this happen, so she's stepping in to take down those massive monsters herself. She had already begged her brother before, swearing they had to protect the city, but he wouldn't hear a word. He shot back a nasty, contemptuous remark. Lisa shut her eyes, pleaded with her dad and mom in her head for forgiveness, but she still had to do it. Earth dragons lunged in with jaws gaping wide. Myra yanked Lisa towards safety, but Lisa's mind was screaming, "Don't get in my way, just let me go." Suddenly, bells rang out, and a dragon snapped to a halt right beside Myra and Lisa, glaring but choosing not to strike. Myra and Lisa froze in shock, because someone was charging in, and then Toya burst onto the battlefield like he'd come out of nowhere. Toya shows up on Kokuyo, guns straight, breath still catching as he blames the delay, and then reveals a weird provocation bell in his hand. It only runs for 90 seconds, but it throws enemies off and stops their counterattack. Lisa goes wide-eyed and blurts out, "Why are you even here?" Toya snaps back that he was ordered to take out these monsters himself, and that's exactly why he's helping Lisa. Then the rest of the adventurers rush straight back to the city to shield it from the dragon's rampage. The adventurers spot him right away, the same boy who saved one of their own, and as they bolt for safety, they yell, "We're keeping our fingers crossed for you." Then they beg Toya to come back fast, safe and sound. Lisa can't even blink right in front of her. A B-rank warhorse is getting ready to clash with an A-rank dragon. She fires off the claim that Toya isn't even from their city, then begs the adventurers to back off and defend their families. Toya flashes a sudden smile at Lisa and tells her, "Don't worry, everything's going to be okay," because they'll stand guard and protect what she holds most dear. Lisa is stunned by his breakdown, tears welling in her eyes as she looks at Toya in pure confusion, and then he smirks cruelly and tells her to just give him 30 seconds. With the bells clanging in his grip, Toya barked a spell to bulk up his body. Then he rocketed into motion, sprinting across the thick tree branches and snaking past the dragons that shot after him without a second to spare. Myra and Lisa stare at Toya in pure shock. Myra can't even tell if they're about to keep up, but Lisa won't have it. They're not just walking off the battlefield. Lisa lunged to chase him, but Kokuyo slammed into her path. Then Lisa screamed that she had to save Toya, and Kokuyo stared at her, totally locked in. Then, like it understood her, the massive warhorse jerked its head in agreement, almost like it was backing Lisa himself. So Myra swallowed hard and asked if Lisa really could saddle a monster like that. Meanwhile, the earth dragons chase Toya through the forest as he races ahead, barely slowing down. He couldn't help but wonder if he could even escape this place, because 8A rank monsters were here right now, and sure, it might have been a long shot, but he'd still throw everything he had at stopping them. Toya snaps another item into action. Thorn trap, and the enemy gets slowed hard for a full 5 to 10 seconds. As he whips the trap at the dragons, they slam right into its bindings at once, and suddenly a chaotic pile of earth dragons thrashes, writhes, and roars in pain. Toya realizes this is the only way right now lure the monsters in and hold them back long enough to stop them for a while. Now Toya was done playing, he shot his hands up, and the magical power swirling around his palms at the dragons started to burn, ready to unleash the final hit. Toya taps into one of his countless skills. The power of the dragon scrolls and magic glowing vortexes explode from his hands in every direction, swallowing the trapped earth dragons in a fiery spiral. Toya keeps slamming his assault, and Myra and Lisa, perched on Kokuyo farther back, stare at the strange light and can't help wondering what in the world it is. Then they pushed right up to the source of that light, and what they saw left them stunned. Lisa stared at the scene, frozen in total shock. Toya stands right in the clearing, grips a massive sword, and slashes through monsters like a storm, while dead dragons lie scattered all around him, and Lisa can only ask if they're really gone, even though the answer screams. Toya grins and tells her the dragons are finally gone, even if it took everything he had to knock them out. He just hopes none of them slipped into the city. Myra gasps in shock. These were A-rank monsters because she can't wrap her head around how he fought them alone. Toya shyly leans in and tells Lisa, "Dragons aren't that strong, no matter their title or how huge they look." Suddenly, Lisa crumpled to her knees and broke down crying. She can't bear how awful it is. Toya snaps her name in confusion, like he's still trying to understand. She watched with her own eyes as monsters ripped her friends to shreds, tearing away limbs like it was nothing, and she couldn't stop it. She could only freeze and stare. Still, she vowed to protect the people and the city. So why did it feel like she couldn't do a single thing? Toya realized he'd messed up the moment the words left his mouth. So he scrambled to explain that he didn't mean monsters, but right in front of Lisa. Kokio's tail snapped back and slapped him in the face. Then Toya turns to Lisa and thanks her, because if she hadn't stepped in, those dragons would have swarmed the city and torn it apart. But Lisa still hates herself for looking helpless. She swears it's got nothing to do with Toya. Myra's fuming, and Toya is right on the edge of saying something to calm her down. Right as the sound hits, Toya, Lisa, and Myra all whip their heads toward it at once. Lisa blurts out, "Can you hear the monsters roar from there?" Toya's dead serious. He even starts snowing dragon blood and says they need to stop. Then out of nowhere, someone tells him, "If something's bothering you, speak up. We'll help, no questions." And Toya blurts out a shocked cry. Meet Princess Charlotte. She vows the Empire's detachment will stop at nothing to make sure not a single monster reaches Ireland City. And right beside her came her loyal confidants and the Empire's finest warriors. Toya blurts out in shock, "Ah," and Natalia are standing right in front of him. And Natalia calmly says she saw a light off in the distance and instantly knew it was Toya's robot. Myra and Lisa are stunned all over again. Then they snap at Toya, asking if that's really Princess Charlotte and how he knows her. Is it all true? Charlotte grins and tells everyone that, on her father's orders, she hauled soldiers all the way from the imperial capital to guard the city of Ireland. RR said the dungeon flood rumors had been crawling around the Empire for ages. So His Highness snapped his fingers and ordered a detachment right away to race to Ireland and help. Toya still has no clue why R and Shah are here, or why Natalia tagged along with them. Natalia, like always, insists she can handle everything on her own, then jumps in and leaves with them without wasting a second. Charlotte shoots a sharp, annoyed look at the stunned Toya and demands to know if this is really all that's on his mind. Then asks if he's got anything he wants to tell her. R turns to Shah and demands how Toya could vanish and leave them with just a letter. Shah panics, admits she had no idea what to do, then sprints straight here to track Toya down and unload everything she's been thinking. Myra and Lisa lock eyes as they watch the scene unfold, and Myra looks like she's about to burst, ready to ask Lisa something big about Toya. Toya tries to save face, claiming he went on vacation just to relax. Then Shah scoffs and hits him with the brutal truth. Toya just can't handle weekends. Princess Charlotte grins and tells everyone that knowing Toya, she's sure he'll help someone, no question about it. Right now, Natalia is gloating to Liza and Myra, claiming Toya is insanely strong while Charlotte hangs there, heartbroken, saying she came only because she got a letter. But what letter is Toya about to reveal? Sharundara's face tightened, because they swore the dungeons were flooding both nations right now, and if they wanted the truce to turn into real peace, the king decided they'd have to seize the dungeon together. So they picked reps from 2 countries, each one tossed in 1 million gil to seal the dungeon and stop the flood. And that meant both countries are fighting for a whopping 2 million gil as the grand prize to finally reconcile everything. Toya worries that Shah and are going to run the whole thing just to grab that prize money, and he's convinced they have no business stepping in. Natalia dropped him and snapped that they couldn't back out if they did. Everyone would say the empire was scared and wouldn't dare move to keep power. You've got to stay fighting, protect the name, and come back victorious, triumphant, no matter what. Backs Natalia's claim and swears they can't quit. But Toya snaps back, insisting he's right and Natalia's view is wrong, while the roar of his father's past expeditions keeps haunting him. That mustachioed guy declares there are way too many top-tier monsters around, but they don't stand a chance if they just follow him. Their fearless warrior, Sir Larks, the hero of the kingdom of Henriette. Lisa's heart skipped. Could that really be a warrior? But no, it couldn't be. She couldn't stop thinking about what he was like. Toya introduced Lisa to Charlotte and announced, loud and proud, that she was Lord von Rithered's sister. Then, when Lisa tried to get a word in, Toya bulldozed right over her, claiming this girl would be the one to lead the Arlen City squad. Toya and Lisa team up with Char and to trap the dungeon. Then Toya pushes them to band together and shut that flood down for good. Toya bursts out that he and Lisa want in on the dungeon capturing squad too, and then he pushes for a comeback win that dungeon and save the empire together. Toya's convinced Lisa is the type to risk everything, save her city, save her country, even if it means throwing away her own life, so she's the perfect pick to help break into that dungeon and free the city. And yeah, Toya's going with them too. Shah and are thrilled, and since Toya himself pitched this idea, Shah doesn't have a single problem with it. Toya's grinning until Lisa snaps into the conversation, furious, saying he doesn't really know her at all, and that he's only heard rumors from other adventurers. She's a descendant of the Lord Rithard family, and she's willing to risk everything to save her city. But Lisa insists she's too weak to help the squad at all. Toya's thrown off by what she says, until Natalia steps in and bluntly hits the truth. Once you see Toya's power, you realize you're basically a useless fighter compared to him. Char points out that Toya's not just strong, he's a real powerhouse, way past what any of them could handle. And agrees, saying he's never seen anyone who could wipe out an entire swarm of earth dragons all by himself. Shahar whirls toward Lisa, and when she hears that Lisa's parents died serving as lords, she pours out heartfelt thanks to Lisa on behalf of her own father. Char takes Lisa's hands and tells her to team up. Now they'll protect their country and Lisa's city, forever honoring her parents' memory. Lisa wipes away the emotion and agrees, completely moved by Charlotte's words. Toya glances at the girls, and there it is. Charlotte's growth hits him like a jolt. Cuts in, saying there's no time to head back to the city anymore, so they're rushing straight to the dungeon right now. After that, they'll split the army and send part of it to Arland to guard the civilians, and Toya orders Mira to report back to headquarters the moment she's back in the city because Liza just rode off to save the country with the Royal Guild. Yet Mira's not ready to stay behind and wants to go with them. Lisa starts to protest, but Myra shuts her down. She reminded her how long she served their parents and how her father's final wish was to watch over Lisa and care for her, so Myra swears she'll always protect Lisa and she's not going anywhere. But Myra can't stop wondering one thing, why Toya is that strong. They tell her it's because Toya was trained by the legendary sage Natalia, and now Myra's begging for the same chance, pushing for Natalia to teach her too. Myra shrieks, "I'm not going to the city," even as she's already halfway to the dungeon, then promises she'll help them, be a model student and learn fast. Natalia hesitates about taking on a student, especially because she has no clue what Myra can really do, and Toya snaps that this whole situation is a total mess. In the end, Toya tells everyone that Lisa and Myra will head into the dungeon under his care, and Lisa and Myra light up, then thank him with all their hearts. RR snaps into action, ordering their soldiers to hit the guild with the news that Liza and Myra went into the dungeon with them. Then Toya demands they bring the fallen adventurers' bodies back to the city and lay them to rest with full honors. R tells him the troops will absolutely carry out his order, no excuses. Now they've got to move. Everyone's rushing into action, heading down to the troops underground, because there's no way they're letting that flood get through. Toya and Kokuyo are finally set to roll when the horse lowers itself and offers Toya a spot to sit. He gratefully thanks Kokuyo, and right then he realizes how fearless all of them are. The dungeon sat deep in the forest, and it took them about half a day to reach it then. The moment they got close, monsters surged out and battered them with pure strength and overwhelming numbers, forcing the team to break through by smashing down half of the swarm. The first army is set on fire with battle. They sprint straight ahead to smash the monsters blocking the dungeon, and their assault hits like a wrecking ball. Toya grins and tells R that their army is razor sharp, and R nods along because the Emperor has totally switched up the tactics. Back then, monsters got wiped out only by adventurers, but now the Imperial army has jumped in too, sending its own troops to assist. And it's a golden shot to level up fast, plus they haven't forgotten the disaster that followed the fall of the Imperial capital. Lisa shouts for Toya and the rest, "You guys ready to step into the dungeon?" And Shah just nods, like, "Yeah, that's exactly what we're about to do." Lisa fires back that it's still insanely dangerous, and Myra backs her up, because ever since those attacks, the monsters have turned feral and brutal. Toya can't shake the fear that the princess is cooking up tactics, using the cheat ring he handed her, because if she's doing that, this whole situation goes way too dangerous, way too fast. Toya leans in and asks if R and Cha are still training. R shoots back, "Yeah, we are." And then Toya demands to know what level they've reached. Princess Charlotte's level is at 87, and Warrior Arturia just shot up to level 89. Toya can't help but grin. He's sure they're crushing it, since reaching this kind of height isn't exactly easy, but right now they're one step away from slipping past the line to level 90. Lisa blurts, half in disbelief, "If we truly had power at that level, we'd be unstoppable magic prodigies." Then Charlotte thrusts her guild token in front of Lisa and Myra, and both of them freeze in pure shock. Because it's level 87. Myra swears these tokens can't be faked, so how in the world did they climb that high? Charlotte shoots back that she trained like it was her final round, and you can instantly tell the workout was brutally hard. Lisa can't believe her eyes. So this is what training in the Imperial capital looks like. Myra stares at tense Natalie with pure admiration, asking if it's really true that her workouts can spark results like this and actually boost levels, because this is absolutely incredible. Tuya thought he'd get hit with a small shock when he saw Natalie boosted the girls' levels. Turns out it was way bigger than he expected, and when Myra asked, he told her straight up that the girls probably honed their skills and magic power by pushing them in battle. A guard comes charging in and blurts to Captain R that rank A monsters are waiting just ahead. Giant ogres, towering and ready. Lisa and Myra are stunned all over again. Could ogres really hit an A rank? Toya presses, "The girls. Are there monsters in this forest? That monstrous." Lisa can only say she's seen B ranks, and even those were nowhere near that level. Lisa couldn't stop thinking, did that flood really hit the monsters that hard? Or was something way stranger at play, because the forest around her felt different, like it had changed overnight? Toya heard Lisa warn that the forest was changing, and he told R that this ogre is the top rank A, so their warriors can't take him down. R nodded and urged Toya to go strike him themselves. And then, boom, somebody yells, "Don't even think about it." It's Natalia. She grabs her staff and charges forward because at her level, she's convinced it's time to clock real experience and sharpen her skills. Natalia's level 90, and she's already cast the spell right on target for that A-rank ogre. Lisa and Myra gasp again. Natalia's really at level 90, right? But Toya just smiles because Natalia charges in, staff gripped tight in both hands, ready to strike. She hurls her magic with razor-sharp precision straight at the ogre, and the moment it lands, Charlotte's soldiers snap into shocked silence. Even the ogre can't help but notice. Every one of Natalia's punches landed clean, smashing the ogre in all the right places. Then it bellowed, steam bursting out as it slammed into the forest ahead, crashing down in front of the shocked crowd. Lisa stares in shock, thinking, how did Natalia handle that ogre so easily? And Myra grins, pats her on the shoulder, and keeps saying it was pure magic, even Toya. eyeing that tiny Natalia, can't help but call it amazing too. Natalie never even stepped into the forest. She swung for the ogre from the start, landing every blow, and the cheers that erupted when she took him down sounded like pure admiration. Feeling triumphant, Natalia soaks up the praise, lets the crowd gush over her unbelievable magic management skills, and somehow everyone already knows no one ever expected anything less from the great sage Natalia. Charlotte blurts out how Natalia pulled off that insane level jump, and Arturia backs her because Charlotte honestly thought Natalia just slept and ate in the castle, doing absolutely nothing helpful. Natalia grins and declares, "You were wrong this whole time. I wasn't fooling around. Because while you were out hunting monsters, she was quietly training in the shadows, leveling up for the next fight." Lisa asks what level Toya is at, and he flashes his answer, level 52. Then he shows the girls his guild token, thinking, yeah, this is seriously high. Lisa can't help but admire how far Toya has climbed, but Myra cuts in fast, saying it's still not nearly as high as what Natalie and Charlotte have reached. Charlotte insists that Toya's powers blow past even the toughest masters, and Arturia nods along because Toya has always been chasing stronger skills, until he finally climbed past the very best. R says it's not enough to just have a high rank, because in their world, humanity matters more than any hero title. RR snaps that everyone has to hurry because the dungeon is right there, just ahead. Toya remembers how R's father was killed by ruthless warriors, and that's the reason she still can't stand people like that. R watched herself, her brother and her grandfather huddle at their father's grave, then snapped that she'd never forgive the murderers, and her grandfather answered that their father lived like a real hero, never begging the enemy for mercy just to avoid being laughed at. Grandfather leans in and reminds them that their father, Garrett, was a noble warrior, so he faced his end with dignity. He's overflowing with pride for his son and pushes the same pride onto Garrett's children, because one day the time will hit when they finally bring back the honor and the dignity of their family name. One day their grandfather will march off to fight for the throne, but age will slam him back, and R and her brother will have to finish the fight he and Gareth started, ready to defend their father's honor and the legend of their former greatness, no matter what comes next. A mustachioed commander and Henrietta's hero, Sir Larks, charge toward Lunnet's army, then both forces slam into a huge clearing and hold their breath, waiting for the conversation to kick off. The warriors of Lunnet mutter venomous insults about their opponents, calling one man a traitor, someone who already struts around like he's a king. Yet when the dust settles, they go quiet and say nothing. Princess Charlotte and her crew lock eyes with their opponents, while R is barely holding back a storm of rage. Then Toya leans in and checks on her. R snaps back to herself, and even if the other side never dreams of peace, she vows to do whatever it takes to surge ahead of them. Toya saw it instantly. The enemy army's sudden arrival had rattled Arturia, and she'd never let them steal victory, not when both nations' people despised each other to their bones. Tuya joined Shah and R's party for one big reason. She wanted to confirm that Henrietta's hunting goals matched Lunnet's conquering that dungeon together. Now that Toya spots them, there's no doubt in his mind, yet he can't shake one question: how on earth did they know the Lunnet Empire would be right here? Could Henrietta's hero, Sir Larks, really be some other world player like Tuya, only saying he's been with the guild forever and fought monsters? So what's the truth? And how much does he actually know about this world? So Toy decided he'd stake everything to make his words ring true, exposing Lark's hero in the process. But he had to pull it off in total silence, slipping past prying eyes so the secret wouldn't be blown. The deputy head of Henriette's knights finally snapped the silence, asking whether his enemies really assembled for a deadly mission, dragging women and children with them. He'd heard they were short on troops, but he never expected it to be this bad. He presses on and whips his head toward Natalia, perched on a warhorse. Seriously, does her tiny courage think they can survive that dungeon? Toya studies her with sharp, wary eyes. Deputy Chief Henrietta keeps the assault rolling, tells the attackers to go home, and pushes the adults to fix it fast, because she makes it clear the kids don't belong huddling in a monster's shelter, they belong on the playground. Charlotte stiffened, ready to snap out an answer. Then Natalia swaggered in and told them to wipe everyone out and walk away, and Toya just pleaded for forgiveness, begging her to cut him some slack for getting too emotional. The deputy chief lets out a laugh, thinking the kids got nowhere near the muscle to take on a crowd of grown men, until a guy at his side snaps at him to shut up. warning that if he values his life, he better stop asking questions about what's really going on. The deputy chief's colleague jabs his shoulder and whispers that the short dwarf is supposedly none other than Natalia the Linnet, Empire's big-shot wizard, and the deputy chief reels in shock. Is this really the same witch Natalia? Barnett von Gargan strides up to take the floor, throws out a heartfelt apology for his colleague's harsh words, and takes full blame for this unit, then promises he'll personally sit down with the soldiers who acted out of line later. Barnett von Gargan jolts in shock because Charlotte, Her Highness herself, isn't the only one here. Lord Garrett's daughter is standing too, and Sir Larks hangs just behind her as she recalls Garrett. Barnett von Gargan offered Charlotte a temporary truce because this forest is crawling with monsters, and alone they won't make it. But side by side, they could snatch the dungeon in no time. Charlotte blurted out her consent loud and clear, and they were ready to cooperate, while Barnett von Gargan sat there stunned because she'd agreed that fast. The moment Barnett von Gargan spots Tuya's warhorse, he blurts out whether Tuya's trying to drag it underground, and Tuya just shrugs. Kokyu's always been right on his heels, so why would he bother leaving it sitting out in the open now? But Barnett von Gargan warned that the dungeon's core magic could drive that warhorse into a berserk rage, and if it ever snapped and started mowing down the soldiers, Gargan would hunt it to the ground, so Toya was way better off staying far away. Barnett von Gargan presses the point again. Now they've got to trust each other completely and wipe out every hint of conflict. Toya's freaking out. He's convinced Kokuyo can't possibly last out there and is going to barrel right into the dungeon behind him. Cunning Barnett von Gargan is convinced that not a single opponent has ever cleared this dungeon, and Shah wanted to speak up, but the moment froze in their throat. Gargan claims that A-rank adventurers rescued them seasoned dungeon hunters with tons of experience, and they're certain the cave monsters are only average rank, so they can't be as deadly as their boss, who holds the highest rank of all. So yeah, this dungeon boss's rank can be S or even SS. And it all boils down to how old the person is. Gargan then pushes the point hard. Before you step into that kind of danger, ask yourselves, are you really ready to gamble your life? Someone yells, don't kid yourselves, this isn't a field trip, but nobody's dying in there. Got it? Charlotte also pointed out that top-tier monsters are way too controversial, because if a rank SS dragon really showed up in the dungeon, it wouldn't sit there with folded paws and wait. It would have wrecked this place long ago. Lisa trembles at the thought of the rank SSS. But Toya is fired up. He's dreaming about finally meeting him face to face. And Natalia steps in to confirm that he caught every word Princess Cha said. Toya rolls up to Kokuyo with a come rest upstairs pitch, then bolts straight down to the dungeon to grab souvenirs in a flash. Princess Charlotte snaps that she's done waiting, tells Barnett von Gargan he's underestimating them, and warns him to stop talking before he realizes the Lunar Empire's strongest warriors stand right in front of him. Barnett von Gargan flat out says he can't change a thing. He's just praying he survives long enough to retire in peace, and then he turns around and calls everyone to follow them and seize the dungeon. They've got to become heroes because victory demands it, the ruler demands it, and their homelands demand it too. Lark bellows that it's all for the prosperity of their glorious kingdom. The Lunnet Empire's army hangs on Lark's words with dead eyes, but Natalia can't stand it. She calls it pompous, like they're trying way too hard, and she's still stuck, wondering where they ever found heroes like that. She shot Toya a sly wink and asked how it felt to become a hero too. Toya just shook his head again, saying he still wasn't chasing that life. But deep down, if he ever did become a hero, he'd finally get to meet her. Then Natalia tells him to rush into the dungeon first, because its entrance is swallowed by the roots and twisted branches of trees over the old ruins, where a pitch-black opening gapes like a secret, and somehow light and sounds spill out. Toya's face twists with disgust over what he just saw, and Natalia snaps, "What did you want? Because they've got to hunt that monster faster than those arrogant idiots." But Toya can barely think the ball keeps stealing his focus. Toya's convinced this dungeon smells just like the ruins he's seen in one of the games. He's absolutely seen this exact kind of place before, and if it really matches the game, then this could be the break of a lifetime to prove whether hero Sir Larks is actually the same player as Toya.